the mind. With a breath, allow the hemispheres to part, letting the logical, letting the masculine, letting the feminine, letting the this, letting the duality fall. And drop your consciousness into the heart, where the heart can feel, where the heart knows without thinking. The heart is connected to universal consciousness, to the great I am, to the ancestors that have come before us, and to the children that we're weaving this path, that we're weaving this future for. Taking a deep breath into the heart and honoring where you are in this now moment. Seeing the teacher, seeing the leader within yourself, seeing the guru within. Or when you slow down, when you connect to Gaia, when you connect to Source, you connect to the infinite wisdom. And envisioning yourself placing your forehead on our Great Mother. Feeling her hold you. Placing your third eye to our Great Mother. Allowing her to show you. Allow her to show you how you are connected to all of consciousness. See the roots emanating from your third eye. See the interconnectivity. See the mycelium. See the microbial structures, the interconnectivity of consciousness that you can tune into just by bowing your head to the Mother. Allow her to hold you. Allow her to show you. Take a deep breath in from the heart, feeling and amplifying the love frequency. Propel this frequency through your third eye into Gaia, into the roots, into the mycelium, spreading love to all of consciousness here on the earth plane. Giving back to Great Mother. Stay here. Breathe in through the heart. Sending love through the third eye, through the roots, through the mycelium, through the subtle energies that are weaving all through the crust of the earth, creating this beautiful grid together in harmony and co-creation, all amplifying the frequency of love. And take a breath in, feeling held by all of this community here that is placing their forehead to the earth, feeling seen, feeling loved, feeling honored for all the work that you are doing. For when you bow to the divine bows back. For when you bow to the mother bows back. For all that is given is also received. Taking another deep inhale here. Allowing yourself to rise. Allowing yourself to sit tall, to feel anchored in your power, to feel anchored in your divinity, to feeling held by Great Mother, to feeling guided by Great Spirit. She is always here to hold you. She is always here to guide you. When we bow with humility to the ones that have come before us, to the ones that inspire us, to the ones that hold us, the student becomes the teacher. And the teacher becomes the student. Our Great Mother is learning from us. She called us to Gaia. You heard her call. Feel how powerful that is. Gaia called you here for your light, for your love, for your wisdom, for your truth. And your authentic truth, your authentic blueprint is what is needed the most in this now moment. If you feel the call to rise within you, if you feel the fire from the base of the spine, feeling that call to service, it is your time to rise. You are ready. You are guided. We all have gifts. We all have divine purpose. Feel that remembrance being activated within you now. I'd like to play a transmission that I haven't shared with anyone. And just to drop back into this virtual space, let's just all hold each other, feeling held by one another. It is such a gift to be on earth, guys. It is such a gift to be here with you all. I wish I could see you all, but I can feel you all. So this transmission came through and I feel the call to share it. It's a growth edge for me, but here we are. Okay, let's see if this will work. And for those who are familiar with light language, I invite you to tune into your heart, to allow the medicine of the song move through you, how it desires to move through you. And may it inspire you to share your song, to share your truth, to open up your throat chakra. Let's see. Let's see if it will play. Thank you for your patience. We love working with tech. Okay. Can you hear it?
Yep.
Feel the ground beneath your feet. Feel the trees around you, wrap the roots around you. Como como te guías y te feel the water wrap around you, feeling held in the womb of the mother. Pure cariciar, aquerete y Jesús. Okeate y sayu, oke onokore kitea. Feel the fire all around you. Feel it in your heart. Feel it create with passion. Oke asite. Oke ati ai te kasite oi amore. Feel the air within your lungs. Feel the breath. Feel it set you free. Inhale and release it all. Inhale and release it all. The cycles, the seasons, the in-breath, the out-breath, we all are always in form of creation, emerging from within. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. You are free. Taking a moment, tune into your throat chakra. Feel a blue light spinning. Wherever you are, I invite you to sing, to make any to make any sounds. And start with an Om together for those who need support. So taking a breath in, exhale, release. Breathing in from the base of the spine, from the belly. And joining together in a Om. Breathing in. And I will continue to Om, and may this be your security net for you to play, to harmonize, to sing, to speak light language wherever you are. And may the codes that emanate through your heart and through your throat chakra liberate you to stand, to empower you to speak your truth. May this be a moment for you to be in your space, to activate your truth, your voice. Om. 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 Keep going. If you're not making a sound, make a sound. Om. 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 Give yourself the permission slip. Activate your light language. Speak it into this space as we weave this grid together in harmony, in unity, through expressing your true soul frequency, your truth, your medicine. Keep speaking, keep singing. We're not done yet. And if you're not singing, just taking a deep breath in from the heart space. Feeling how your frequency has shifted from you sharing your voice, from you sharing your truth. Feel how the molecules within your being have shifted through you speaking your truth and singing your song. Feeling held by all of the beautiful beings here in this space doing the same thing. All singing our unique songs. All speaking our authentic truth. To weave this new way. The rainbow prophecy, the Hopi prophecy of the rainbow warriors, is a prophecy that unity and harmony come together when we all share our wisdom, when we all share our truth, when we all show our colors, when we allow the full spectrum of our experience, of our emotional landscape, when we liberate that, when we step into expressing that, we step into the prophecy of the Rainbow Warriors. Gaia called you here for your medicine, for your song, for your truth, for your voice. I want to see in the comments, I want to see everyone affirm, I am standing in my truth. I liberate my voice now. And you can affirm it in the comments with words, emojis, anything. Just speak it to existence. This is sorcery. This is magic. Let it come through. We have fun too here in the human experience. Feel yourself being witness in this time of momentum, of standing in your truth, sharing your medicine, sharing your power, sharing your voice. I allow myself to be heard. I am standing in my truth, sharing my beautiful color. I release and unleash my voice. Yes. Yes. I see you, shaman. Thank you for your service. I allow myself to be heard and release and unleash my voice. I am standing in my power. I am standing in the truth and sharing my color. Neo, Jay, Joshua, Anika. Now let's all tune back in to our sovereignty. Feel your power. Feel your feet on the earth. Feel your crown in the cosmos. Feel your channel open. Allow any wisdom from your highest self to come to you now. Connect. See your higher self. See them. See their power. See how they show up to you. Allow your imagination to come through if you're not seeing. You're always seeing. Allow yourself to see. Allow yourself to feel. Allow yourself to hear. Stand in your power. Feel. Feel the frequency of standing in your power. Feel your sovereignty. Thank you all for being here on Earth at this time. I see you. I honor you. It is an absolute blessing to be on Earth with you at this time. I remember you. Dropping into the heart, feeling you stepping into this new paradigm of the self. Feeling the leader activate within your being. The time is now to rise.
Marissa, do you want to take a question?
Sure.
Excellent. All right. So I'm probably going to ask this question to a lot of the speakers today, but how can we read light codes that are communicated to us? Is there one way, or is there a favorite way, or something that you can share of how someone can receive light codes?
That's a beautiful, beautiful question. I think we all experience the divine, the cosmic realm differently. So I really inspire and empower everyone that is tuning into light language and tuning into light codes to just allow yourself to let the mind go. To sit with each symbol or each frequency or each transmission and feel it. We're human, our minds like to logicalize, intellectualize what's happening, but our soul knows. And when you trust your knowing, when you trust your ability to communicate telepathically, through light codes, and when you drop those transmissions into the heart, trust how they're being translated. And if you're not getting a translation from like light code to English or whatever your speaking language is, then that code is for you to feel. That code is activating you from stepping out of the mind space and into the heart space. Some codes, some translations aren't meant to be had. They're meant to be felt. They're meant to be experienced. Especially when it's song. Song to me, I mean, it's air, it's water. Song to me is water, and song to me is felt. But that's my experience. I'm also like, my astrological makeup is all water, but we as humans are 70% water. So resonance, when it's frequency, when it's song, when it's light codes, they work with the waters within. Even when you sing an Om, you can feel how the frequencies are oscillating and harmonizing the cells in your body. And if you just feel into that space and feel into the subtle energies of the body and how it's receiving the medicine of song, that's what you're receiving. That's the medicine. So sometimes light codes come for a translation. Some come just for as an expression, as a feeling. And I think detaching from expectation or trying to control the way you feel or receive a light code will be really supportive in you opening up new channels of receiving and weaving information within your being. That's what I got.
Yeah, that was really beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that. That was such an awesome activation, by the way. I I jumped in with the ohms and I started doing Brahmari breath, which is and then allowing or it's called bumblebee breath in some yoga classes, and allowing the vibration to like come all the way up here. Yeah, it was super powerful. And I loved reading everyone like unleash their voice in the comments. Yeah.
Yes.
So
That's
true.
what it's
We did
all about. Yes.
right? I just went through a process of like not seeing or feeling heard by a partner of mine. We're not together anymore. And I was like, well, am I even seeing and hearing myself? I'm wanting it so much from him. And am I even seeing it and feeling it in myself? And I was like, wow. So it's possible to not even see yourself or hear yourself, and you're hiding from yourself. So I went through like this process recently of allowing myself to see myself and hear myself, and I have to be so gentle with this process, because it could be quite challenging sometimes, so much
Absolutely.
programming. Wow, Marissa, thank you.
Thank you, sister. Thank you for sharing that vulnerability too. I really just want to honor you for sharing your truth in that way. Like, that vulnerability makes us all feel seen. Guys, we're aliens on Earth.
Yes.
We have coping mechanisms because we're
super cool. Yeah, I know, right? We all hide. Hey, and Marissa, thank you so much for your willingness to ride your growing edge and sharing your beautiful song. I know that was like one of the first times I felt like it was, because you're like, I don't know if I'm going to do this, but I'm going to do it. So thank you for doing that. Good job.
Thanks.
Inspired me.
Inspired me too. Yeah. Marissa, you're just on fire today. So really appreciate your wisdom, your eldership. Every time I feel your transmissions, I speak with you, I feel I'm in the presence of an elder in a young body. So I'm really grateful for you opening up the conference today. To be honest with you, I think it was very divine. She actually just stepped in last minute. If you had some last minute schedule change, and we can't do a StarSeed conference without Marissa. The universe has spoken.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the challenge of being like, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I actually absolutely know what I'm going to do.
Right?
Exactly.
Yes. Teach what you know to who's in front. That's something I learned in my yoga classes. So it rings true now too,
Beautiful.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And I'm like in these comments. I can't like try to do two things
to focus. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have, this is part 1 of our StarSeed conference. There is a part 2, right, Flo, later on this year?
We're gonna have a part 2. We don't have the exact date yet, but originally we had a plan for a 2-day conference to April 1st and 2nd, but we decided to split it, and we're going to be having another StarSeed conference sometime later this year, with the aim being we're actually going to be meeting in person in Mexico in January of 2024. We have the dates aligned, so yeah, it's time to come in person. We're going to be in the Mayan Riviera area near Playa del Carmen, and where I'm currently located with Raji. And yeah, Marissa, we've spoken a little. I'm hoping she's going to be there, and we're gonna have a party, and we're gonna get activated and grow. And we're here to have fun. Spirituality should be fun. That's where I'm at. So let's have some fun, and maybe go swim with some dolphins while we're at it. Wild dolphins.
Why not? Yes.
Always.
Or they could just swim with Marissa and I. We're both dolphins, so taking that energy.
There you go.
Yep.
Well, Marissa, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for being with us, and we will talk to you soon.
Yes.
Bye. Amazing. Awesome. Okay, guys, my loves, just some little housekeeping here. When you are on the chat, make sure that your little blue tab at the bottom of your comments is switched to everybody, because we want everyone to see your amazing faces and comments. faces too, because your little picture is there. Some people have it switched to host and panelist, so make sure it's on everyone. And remember, there is a Q&A little prompt at the bottom of your Zoom screen. So if you have a burning question, you can pop it in there. We're always checking that, or just leave it in the comments too. Flo, any other housekeeping things you want to mention?
Oh no, I think you got it nailed. And that was a great question, by the way, that was posed. So your questions, this is interaction, this is co-creation. So let's co-create some magic together. And yeah, we got some more magic for you. So I'm just gonna let Raji introduce our next.
Yes. Yeah, here we go. We're going to keep moving on to our next speaker is Althea Lucrezia Evanzo, a light language channeler, galactic contact, Akashic and psychic healer, Reiki practitioner, Kundalini yoga teacher, and tarot and divination astrologer. She was born in Milan, Italy, and has traveled and worked perfecting her craft worldwide between Italy, France, India, and New York before eventually settling in South Africa. She had psychic and intuitive insight and prophetic dreaming from a very young age, and eventually decided to pursue this as a career. Her specialty is light language, channeled in all shapes and forms, written, sung, spoken, drawn, and performs timeline clearing on both individual and collective levels. She channels higher dimensional frequency codes, 5D and up, and anchors them in the third and fourth dimensional matrix construct, and in doing so helps raise the planetary frequency. She's been coaching people for the last 5 years in helping them access their own psychic gifts. Welcome, Althea. Thank you so much for being here. The floor is yours.
Honored to have you.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Very honored and grateful to be here, and what a beautiful transmission we just received before. What a beautiful opening to the space. So I've got quite a few things prepared to speak about today. I will also be taking questions. You guys can write questions. I'll see if I get intuitively called to answer, and I'll maybe keep a little bit of time towards the end as well, just to answer if there is anything pressing that comes up. Hello to everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you. So since this is, the StarSeed conference, I am going to try to keep all of it StarSeed related. There's a few things that came up for me to speak about this morning when I tuned in. I always try to prepare for these things, but then it just, it is what it is. I'll just pull through what comes through momentarily and what is needed for you guys at this moment in time. So I'm just going to start quickly by explaining this information when it comes down to StarSeeds, because I know there's a lot of confusion. This is from what I've channeled. There's kind of like different types of star seeds. Obviously, we've got our hybrid soul DNA, and then we've got our actual genetic DNA structure. Okay, so those are two separate things. So I want you guys to understand that when I'm speaking about starseed souls, it's about the soul, and when I'm speaking about galactic DNA, it's more the if you want to say, physical construct and make of our energy field and of our physical body and system. Okay, so starting from the fact that we all have galactic DNA within us, all of us. Every single human being has it, because we all, were made from all these different beings that mixed all their different galactic DNAs within us, okay? Having said that, when it comes to souls, when it comes to, starseed souls, it's a little bit different. You would have your kind of like more earth-based souls, which would be your souls that have evolved into, from, I'll speak about the dimensional densities as well, but that have evolved from a soul dimensional density. So again, here, guys, just to, for you, so that you can understand, there is different densities in dimensions, and there is different densities in dimensions of souls as well. Those are two separate things, okay? So one will be your density where you live in, which would be your 3D, 4D, 5D, 6D and up. And the other one would be your dimensional density of your soul. So the evolution and how far your soul has come and to what extent your soul, or part of the soul, which is into the physical body now, has reached. So your kind of like your human beings and your more earthly based souls would be around like a 3D going into a 4D density of soul, which means that they've learned their lessons. They've come from like, you know, a 1D soul would be an example of a 1D soul would be air, or fire, or, you know, an elemental would kind of be that, which is not an elemental being. It's just like kind of like an element. A 2D soul, an example would be kind of like an animal. Then you'll have your lower 2D tiers, which would be your kind of like plants and things like that. And then you'll have your animals, which would be in your higher levels of 2D. Again, it's kind of like because of the multidimensionality and the multidimensional aspect of everyone, it's not kind of like categorical, but just for the sake of understanding, okay? So your earthly beings would be between your 3D and 4D, okay? And this would be beings that have come here on Earth to experience Earth, to experience the lessons, to experience the understanding, to have the experience of the soul, and to then evolve and move on or stay here, you know, do different karmic cycles, do different experiences. But it would be your souls that haven't really lived much in other galaxies, let's put it that way, or in other planets. However, because of the galactic DNA composition that we all have, I want everyone to really understand the importance of this. You can all access all information at any given moment in time because you are all part of source consciousness. We all have that connection to source consciousness. So it doesn't matter if you're Pleiadian, if you're in an Anunnaki, if you've lived your one life, if you've lived your 1,000,000 lives. If you want to access information, you will be able to. You have a system, you have a chakra, you're an antenna, you are an energy field. You can access all and any information at any given time. So in the end, to an extent, it doesn't really matter that much. I always try to really move away from attachment to identity and to any labels because it's limiting. We are infinite beings of light, and being limited to, you know, being just, I am this, I am that, can like preclude you from living in your highest alignment. It's the same when a client comes to me and they're like, oh, what is my soul mission? Where am I going? What am I doing? You know, and I say to them, you know, you can really be anything that you ever want to. If you come to me and I say to you, you need to be an architect, that's going to be limiting because, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter what I channel in the timeline today might be different to what the timeline is tomorrow and in a week from now. Okay. So really important to understand that regardless of what kind of like soul imprinting you have and kind of like to what stage your soul is at this moment in time, you can really be anything you want. Okay. So you'll kind of have that. I'm going to move into also speaking a little bit about soul fragment retrieval, but this is kind of like the one type of soul that I want to speak of. Then we have the ones that I like to call your more permanent star seeds, which is your star seeds that are here and stay here and like staying here and have been here for very long. So they seeded off planet, they seeded you know, within Lyra, Pleiades, Sirius, they've got mixed soul DNA, but they have been here for long and they are staying here and they are kind of like here for the mission and they keep on like, you know, moving through every lifetime and assisting and helping and then getting the memories back and whatnot, but they stay here. Okay. So they would have incarnations, kind of like cyclical ones. A lot of them actually now at this moment in time, especially in the last, I think it's been since the end of January, there's been a very, very big portal that's been open above Earth. A lot of souls have been choosing to leave. So there's been a lot of sudden deaths, a lot of like kind of like accidents and things like that. I've seen it in my own kind of circle of knowings as well. And these are souls who either choose not to be here for the awakening ascension process, or they don't want to be in the physical vessel where they are now and they're choosing to come straight back. A lot of them are coming straight back. A lot of them are leaving through the portal and out. Yeah, I'm going to speak a little bit about all this further on, okay? So this would be kind of like your more permanent star seeds that choose to be here a lot. And then you would have your kind of like, I like to call these your cycle star seeds, which would be me. Probably a lot of you who are here now as well are either permanent or cycle star seeds. Your cycle star seeds would be your star seeds that come here, stay here for a while, choose to leave, go off, have other experiences, come back here, choose to leave, go off, have other experiences and whatnot. A lot of these cycle star seeds would have been present in Lemuria, in Atlantis, very ancient wisdom, very ancient knowledge, very evolved souls as well. And a lot of your cycle star seeds also have, well, most of us do, but a lot of your cycle star seeds will have higher versions of themselves assisting and present at this moment in time. So for me, I've got a 9th dimensional Pleiadian version of myself that I work with very closely, and a 12th dimensional mantis being version of myself that I also work with very closely. I then kind of tend to tune into, I've had a lot of lifetimes. I had Lemuria first, and then I had a few in Atlantis. I kind of like worked the both sides in Atlantis. You know, I would say the good and the other experience side as well. So a lot of star seeds as well at this moment in time. We are all together going through healing this abandonment wound. So this kind of like separation from source, and this kind of like the split, this removing yourself from source, and it comes into this longing that we have in being understood and being supported and feeling safe, feeling secured, feeling anchored, feeling balanced, feeling grounded, and we struggle because we have so much information held within us in our galactic DNA, in our structure, and in our energy field that, you know, when it comes to integrating it and embodying it from a human level, we struggle. We struggle to deal with emotions like envy, anger, pain, resentment. We don't really understand jealousy because we've lived in these higher perpetual states of beings like 5th dimensional density and up, where you won't really have you know, you won't really have to deal with these emotions. You won't have to deal with chores. You won't have to deal with tidying up. You don't have to deal with someone who's jealous. You don't have to deal with backstabbing. Okay. So this kind of then also plays into the empathy, the heart center, the understanding that empathy without boundaries is self-destruction. And this is kind of like what we've been working through now as starseeds and as a collective, you know, setting your boundaries and understanding that you need to come first. And if you're not really solid, supported, grounded, and anchored within yourself, you cannot really assist, you know. And a lot of people, you know, and I know because I was there myself, you're here, you want to help, you're open, you want to assist, but you're struggling. Why? Because you're not setting your boundaries. So you're trying to pour from a cup which is half empty. You want your cup to be, you know, between an 85 and 95% full before you actually go start assisting on a collective level. So a lot of you want to help, you want to assist, but if your life and how you're living is not in alignment with your truth, with who you are and with where you want to be, then you're going to struggle, okay? So how do you do that? How do you stay in a space of truth? How do you stay in a high alignment, okay? You work on the connection between the heart and the throat, which is actually what I'm working now as I'm speaking to you guys. I'm working on opening your systems. I will do some transmission, but they're just making me work as I speak now as well anyway. They seem to wait like the whole week. They're like, oh, you're going on. Okay. So now we're sending you everything all at once. You're doing it all at the same time. Okay. So how do you stay in your truth? Okay. So being in your truth is not just about speaking your truth. It's about living in alignment with who you are. So when your thoughts, actions, emotions, and words are all in alignment, you say something, it's what you think and you do it. Okay. If you're doing something and you're doing it against your will, you're not in your truth. If you say you're going to do something and then you don't follow through and you don't do it, then you're not in your truth, okay? So really, really sitting and checking in with yourselves. Is this who I am? Is this where I want to be? Is this sitting okay with me, you know? And understanding that, you know, we get programmed by consumeristic society to be in a space where, you know, people pleasing, and we're looking for external validation throughout our lifetimes. I need this to be happy. I need the material things. I need the job, the car, the relationship, whatever it is. You don't need any of that. You don't need any of that to be happy. When you understand that you don't need any of that to be happy and you can be happy without it, that's when you anchor into the abundance. That's when you anchor into a space where you can attract all and anything and everything that it is that your heart desires and that you really want, okay? Yeah, this is going to help with the heart center. So, okay, understanding that You are the only person in control of your own emotions and your actions and your words. You cannot control other people's, okay? If you say something and someone gets upset and they say to you, oh, you're upsetting me. No, I'm not upsetting you. You're making yourself upset. I can't upset you. I'm not in control about your emotions. You're in control of them. I can't do anything about it. I'm speaking my truth. By speaking your truth, guys, I don't mean you don't have to be rude or mean or evil, or, you need to speak from the heart with compassion. So I like to apply something that is called compassionate non-attachment. So you're in a space where you're unconditionally love everyone and everything, but you don't have any attachment to it, so it doesn't really affect you. Obviously, you'll have your healthy attachments in your healthy cords, and the ones that are good. And let me know in the comments if you guys want me to speak about energy cords. I know a lot of you probably know already much about it, but if you want me to, I'll expand a little bit on energy cords as well. Yeah, so understanding that by you being in your truth, you're going to align with whatever is your heart's desires, your soul mission. Some of us do have soul missions to an extent that we have done what we're doing in this lifetime in many other lifetimes. So me, for example, I've been doing energy work in lots of lifetimes. I've been like a priestess, a tantric practitioner. I've been down the road quite a few times, and this is why in this lifetime it comes very easily for me to be up here, right? But again, for the challenge for me and for a lot of starseeds as well, because of kind of like the information that we can receive and the openness that we have between our crown and third eye, the struggle is to ground and to be in a space where you're balanced with your root chakra. So understanding that by being in your truth, you're not only anchoring into your highest timeline, but you are also serving a lesson to someone else. They might need to hear that truth from you. If they're not hearing it from you and you're not speaking your truth, you're taking a lesson away from them, okay? You're blocking your throat, and and you're then causing, an emotion that's blocked when your sacral, your solar plexus, and as a consequence, your throat as well. What happens? You blocked, you can't channel, you can't open, you cannot connect. The toroidal field flows from the bottom up. This is how it flows, okay? If you're blocked lower down, you cannot access higher up. 90% of people who come to me, oh, I'll tell you, I need a session. My third eye is blocked. My pineal gland's not working. I've got attachments. I've got entities. I've got implants. I've got archons. My third eye is not working. No, you're not grounding. You're not anchoring. You're not speaking your truth. Your lower chakras are not open. That's why energy isn't able to access here. Energy isn't flowing up here. So you're struggling to access your third eye and crown and psychic intuition. Most people don't have their third eyes blocked. I don't know where this third eye block thing comes from. I don't know if it's a dark agenda thing. I don't know if it's something that they're telling people so they're convincing themselves that they blocked. They're not, guys. Your third eye is working perfectly fine. Your system's working fine. You just need to work on speaking your truth, opening your heart center, and doing a little bit of the extra work on the lower chakras. Okay. Yeah, and you can do that by working on the core abandonment wound, okay? And just by grounding, things you can do to ground is anything that has to do with nature, anything that brings you back in the moment, anything that is creative, anything that you're passionate about, anything that reverts back to the five senses, and you can smell, taste, see, hear, or feel will be grounding. Anything artistic will be grounding for you. Anything can be grounding. Exercise can be really grounding, as long as you are anchored and present in what you're doing in that moment. And ideally, you want to live into that. You want to live in 0 point neutrality. You want to live in a space where you are everything and nothing, where your baseline vibrational frequency is high, but you're also neutral. So you can be anything and everything that you want. By doing that, you are then able to anchor into the vibration of co-creating your life and what it is that you desire and whatever direction you want to go through. You can be anything that you want. Okay, guys? So it's really, really important for you guys to know that, to understand that, to anchor this kind of like concept within your heart centers. I'm going to speak a little bit about soul fragment retrieval and starseeds. This is quite a big thing. And it's really also important for you guys to know and understand. First of all, I'm going to start by saying that you are already whole. The fact that you can access other parts of your multidimensional self and you can do soul fragment retrieval doesn't mean that you are not whole as a being. So really understanding that you are very whole, okay? So what happens with soul fragment retrieval? Okay, so, I'm going to quickly, I always have to explain this. Yeah, just for the sake of this conversation, okay? Okay, so when you speak about dimensional densities, okay, so now I'm speaking about the density and dimension that you live in. So when something is first dimensional density, it just is, okay? So then you can imagine them kind of overlapping. When something is second dimensional density, it is, and it has consciousness of being, okay? So it's kind of there. Third dimensional density, it has consciousness of being, and it can now take action, okay? But it's still limited by the constraints of time and space. So your third dimensional density, where we live now, we between the third and fourth, but where we are now, you would be limited by time and space. So time is still linear, like, you know, most of us not really, because we're accessing our higher vibrational frequency and densities. But let's say if you're just, you know, you're playing your 3D, kind of like you know, person average doing their average everyday life would be in third dimensional density would be limited by time and space. When you access your fourth dimensional density, which would be your astral plane, there is no more limitation of time. So time is fluid. You can manifest anything that you want instantly, okay? So what happens in fourth dimensional density? You still have limitation of space. You still need to walk and fly to places or take taxis or drive cars or buses or whatever it is. Like if you noticed in your dreams, you can really be anywhere. You can manifest anything. You know, you can co-create kind of like your surroundings, but you can't teleport, okay? So the astral space is a very, very powerful space to do soul fragment retrieval. And I'll get to that just now. Before I explain the fifth dimensional density, what happens is something is that it has consciousness of being, it can take action. It isn't limited by time or space. Time is fluid and space is fluid as well. And then in your sixth dimensional densities and up, you would have your kind of like collective consciousness. So you would have your Christ consciousness, your raw collective. You would have these souls that have evolved even further that you can choose. You can choose to go to 12 dimensional density and still stay in as an individual soul, or you can choose to kind of like conglomerate with other souls and other aspects of you and other aspects of other souls in order to get closer to source consciousness. So it would be kind of like an accumulation of souls, if it makes sense, okay? So to understand soul fragment retrieval, how does that work? So why is it important to heal? Why is it important to clear your programming, clear your karma, clear your traumas? Because as you do that, you start raising your vibration, you start kind of like, this is what I do in my sessions as well. This is what I assist with for clients when they come to me for energy work. So I'll access the Akash. I will do some work on the Akashic records, and then what I'll do is I'll go into the timeline, and I'm going to actually neutralize it for them and neutralize the karmic cycle or whatever it is that you know, it's affecting them. So what happens when you do that? Okay, and I'm going to explain to you guys how you can do that in your own time as well. Okay, you can go to someone who does it for you, but in the end, you need to do the healing. We can just hold space and initiate. Okay, so what do you do? What happens? So let's say you're going into an experience that you had from a previous lifetime, which was quite traumatic. I don't know, you had a problem with alcohol. In this lifetime, you struggle with addiction, okay? If you go into that lifetime and you send healing, send love, you neutralize the timeline. By doing that, I mean you neutralize the karmic reverberation of it, and you kind of make it neutral. Then in this lifetime, you're going to clear that pattern. You're going to clear the program. You're going to collapse it on a quantum level. You're going to collapse it in the infinite possibilities of the timeline. Because guys, remember, I'm actually going to start coughing to clear out and clear through my nose as well. I feel like I need to sneeze. Yeah, so I'm actually clearing timelines for you guys. I'm going to go into and clear a little bit more just now. So what happens through that aspect of self is you align in a timeline where you don't have that trauma. So you're now in a timeline where you don't have that experience, or you've neutralized that. There's kind of like those two different ways where you can clear it. And so you don't have the program anymore within this lifetime. Now, as you do that, you do something which is called soul fragment retrieval. You call parts of your soul fragments to yourself. And by doing that, you will activate more parts of your dormant DNA, of your multidimensional self, and as a consequence of your psychic gifts as well. This is the perfect example that I'm going to give you, because this happened with me about a year and a half ago. I was doing some very deep work on soul fragment retrieval, and I went into this lifetime where I was a mermaid. I was massacred. I was on the beach. I eventually was then brought to the physical space in this third dimensional density and reality, so on Earth, and I had to clear that for Yeah, it wasn't thousands, but hundreds of souls that were there at that moment in time. Anyway, so when I integrated that aspect and part of myself, a new kind of like a new singing expression of my light language started coming through because of that soul fragment that I had integrated. So now it's going to be more subtle in the beginning. It's generally very subtle. This is a very clear example of it because my throat was cut there. I was massacred. It was not like a pleasant lifetime, but by me going into that and healing it and clearing it, I was able then to access more parts of myself, which I kind of, brought back into me, and then are helping me now to this moment, to assist on a collective level. Okay, so this is a little bit about soul fragment retrieval, another very beautiful space where you can do soul fragment retrieval, and that works very well with clearing and healing is your astral space, your dream realm. Guys, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of the astral space. You don't necessarily have to be a master lucid dreamer or practitioner. You don't have to be someone who, knows what's going on all the time. But if you go to sleep, and you ask your guides with the intention to help you and assist you in your astral space to clear and release what doesn't serve you anymore, then you're going to really use the space to the best of your ability. The astral space is not dangerous. I just saw someone write that the astral space is dangerous. No, that remember, everything that you have, every situation where you are in is a projection and a manifestation of what is going on within you. If you go to sleep angry, if you go to sleep scared, if you go to sleep in a low vibrational frequency, you're going to access the low vibrational tiers of the astral space, okay? And so as a consequence, you will maybe get psychic attacks and whatnot. I'll speak a little bit about that as well. But how do you get through that? You just raise your vibration. You think about love, you think about happiness, joy, whatever it is. And what happens is, so let's say your lower astral tiers is here. This is your higher astral tiers. You rise up here. Okay, what is down here cannot access up here. They need to stay there in their vibration, because if they want to attack you or hurt you or whatnot, they cannot raise to the higher levels of your astral realm. So the astral realm is a very, 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 very powerful realm to be in, a very powerful space where you can really do a lot of clearing because of this lack of limitation of time, because of time being fluid. Then you can heal instantly. You can instantly clear karma. You can instantly clear lessons. You can instantly neutralize timelines. So my advice would be, well, first of all, to connect and communicate with your guides, and understanding that they are here to help you, and they send us experiences in our astral space for us to be able to clear. So what happens is you might dream of someone that you knew when you were very young and have a conversation with them, and that's you clearing whatever imbalance there was between you two guys. And that's a lot easier than you picking up the phone, looking up where they are, calling them and speaking to them in your reality as of now. Okay, so so even if we don't always remember what happens in our astral, it doesn't mean that we're not clearing. It doesn't mean that we're not accessing these kind of like experiences. But I think a good way is really asking, guys. A lot of the time we forget that there is the law of non-intervention. Unless we ask our guides to help us and assist us, they cannot help us, because it would be going against our free will. So my advice would be to wake up every morning, sit with yourself for like 5 to 10 minutes, sit in a space of gratitude, call your guides, call your higher selves, and remember and understand that the effort that you put into your spirituality is effort and energy that goes back into yourself. You're not putting it into anything external. You're putting it into you, into your system, into your energy field, into yourself, okay? So really, really understanding that to also be in a space of openness and in a space of where you grounded. I'm going to have to start with the light language. There's about 100 of them that are coming in that want to send me through codes. There's a lot of your guides here. There's a big team. There's a whole Ascension Council that's here as well. They might come through and say something later. Let's see. There's a lot of things that I want to speak about. But I'm going to quickly just touch on, I think this is one that a lot of people really, this is one that really a lot of people want to know, is how to connect to your guides, how to communicate. I teach channeling classes, and I teach how to really open up more your channel. First of all, understanding that we are all channelers. We all have a chakra system. We all have an energy field. We all upgrade into crystalline, but let's say for the sake of conversation that, we can work on the chakra system. So we can all be psychic, we can all access our guides, we can all have that connection. I mean, it's like everything else, guys. It's practice. Practice makes you better, whether it's a sport, a language, whatever it is, okay? So really, really understanding how is it that your guides can communicate with you. So guys, again, non-linear, not in the way you expect it. They're not going to speak in your ear. You're not going to, if you ask your guides, oh, let's meditate, let's say, you know, do I have to go left or right? In this, I don't know, in this journey, and they're not going to show you an image that says left. Okay, they're going to show you a pink car that your grandfather owned, the same one, and used to park it on the left, and then you'll know you have to go left. Okay, so it's really comes down to unlearning all the conditioning, unlearning all the structure, unlearning all the programming. Okay, this is what spirituality is about. It's not about being anything. It's about unlearning and releasing, okay, and letting go and letting go and letting go of all the things that you've been taught, that you think that you are, or that you know expect, all the expectations and whatnot, and learning your truth, learning your understanding, learning your own embodiment of self, of what spirituality is and of who you are. Once you unlearn the conditioning, okay, it's easier to step more into that because you don't have the structure anymore. And then you can see and kind of like understand what it means to not be linear. Nothing in spirituality, in being psychic, in being a starseed, in what is happening now on a collective and planetary level, nothing of it is linear, guys. Forget about the linear things. Forget about what you've been taught at school. Forget about, you know, it's all non-linear, and it's all heart-based, heart-centered. So following your heart, following your intuition, working with this connection, working with the balance between here and here. So trusting yourself, being in a space of self-love and self-trust. And this is where the abandonment wound and the root core healing and the feeling safe and secure really, 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 really helps. If you are in an environment when you're not supported or safe or secure, you're going to struggle to access your gifts. You're going to struggle to access your psychic intuition. Other ways that your guides can come through to you is through nature. Nature elements, air, fire, water, through pets, through animals. Pets have a really important role right now in the ascension with our starseeds. A lot of them are old souls and souls that have lived. Like I had a cat, she's still around, she's not physically with me anymore. She hasn't passed on. She was a phoenix and a unicorn and a dragon, and she decided to come back into this lifetime as a cat, as a Persian cat, so even like the most chilled and relaxed cat ever, to help and assist through lessons. She helped me, and then she's moved off to another family, and she's got, you know, her roles, her role to fulfill as well. So that's also another way that your guides can come through to you as well. Okay, so just really understanding that the depth to, okay, your understanding of, you know, your guides, your higher self, and your connection is directly proportionate to the depths to which you've met yourself. If you're lying to yourself, if you're not open with yourself, if you're not living in your truth, you're going to struggle to connect. You're going to struggle to open. You're going to struggle to find a sense of direction. Okay, and it's obviously easier said than done. Like, guys, I've been there. I was in a space where I was broke, in debt, come out from an abusive relationship, no job. I was like, really, you know, and I learned to trust. I really, really trusted the process and trusted that everything was going to work out. And then it did. And it does sound easier said than done because a lot of us move through. It's kind of like it gets easier. You know, the healing doesn't really end. We cannot really achieve complete soul fragment retrieval in this lifetime because our physical vessel wouldn't be able to kind of withstand it and hold it. So you can raise your vibration up to a certain point. You can keep on raising it. But when it comes to complete soul fragment retrieval, okay. Yeah, so understanding that it gets easier with time, and yeah, and also again being compassionate with yourselves, especially, like, I wanted to quickly touch on what's been going on an energetic perspective in the last few months and what we're going to move into April now as well. So I mean, January till the end of January, we're still clearing 2022. So the new year actually only started around the beginning of February. The whole of January was still, so if your January was terrible and you know, you had a lot of karmic cycles and things coming to a close and whatnot, you were still closing the old year. February got a little bit better, but we were still being hit with a lot of energetic things that were coming through. We had quite a few portal openings there, and then we had March. To me, March balanced out a bit. February for me was more intense, but a lot of people carried the intensity through into March as well. We had a very big karmic closure last Thursday on the 23/03/23. So a lot of old cycles coming to an end. A lot of you seeing what it is with the family members. A lot of family members kind of like, a lot of complications in that aspect as well. And the best way that you can actually hold space for them is just to hold your light. Just to hold your light and spread it out. And now we're moving into April. So April is Aries, which is me. I'm Aries. For those of you who don't know, those of you who follow me know. So it's all about fire, rebirth, opening up. We entering the new astrological year as well. There is a huge influx of energy that's going to be coming in on the 404 portal. I've actually been sent. I'll speak about this a little bit more maybe tomorrow on my Instagram. But I have a workshop that's coming up on the 4th, which is next Tuesday, where I'm being sent. I know to an extent what I'm doing, but I don't really. I do a lot of planetary grid work. So I physically work on the ley lines and the grids of the planet. So I'll activate, I'll open portals, close them. My whole body will become like a huge crystalline structure system where I'll kind of like take in on a physical level, low vibrational frequencies, and then I'll transmute them and sending up into the light and into light. And then so I do that on Earth as well. So I'm activating, I'm actually bringing in a new Metatronic grid activation on the 404. So we're going to be working with the 4 corners of the earth, with the 4 elements, and with a lot of other things as well. So yeah, you can, if you're interested in that, that's going to be a very powerful thing that's coming through. That'll be opening, and I'll also be doing a guided meditation with some other people as well. Okay, I'm going to speak a little bit more. How am I on time? Okay, I've got a little bit of time left. Okay, so I'm going to speak a little bit about Lemuria and Atlantis, because it feels in alignment, and I'll bring through some codes with regards to that just now as well. So a lot of kind of like a big thing that's been coming through in the past few months is this technology, right? So how to use the technology, what is going on with the technology, how is the technology evolving? Okay, so first of all, it is down to the individual. Like everything else, like the ascension process, like wherever we're going, it's down to the individual. The individual will then affect the collective. You cannot shift blame or responsibility. It's down to you. You want to be in your truth, in your space, in your light, and by walking in your light, you carry your light for others to see, and then you spread your light. You cannot force anyone to do anything. Do you know what I mean? All you can do is lead by example. Okay. So when it comes down to technology, there's quite a big, like, I don't want to say like fear programming, but that is what it is, because what's happening is we are reliving Atlantean karma. So a lot of us who were there at the fall of Atlantis, well, there were 3 different ones from that I've been at and that I've channeled. Anyway, those of us who were there during them know what happened, know that the machines took over, know that, it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun. It wasn't good. Like when I had my first memory of the Atlantean Holocaust, I actually cried for about 2 hours. There's a drawing on my Instagram, if you guys go check out. I think I posted it back in 2018 or 2019, where you can literally see these huge, like spider-like machines coming down, like killing people, and these volcanoes erupting. Anyway, long story short, we're clearing the Atlantean karma right now on an individual level, on a collective level, on a planetary level, and on a galactic level. So we are really at one of the most pivotal and important moments in time right now, as individuals, as humans, as starseeds, as, a collective unified consciousness as well, because we are clearing for Mother Gaia too. Okay, she's clearing her own karma. So all these kind of like earthquakes and natural disasters, she's doing her own thing, but through that we are also doing ours, and we are clearing it together. So there's a big fear, because it's the old programming of what happened before in ancient Atlantis, and in Lemuria. So what happened is Lemuria was a little bit earlier, and then they overlapped for a little bit, and then kind of like Lemuria ended, and then it was more kind of like Atlantis, but I think they overlapped for a little bit as well. Okay, I'm going to pull through some codes now. Let me see if there's anything here else that like really importantly want to speak about. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just one last thing. Really, guys, living, in your truth is the best thing that you can do for yourselves and for anyone around you. And if something's not okay, say it. If you're not happy with something, voice it, yeah, the worst thing that can come of it is what, you say something, someone gets upset, they don't speak to you anymore. You don't want someone like that in your life anyway. Okay, so it doesn't matter what happens, stay in a space of trust. And I promise you guys, I promise you, listen, my whole life and basically my whole career is built on intuition and on being in my truth. If I mean, I can't lie. I never lie, ever, 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 never, ever, ever, ever. Because if I did, I wouldn't be, it wouldn't be in alignment with what I do. It's the same thing why I used to drink coffee a few years ago. And then I checked in with myself and I was like, I actually teach non-attachment. I can't have any attachments, so I stopped drinking coffee. I don't drink coffee anymore now. I'm not saying that you should stop drinking coffee, guys, but just for understanding, you need to live in alignment with what you say and what you are, especially, a lot of you StarSeeds, you're in this line of work, or you want to go into this line of work. And yeah, it comes with discipline and structure. You need to be disciplined. You can flow, but you need to have structure. You need to have boundaries. You can't, yeah. Okay. So you can start closing your eyes and find a comfortable breathing rhythm. With every inhale, you breathe in light. With every exhale, you release all that no longer serves you. As we call on the Archangelic Collective, Michael to the south, Uriel to the north, Raphael to the east, and Gabriel to the west. We call on Archangel Metatron with his blue cloak of protection from above and Sandalphon to seal the grid from below. As we call on our higher selves, our spirit guides, anyone else who wishes to be present for the greatest and highest good, you're welcome in the space. Opening, systems, opening structures, activating, 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 activating. Okay, a lot of you are very, very open already. Quiero ishiro to koritsu gurtenkara ishmate kero isira takra. Trieto corri. Tieto kumara isira sira takra. Trieto kura ishena yete kura yashira isiro to kura yesira takrieto kumara trietara. This is clearing cords. Clearing in the sacral and solar plexus, clearing, releasing, 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 letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go. Opening, opening, letting go, clearing, releasing, 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 releasing. Now you can physically pull out, guys, if you're feeling like you need to pull out, physically pull out. Work on your system as I'm working on you as well. Being releasing, 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 opening, 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 expanding, 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 letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, clearing all programming, releasing, releasing, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, calling in divine rays, aura rays, coming in, green rays. Anchoring, 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 anchoring. There's a lot of angelic presence around. Activating, 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 letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, clearing, releasing, 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 releasing. I'm clearing the blood. Some of you might feel things release from your hands, your feet. I'm going into the nervous system now, up the spinal column. Clearing, releasing, 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 releasing. More light, more light, more light. Expanding, 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 expanding into light. Connecting, 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 connecting synapses, connecting structures. Activating, activating, activating. Activating, 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 activating DNA structures, opening, 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 opening up to more light, divine rays coming in, anchoring, 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 crystalline codes coming in, anchoring, 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 anchoring. Okay, we're working with the rainbow spectrum now, opening, 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 opening to more light, cooling in, divine rays. Chakare asiro anishina te kiara trio to kura isara te kiera te krato kuna eirat ura ta kria ta krata kra ri arosiet anmarik erot ura siet ara isira ishna te kiera ishira ta kra. Okay, I'm activating some of your armors as well. Tieto una ishit aro tu kura erat rat ura sirat ara sirat irut urat kar yesirat kra ndriani ki are ot ura. This is a mixture between mantis and Victorian technology that's coming through now. Tik urat riatik urro tre ia rasirat riatik anorut mara isirat ra ishnotuk una ishirat kra. Okay, nishuno tukumara yasira takrai, cry, otukura isira takra, nre otukura sira takria tara yashina takra. Okay, ishu tukum ayashira tria tre ne un urwa tria sira takra. Okay, I'm just going to bring through the last few codes. This is going to help with the self-love and self-trust. Yeshirat ushina takra is going to help with healing the abandonment mood as well. Ncharo tietokua isena yachmera ishira tikira takra. Triatri otukura yasira tre yate oishina takie kar ayasiro tukura triesara. Nrei marwa triatikiera tukura isira tikara isira. As we evolve into higher versions of self, we stay in a space of love and self-trust. Shining our light, opening up to more light, to more universal knowledge and understanding of self, understanding of universal systems and universal structures. As we open up to more light and more divine rays, parts of multidimensional self, we call in all parts of self, we call in all soul fragments, we call in all DNA. Ishatokua isinataka riatek amuru atia ishane atie na ishenatakara. Yes, we call in higher versions of self, anchoring. Sure, some of you are going to have really nice shifts after this. Anchoring, golden rays coming in, anchoring. Okay. 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 I'm going to close off. Okay. Yeah, I just want to thank you everyone for being here and holding space, for allowing me to express, to channel, to heal. And as you know, you heal, I heal, we all healing each other because we are all connected. So thank you for allowing me the space. Yeah, I think more my links will be linked below. If you want to find me, my website and my Instagram. I've got quite a few events coming up. I've got my collective healing, which is the 12th of every month. It's 45 minutes of channeled light language, only for $12. So that's very accessible for everyone. I'm currently doing a fundraiser because I'll be going to do some planetary grid work in the desert in April. So towards the end of April. So I've just asked people to support me with that, because it's quite expensive to get there. And then, yeah, my Metatronic Grid activation, which is on Tuesday. I take people through programs, 6 weeks, 6 months. So if you want to connect with me, I do one-on-one Akashic clearing. I do light language. I teach a channeling masterclass once every 2 months. I've got tickets available for May. I'm not doing April and March. I did actually on Friday. So that was over and done. So yeah, I think that's kind of everything from my side. Thank you guys. I'm going to pass it on. I don't know if there's any questions from the hosts, or yeah, if there's anything else that I can assist with, I'll be happy to.
Oh man, wow! I don't even know where to start. I'm sweating. I was standing. What a powerful activation. I felt the anchoring. Bless you, sister. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you a million times. Thank you on behalf of everyone here from my heart. Like, wow, you did a lot and you allowed a lot to come through. So yeah, Flo, what did you feel? Because
Ooh, that was incredible. I am so honored to have received that. You were just like sharing wisdom, clearing the field, dropping light language. You were pretty much like had like 8 arms just working your magic and
and I'm an Aries too, so I'm like, yes, I like spirit moves fast, and you just have to like let it come in and receive it. So that was awesome. All right, we have questions. Flo, do you want to start with a couple?
Sure. Okay. So, an individual is trying to clear negative cords from someone that has passed on. Do you have any guidance for how this person can work with this?
Yeah, send them love and healing to the person that has passed on. And guys, also understand some cords cannot be broken. They can be made inactive, however. So, for example, cords from your parents, you can't break those. If they're affecting you negatively, you can make them inactive. How do you do that? You take away your attention. You take away the power that you're giving to it, okay? But if you want to neutralize the karma with a cord, I would say sending love, sending healing, being in a space of compassion towards the situation or the person, or whatever it is, that kind of happened. But some cords, as I said, they cannot be removed. But if they made inactive, then they're not going to affect you negatively.
Thank you. Okay. How do you know the beings who come to you in your sleep or at dream time are trustworthy? There's people that are working through fear programming and things like this. How can they know?
Okay, so you'll feel it. And I think when I know, because I've been attacked a lot of times in the astral, like it's kind of like one of the StarSeed energy worker school tests that you get put through, right? When you get at a certain level, like it's inevitable, you're going to get psychically attacked, in your astral space. I think what you can do is actually, if it's a negative being or a co-creation or something that is an illusion, you can actually break through it. But again, you need to be in a space where you've met yourself deeply. If you're confused within yourself, you're not going to be able to know what's going on there either, because you're going to project a confusion, if it makes sense. So a lot of the times we get these astral experiences because we pre-contracted to have them. Like I had a very intense psychic attack from reptilian beings back in February of last year. And I was like, when I woke up, and I taught them, I kind of like spray light from my hands and my third eye and whatnot. Anyway, I woke up and I checked with my guys. I'm like, this shouldn't be allowed in my field. Why are these beings in my astral space? They were like, no. This is a lesson that you are contracted to go through so that you can then, if it happens to one of your clients or to other people, you can explain to them whatnot. So just see them for what they are, lessons, and don't allow it to consume you, and don't get attached to the story. It happens. Okay, allow it, release it, thank it, see it as a space of gratitude and let it go.
Thank you. And real quick, working with your higher dimensional or future self, how do you contact, or at what point do you call that timeline or that version of yourself forward? Is there a protocol of some sort that you like to do?
Yeah, well, no, there's never a protocol.
Yeah.
But I would say the more you start healing yourself, the more you start accessing multidimensional parts of self, like the soul fragment retrieval, the easier it's going to be. And the more clarity you'll get, but it will take practice and it will take time, so it's not kind of like instant. But again, with the self-trust and the self-love, then you can really access any part of you or any higher version of you. But you need to trust that you can. That's the most important thing.
Most important. Thank you so much. Flo, any other questions from you?
Yeah, we have a lot of questions. Sorry we can't get to them all, but I'm just going to read the last question so we get to our next speaker, which is, can you speak more about the fire in April? This individual just had a powerful dream with fire this week.
I don't think I mentioned the fire in April. I don't know. Okay, do you want me to channel this?
Yeah, I remember you mentioned something about when we're entering April, it's the
Yeah,
energy
I
of
entered
fire.
the 4 elements. So how I'm going to work with is anchoring the grid with the 4 elements and with the 4 corners of the earth. So it's kind of like more an energetic understanding, not an actual physical fire. I don't really tend to go too much into these things when it comes to like disasters and things like that, because the timelines are changing so consistently that it's very difficult to predict and say, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. But what I can say is, because we into the Aries, into the fire sign, it is a rebirthing. It is kind of like the Phoenix rising, and it is an entering into the astrological new year. So powerful time to manifest, powerful time to let go, powerful time to be creative and set your intention. So I hope this kind of answers a little bit the question.
Absolutely.
Totally.
Really appreciate you, loving your fire. I got an Aries moon. I got a Leo sun, so I got a lot of fire too. So we're just having like a little fire party going on here right now.
So good. And we dropped your links in the chat here, and you're
Yeah.
doing something on Instagram. I think you said tomorrow, yes?
Yeah, I might be going live tomorrow, but we'll see. And then Tuesday, I've got the Metatronic grid activation, and then I'm doing the mass meditation with the guys from Gaia. So we're going to be anchoring in a lot of codes, a lot of light language, and a lot of, the last one we did, I think we had over 10,000 people. So it's going to be really, really beautiful. Yeah, it's going to be Tuesday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, that is great to know. And it felt so good to do such amazing activation and healing work with everyone on this call today. And thank you again so much for bringing that through.
Thank you for
Amazing.
having me. Thank you. And guys, you're going to be clearing for a few hours. So if you feel like things coming up and emotions and whatnot, you'll be clearing for a little bit. But thank you so much for having me. And yeah, I look forward to the rest of the speakers. Thank you.
Sure. Take care. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow. That
Yeah.
was next level.
Yes. I mean, these are our conferences, right? This is what happens at StarSeed conference. Like my whole like vibrational like existence changed after light language conference in January. And I was meaning to keep in contact with people from that conference to see what happened. But it's very similar to like right now, I sense and feel shifts amongst everyone too. It's like,
Yes. We feel like so cohesive this year. It can feel like we're all on the same page and we're all upgrading and activating together. So we just continue to weave into this collective consciousness. So
very beautiful.
it's only going to get stronger.
I know, right? Cool. And so who do we have next?
Alrighty. Well, I am we're going to mellow it out. And I have a dear soul sister. She goes by the name of Sienna Marie. She's a multidisciplinary artist residing in Toronto and Playa del Carmen, Mexico. In 2022, she produced and performed her original music and movements for the Phil Can Music Awards, Afrofest, Rise Unity events, and a number of music videos for Toronto-based artists. Today, she'll be showcasing her original music with an etheric ambience and nature soundscapes, accompanied by sound healer Magdalena Guida. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Sienna, welcome to the conference. And you're just on mute, so I'm just going to ask you to unmute.
Hi, everyone. Oh my goodness, it's such an honor to be here. My energy is just like I feel like a whole new person. But yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Sienna Marie, and for this conference, I have created a film, music video where I performed my music in the jungle in Mayakoba. So yeah, it's something that's really dear to me. The lyrics I channeled as a result of creating music based off of some very life-changing experiences. But through that music, I was able to connect with my higher self and allow my clear channel, my thoughts to just show me how to trust myself, show me how to trust the path, trust the universe, and continue to move forward, always exuding love, always exuding positive vibes, good intentions, and showing the parts of me that I had to face in order to heal. So yeah, without further ado.
All right, well, let's show this. This is the world premiere, family. So we're all gonna, including myself, this is new to me. And let's just do it up. Okay. Okay.
Find the flow of inner knowing. What I do will come through. Revenue, I'm renewing you. I'm renewing you. I'm renewing you. I'm renewing you. I'm renewing all the things I said inside my head. I'm renewing everything I did before. A brand new story. I just wanna be in this moment, living freely, to see what's in front of me, to be who I wanna be. Believe in my high being, retrieve all the things I'm seeing, achieve what I'm trying to reach. I see it in my dreams. I'll turn my fantasies into reality. I'm bursting at the seams. It's so much more than it seems. Take this time. Take this time. Take this time and open your mind. Close your eyes and look inside the stream of light flowing in. I'll take a swim, I'll take a dip in the pool of glowing light, swirling in circles. I'm swirling in circles. I'm swirling in circles round and round. Take it slow, take your time, take a breather for your mind. All the things you left behind weren't serving you in hindsight. Find light in your given timeline. Fight that finite mindset, 'cause you're right, right. The stars came to visit us. Trails of fog and pixie dust. Move your body if you must. All it takes is faith and trust. Swimming in my world, I'm swimming in my world. Swimming in my world, I'm swimming in my world. Swimming in my world, I'm swimming in my world. physical plane. Keep steering the way through the space in the cranium onto Elysium. We somehow end up in this time. We chose this planet, chose this life. I don't need no expectations, got my sensory perception, accepting it's up to fate. Take one more step into this life, you know it's faded. I follow blindly to the light, you got me faded, faded, faded. You got me faded, faded, faded. You got me faded. I'm floating away to outer space. Come float with me. I'm fading away to the next plane. Come fade with me. I'm floating away to outer space. Come float with me. I'm fading away to the next plane. Come fade with me.
Wow, that was beautiful. Sienna just took us on a journey, a deep journey into, I feel so tranquil now.
Thank you so much.
What inspired you to create this amazing video for the conference?
So I guess what inspired me was my journey of facing the unknown. So many uncertainties and just game changers and so many curveballs that when faced, the way that I transmuted my uncomfortable energy was through writing my music. And it's interesting, like I wrote these songs within the last 2 years, but as I was writing them, I had images in my mind of being in nature. I had images of being where with rituals and collective consciousness events and activities. And there's like a part of me that was closing myself and a part of me that was opening myself. And those two, the duality with those two things happening in my system, it resulted in me, working on this music. And as I found the opportunity to perform for this conference, I felt compelled to perform for where I'm living now in Playa del Carmen, to perform for the trees and to perform for the nature and all of this greenery and life that has really allowed me to ground myself from all the uncertainties that I had faced. And now I'm in a place where I can trust. I've tasted it, and it's a constant clearing and unclearing of energies and conditioning. But throughout these songs, allow me to re-remember my core soul frequency. And this visual allows me to reimagine myself in this density, how I see myself and being in my power, and allowing myself to inspire others to also do the same, to envision yourself in your true power, envision yourself with everything surrounding you in harmony with your energy, and allow yourself to just flow. Yeah. So
Oh,
that's kind of,
beautiful.
it just kind of aligned with everything that I'm working on. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you for blessing us. And and I think you posted your link in the chat, right? For people to get a hold of you if they want to learn more, connect with your music.
Yeah, so I posted the chat. I can post it again. My link here. It's a link tree. I have my, oh my goodness, it says 1111. It has um my YouTube channel, my Instagram, and if you want to hear more of my music, there's links to different streaming platforms, Spotify, Apple Music, whatever it is that you'd like to listen to your music on.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate you. Big hugs. I'm gonna catch you in Playa another time, and just giving gratitude.
Thank you so much for sharing that beautiful music and song and your story. It's very inspiring, and I'd love to see more of your work. And you threw in your links in the chat. Everybody, let's go check it out. Let's support her. And looking forward to seeing what else you got.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Much love and
take care.
blessings.
Have a
Love,
beautiful
sister.
day. Awesome.
Alrighty. Okay. So the show goes on. We're kind of a little behind, but on perfect timing, as always.
As always. Okay, so let's keep it rolling with our next speaker.
Before you get into that, I wanted to post our YouTube link in the chat and just encouraging you all to share this link on your social media platforms and just get the word out about this conference to spread these positive vibes that we're doing today. So I've just posted the YouTube link in the chat. And
if you feel like you want to support the platform, the network, and this whole thing to see more of this content, please consider a donation that would help out everything. And this type of content can get spread even more. Let's do it. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it together.
Yes.
And did you get the other link there? Okay, nice.
Yeah, if you're inspired, it helps pay for all these Zoom costs, admin costs. So really appreciate you all. And let's just get to our next speaker, which I'm excited. Raji, would you like to do the intro on this?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Cool.
All right, Saryan. Saryan's research into UFOs, ancient civilizations, human origins, and the hidden history of the world took a dramatic turn during his first year of college when he started having out-of-body experiences. Research turned into exploration as he learned how to travel dimensionally and through time in the out-of-body state. Soon, he began receiving visitations from angels and ETs that showed the living records of Earth and other worlds. Now, more than 25 years later, he's sharing what he's discovered through his unique journey and process of research, revelation, and psychic exploration. As an author, channel, spiritual historian, and somewhat of an out-of-body investigator, Saryan is a guide to the portals and time capsules of living memory that are now opening, helping people attune to what is coming online in the human chakra system with his stories and information. His first book, Roya Sands and the Bridge Between Worlds, weaves truth into fiction as a young woman discovers her mysterious connection to a lost civilization living inside the earth. I'd love to welcome Saryan here. Let's get him on. Hey, let's see. You're muted. There you are.
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, the floor
Love the energy so far this morning.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been amazing so far.
Yeah. Well, this is such an amazing time to be doing a conference like this. And I feel like the effects of these kind of powwows online like this are going to be more and more far reaching because of the kind of energy that's becoming available to connect us all together. So there's like a connective layer of energy I'm going to be talking about that makes this even more potent when we get together and do this kind of light activation work.
Love it. Floor is all yours, brother.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the presenters that really got things going very powerfully. With that Sienna, that beautiful song and dance, and Althea, all of the activation work so far. Hopefully, we're going to be just adding to that and building upon that, and we'll just keep having this nice crescendo. So, I want to talk about a couple things related to the energy that I'm noticing. That even in the past few days, I've noticed some kind of an increase in something that I've been tracking for probably about a year now. And we're going to do a little bit of vibrational practice. Most of you know that I'm a channel, and some of you know that I teach channeling. It's been a while since I've done a course. I'm going to be doing my first channeling course in quite some time later this year. But I like to give people ways of practicing. And so we're going to do a little bit of a practice in a bit here. I'm going to use some of the crystal bowls that I have, and we're going to practice connecting in with some of the different groups of star family that are watching the conference right now. So we've got like a whole extraterrestrial audience that's watching and tuning in. So we want to create a little multi-dimensional audience participation. But I'm going to set this up in a certain way. So for a long time as a channel, I have had a practice, and so many other people that have learned channeling will tell you about this, that there is a kind of a place that you go. It's almost like a shared meeting space with the guides, where I'm kind of like, we're meeting each other halfway. That meeting place is kind of like a layer of energy. I didn't think of it as a layer of energy. I just thought of it as a place within my own chakra column, and I'm just kind of going up into that space, and the guides are sending their energies down, and we kind of have a handshake, we lock into place. Sometimes people imagine it like a place inside their imagination, like walking out onto a beach, or going into a sacred cave or a temple, or just going into a room, or a door opens and the guides come through. And so this is what I've called the meeting place. Well, now it's been revealed that this has become like a layer of consciousness. This started a couple years ago when some of my Native American guides were talking about this, and they said that there are these portals of integration opening up within this layer, and it's making it easier for them to communicate with us in larger numbers, and it's making us able to experience what they are doing on our behalf. And I noticed this most prominently with the Native American ceremonies that were being done on the inner planes to create clearings for our hearts, to open our hearts, to connect us all together, to bring peace into the land, and to facilitate peaceful integration of all cultures. I saw how these ceremonies were being performed on the inner plane, and yet the effect of them was rippling out through this layer of energy that has grown stronger. It seems to be like descending, becoming more available. And I started talking about this earlier this year because it's starting to have an impact on our ability as family of light to connect with each other, to become more telepathic, to meet each other in each other's dreams, and have an experience of a shared dream space. That's another major planetary activation that's taking place as a result of this new layer of energy. And some of my Pleiadian guides have been working on opening up these different portals throughout the world that are portals that specifically have an impact on the human imagination and the areas of the brain that deal with imagination. And it's creating us to have an enhanced ability to experience a shared realm of imagination through our dream space. Now, there's a lot of really exciting activation work that can occur when you get a whole bunch of light workers together connecting in dreams and doing amazing dream work. So it's really exciting to see these things taking shape. I kind of catch wind of these things when I'm channeling for my monthly channeling group, and I'll sort of pop up and have a look around in this meeting place layer, and I'll see things that are going on. Well, just in the past few days leading up to this conference, I started to feel like this layer, it's gotten stronger. It almost seems like it's descended. It feels like it's easier to go into resonance with it. And it also feels like the clearing work that so many of us are doing on ourselves to clear our bloodlines, to clear our, from family traumas, to, do all kinds of clearing work on ourselves to open our chakras. It's like as soon as something clears, it's like, bam, that meeting place layer of connective energy where we can meet each other inwardly through a shared psychic space. It's like it's stronger, it's more available. Now, oh yes, I like imagination helps manifestation quicker. Yes, this is going to help us manifest more quickly. So another thing, this is kind of a different topic, but they come together, is I was kind of pondering. I did a reading for somebody who's a StarSeed and was just kind of awakening to their StarSeed nature not that long ago. And during this reading, I channeled something from some of her Pleiadian guides. And it was interesting because I had never heard this description before. And yet it was something that I experienced in my Starseed awakening, and so many other people have had and will have this experience. And what it is that when it comes time for a person to have their galactic DNA sort of, activated and switched on, and the codes start popping on, and you start getting connected with your galactic family, they will share the vibrations of their ships. A lot, the Arcturians, for example, they talk about their ships having a song, and they will share the song of their ship with a human being, with a group of human beings. And it's like you feel the vibration, the hum of the Merkaba of that particular ship and all of the group consciousness inside of it. And it just comes right down through the chakra column and lights you up. And you start to feel an impression of those vibrations. And it's a beautiful thing. It can be blissful. It can be very activating. Now, when a person goes through a starseed activation, when they, are just being activated as a starseed, maybe they didn't see it coming. Like me, when I was a teenager, I had inklings of those connections with the stars in my dreams. But when it came time for me to have the activation of that starseed awareness, it happened at a very specific moment. I was in a lucid dream space. A ship came down, started sharing its vibrations with me, and I woke up that next morning and I knew that I was connected to extraterrestrial beings that knew who I was, and it had something to do with who I am. And it wasn't long after that I started actually having connections with them in the physical, having sightings of ships, telepathy with the beings inside, traveling aboard the ships in the out-of-body state. That happened probably within a year and a half from when I had that first starseed activation. So this is a lot of how it happens for people. Now, it can be a very ungrounding experience because the first time somebody has a real starseed awakening, if you didn't see it coming, if it takes you by surprise, then it can be very ungrounding because you feel like you don't know, like, who am I? Am I then part of them? Am I human? Am I some combination in between? What am I doing here? Am I going to ascend and go aboard a ship? Am I going to be leaving soon? What is my role here? I meet people in a certain phase of starseed activation, and it's like a very early stage. And I mean, people experience this same stage all the time still. I meet people, I do readings for people that are in this very new stage, and it takes a little bit of support to just get grounded, to start to just integrate different vibrations from different civilizations into the earth connection, into who you are as a human being, to allow it to add to an emerging, awakening human identity that is encompassing of all of the starseed stuff and even more. And it's the even more that I get excited about, because if you just keep pulling back the lens, which a lot of this new sacred geometry coming in from the Metatron and the new Metatronic light grid, that's what these sacred geometries allow you to do. We're starting to embody codes of consciousness that are based on sacred geometric resonances that are universal. And once you have those activated inside your body, it allows you to expand with the resonance of the sacred geometry into every single level of expansion and reference that you can imagine. You can see the galaxy from outside. You can see the universe from outside. You can move and go dimensionally with these sacred geometries and integrate all kinds of different reference points. Okay, so we are going to do a little bit of an activation here. And I think we're going to, let me say one other thing about this. So last year we were in Sedona, and I've been guided to work with Sedona portals more and more. And while we were there, a group of Pleiadians came in, or they're associated with the Pleiadians, and this is a group of beings that we call the Star Eagles. So they have like a eagle vibration. It's like an avian group, and they worked with us in the retreat that I was hosting with my partner, and actually opened a portal, totally new portal, and it's still there. It's still active, because even in the private sessions I do with people, occasionally, if one of these Star Eagle guides wants to come through for a person, it's almost like I get pulled back into connection with that portal that opened, and they are communicating through that and broadcasting through that portal. Well, there's more and more of these opening up all the time, connecting with different star groups. And we are playing a role in that, because these portals are not just opening up in some space somewhere, in space and time. They're opening up inside our brains, inside our chakras. They're being opened from within us as channels. And that's part of what we're going to be connecting into. Maybe we're even going to be opening up some of these portals or widening them a little bit with our activation work today. So the activation work is very simple. I want to give you the opportunity to practice just noticing what you notice. To see, we're going to run through a couple of different connections where I'm going to ask these different star groups to share the song of one of their ships with all of us, so that you can just practice feeling the vibration, noticing what you notice. I'll describe some things while it's happening, and you see what impressions you get. So I'm going to use some of these bowls here, and so just get comfy and relaxed. So this first bowl is a gold bowl, and this is because the Star Eagles, they work with a gold vibration. I think of them as like golden eagles, because they come in with this golden vibration, and they have a presence that feels so powerfully connected to the heart. So I'm just going to get centered and connected with the Star Eagle guides. And whenever I do work to introduce people to their guides, it's a way of creating safety. So any guides that are coming through me are coming through the gateway of the angelic presence, because that's how my channel is set up. Nothing comes through that hasn't been vetted by the angelic presence that is overriding me and working with me. And that's how I suggest that people set up their own channels. I'm kind of an angels first guy. Don't really want to connect with ETs unless they are in alignment with the angelic presence. And all of the guides that we're going to be working with today are, and very much bring through an angelic energy as well. So if you feel safe, if you feel excited about the possibility of just opening your heart space and receiving some of these vibrations into your body, into your field, just play with this, have fun with this. This is just good practice. Okay, so just going to start with a couple of tones here. The Star Eagles are sharing a golden vibration with us today. And just take a deep breath and feel this golden vibration coming in around you and connecting in deep with the earth. There is also a very potent mineral activation taking place, as there are deposits of gold inside the earth that contain frequency and ancient memory. And so some of these deposits of gold are going to be extending their vibrations to us. connecting with our hearts and the golden ray of our star eagle friends. Now, there is a sacred portal inside your brain and mind, portal of your imagination that connects in with these collective imagination portals. These are portals of collective dreaming. They enhance your dream space. They also align your heart with a sacred meeting place where there is a tremendous presence of healing energy, making it safe for us to come together and to feel each other. So I'm just going to share a little message from our Star Eagle friends. It is your empathic nature today that we are focused upon. And in each of your hearts, there is a place where you have the potential to vibe with each other and resonate with each other in large groups and to feel each other's heart spaces together. There's an activation taking place by way of a seed of intention that we are placing into your hearts. Coming through the collective dream field, we see a certain place in your not too distant future where more of you have discovered a safe space that is coming online, where your hearts can begin to coalesce and play with an experience of coalescing. There's been much fear and trepidation of this particular activation because the vulnerability that is awakening inside your hearts brings to light so many violations and memories of energies that did not welcome and honor and embrace and love the sensitivity that is in this place. And so we have worked with the angelic realms to help create this healing space. And as some of your guides, we are coming to help show you the way to this space. We are creating a pathway energetically, your imagination in your fields that can guide you when you are ready by way of aligning with a path of vibration that leads you to this place. It is a place where you will be met by healing energies. And even now, those healing energies are beginning to arrive and to coax you a little bit into a feeling that there is greater safety now than there has ever been before. There is an agreement that many of you may begin to feel inside yourselves to remember this particular soul agreement. It is the agreement that many of you made with a larger group of soul family, part of many groups within the family of light. It is an agreement that you made with each other to be a part of the undoing of old shields and old fears, so that when this higher degree of sensitivity and vulnerability and your empathic gifts began to awaken to a greater degree than ever before, that you would not simply be opening back up again into the same world of insensitivity, of abuse, of violations, that you would instead be opening up into a sacred space, an environment that was created for you that is like a healing retreat where you would meet with others who were ready to shed the old energies together with you. And so that heart healing retreat is being developed quite powerfully. It is an opening spiral that is beginning to become available to more and more those who have come here to heal the heart. And so we thank you. And we invite you to be with this golden vibration whenever you like, and to work with us anytime you would like to receive support to find your way into this vast heart healing retreat space. We are here to help you with the ascension of the human heart. So thank you to the Star Eagles. Now we're going to shift gears here, and we're going to work with an Arcturian vibration this time. I'm just going to ring this bowl a couple times. This is an azestulite bowl. It has a nice blue energy. It's an aqua aura gold, and it anchors higher light body frequencies, and it also connects with some of that Arcturian blue vibration. There's a star that the Arcturians work with that is a healing star. It is not the star of their home worlds, but it is a star that they are merged with in their consciousness, and they are channeling some of the energy of this star into our world, these deep blue healing frequencies. And so just relax and connect in with the Arcturian vibration as some of my Arcturian guides are sending down the song of their ship that we call the Eden ship. We are the Eden Arcturians, and we are all waving at you, actually waving with our hands, holding our hands up and sending down little waves of energy with our fingertips as a blessing to you, ripples through the fields that carry the song of our ship. We see you, each one of you, and we see your connection to the earth. And so if you will allow us for a moment, we would like to share with you a sacred blessing for your connection to your Mother Gaia, as we see in you a most beautiful relationship with the Gaia resonance field that is strengthening. There is a swirl of vibration that she is sending you as her energies respond to the Arcturian vibration. Her energies respond to the Gaia of our home worlds and to who we are as a species that carries a part of our Gaia presence with us wherever we go. And so the sacred honoring that we embody for the Gaia of our worlds is something that the earth sees inside of humanity as a part of your potential of oneness with the planet. And so there's a place inside each of you, a meeting place, where we bless your connection to the earth, and the earth activates a seed of your potential to become emissaries, ambassadors of this deep, pure love vibration that the earth is birthing through you. And there's another blessing that is coming through where we are seeing inside you a certain portal of connection with the earth's animals. There are specific animal groups that we are going to be drawing into this connection from time to time. And so you will have different kinds of experiences with animal guides and animals that present themselves in ways that you have not experienced before. Imagine that this sacred portal of connection with the earth's animals, as it expands and activates inside you, it is linking with various star groups through the animals that some of these animals represent. And so as they come to you, they are coming to this sacred portal to recognize it, to bless it, to bless that this portal in human consciousness is coming back online again. It is being birthed anew, because there is a way in which you are connecting the animals to the stars, and they are connecting you to the stars. It is a unique relationship. And once it is fully activated, once it is fulfilling its purpose, you will see a reflection of each other. You will be able to see in the mirror of each other a very powerful vision of who and what you are together. For you are incomplete without this connection. And yet so much more is coming to light now that you have reached this moment. So when an animal presents itself to you in this coming time, in the coming months and years, do not just see the spiritual meaning of this animal. Treat it as an experience whereby Mother Earth has sent to you a form of vibrational medicine. The vibrational medicine is pouring into you from this new layer of connective energy. And so the animal is merely the sign of the presence of a form of vibrational medicine that is there for you to drink from, to honor, to bless, recognize, and integrate with. As this is bringing back to you a part of yourself. And so imagine that many of these animals, they hold vibrational keys for you. It is a process that we remember from our ascension. And so that is what we are activating inside of you, placing within you the code of this aspect of your future memory. It is one of the things that we do from time to time in accordance with divine will, to weave certain parts of future memory from your ascension timeline into your consciousness to create alignment. We are not the only ones that do this, but we have the opportunity to do this in a certain way because of how humanity and the Arcturians are mirrors. And so we thank you, and it is a great honor to be of service to you. Now, there's one more group that wants to come through and give us a little blessing. I thought we were only going to be working with the Star Eagles and the Arcturians, but there was another group that jumped in. this group is coming through a rainbow vibration, a rainbow ray activation. And many of you have connected with them before, and this group is known by many as the Star Lions. And though they've been associated with different star groups, this group of Star Lions that I've been working with, they present themselves as galactic healers. Their home seems to be in a certain dimensional space that now, because of the evolution that they have gone through, it feels as if they have come to embody an aspect of themselves that has come from a higher dimensional space. And so I don't even have a sense of them having a particular galactic home in the same way. So these Star Lions have witnessed humanity since the very beginning. They have come to us to reactivate certain memories in our StarSeed DNA that take us back to the very first moments of our birth, our creation as a starseed race, when the DNA of some of our galactic family was placed within us to augment an early form of humanity. And so we're going to connect in with the Star Lions. Their ships, to me, the one that I connect with anyways, it feels more like a healing temple than a ship. When you go inside it, it feels like you're going into almost like an Egyptian temple that's like a healing temple on the inner planes. And so just be with this vibration for a little bit and see what you feel. The Star Lions have an enhanced ability to embody through our channels, and they do so with such love and grace and safety and detachment that they have always felt very safe to work with as teachers and activators of our channels, as they always come in very unconditionally and leave very unconditionally with nothing but the blessings of their presence being left behind. Now, some of you have known us as teachers before. And so there's an ancient relationship that some of you have. Some of you are new to our vibrations. And in this moment, there is a kind of rapport that is sparking between us, a deep recognition that we are companions with humanity. We know humanity and love humanity and have watched you for a long time. And at certain points, we have had the opportunity to be on the earth or in proximity to the earth as teachers, as supporters of your process of galactic integration. Is why we bring to you this vibration of the rainbow ray. As healers, we see in you a potential to facilitate healing amongst many different beings that have come to the earth to learn from and heal through the drama of a world that has been very fragmented but is coming together into integration. As you integrate the polarities and differences and the great diversity that is present. You are integrating aspects and elements of many other galactic civilizations that are a part of you. And so we see in you your potential as galactic integrators. So just take a moment to connect with this rainbow ray of energy. The star lines are here in our temple space. And there's an energy that is housed here that connects with the sacred geometric codes, healing codes that were part of your creation from the very first time that humanity was imbued with healing codes. Some of these codes are inside you and can speak to you about the original blueprint of galactic integration. For there are those of us that were imprinting into you in those times, hundreds of thousands of years ago, a vision of galactic healing and galactic integration that not all beings were able to see as completely as we did and as others did. So humanity has gone on a very long journey that is only now reaching the point where you can remember this part of your original programming, the original seed of possibility. And so, yes, clearing work, sacred clearing work, healing yourselves, healing your hearts. There are things that you will do in this healing process that are extraordinary. Extraordinary things you will do for the planet and for humanity, so much of which may not be recognized outwardly as your inner journeys. Many of them are unknown to most, and yet you are having a profound ripple effect in the world with all of the healings and clearings that you are doing. But we are here to remind you that an agreement is in place that works on your behalf. And this agreement is such that as daunting as this healing process can seem at times, as difficult as it may appear to be, as blocked as you can feel at times, and as disheartened as you may be when you find that there are yet more layers of the same issues, and it feels as though you are spinning your wheels, there is in fact a process in place that is transitioning you into higher levels of integration with light, putting you back together, so that even if you simply surrendered to the process and did not try too hard to grab the reins of it, the process would keep happening to you. Healing would come to you. You would be embraced again and again by the divine beings and emissaries of love and light and healing that are being sent to you to bless you, to heal you, to help you in your endeavors. And so you are not alone in figuring out how to make it happen. You are not alone in figuring out how to heal and scale what can seem like an insurmountable wall at times. Just relax. You have help, and we are here. There is a sacred connection space that is coming together in the higher dimensions, where many of those groups that are working with you and working through the Metatronic grid are at times coming together to meet with each other, to hold counsel with each other in ways that can resonate into you, into your chakras and the channel of your multidimensional DNA. And so imagine that with all of these light ships and groups and beings that are observing the earth, occasionally our light ships come together, they touch each other energetically, and they create these shared meeting spaces where we come together, and by doing so are able to create little portals of integration that become a part of your multidimensional DNA. Sometimes we are creating a station of integration inside of you that you will awaken into. We often do this a little bit ahead of where you are at in the process of integrating higher vibrations, so that as you raise in vibration, you will naturally find within yourself these stations of integration where the resonances of several different galactic races may come together inside of you and establish another piece of the harmony and the peaceful collaboration with humanity that is taking place and becoming possible through this new angelic grid. And we honor the angelic presence for this and the angelic source that is within and behind this great work. So we thank you. And if any of you would like to practice meeting with us inwardly, you may request this, as we are here to help. Your vibrations are sacred to us. And we are going to be helping to reactivate a form of consciousness that was embodied in ancient Egypt, whereby the Egyptian initiates understood how to meet the vibrations of higher beings and share their frequencies in ways that were deeply appreciated and gave you back some of the gifts that we were able to put into that synergistic experience. So you're going to be doing this with gradually more and more different resonances over time. The Arcturians are here to be among the first as way showers and to connect you with safe and trusted channels whereby you can experience merging with the vibrations of those who recognize you as the sacred gatekeepers through a love vibration. And we are also among those who are stewarding those that open as channels and helping you to remember your sovereignty and your ability to focus upon the stabilizing and protective connection that you hold with the earth. So we thank you. Okay. So thank you very much. And thank you to the Star Lions, to Sekhmet, to the Arcturians, the Eden Arcturians, as they call themselves, and my Star Eagle friends. Okay, so just give me a second to clear my throat here. Okay, guys. Wow, so that was unexpected. This whole thing sort of came together just before I got on the call, And yeah, I want to answer a couple of questions if there's time. I know we were running a little bit over. I tried to sort of keep it to my original time. Let me just take a look here. Okay, so is the layer you spoke of earlier akin to etheric temples? I felt this synthesized energy of ETs, ascended masters, archangels. Well, yeah. So this layer that I'm calling the meeting place layer, it's like a layer of energy that makes it easier for us to interface with the realm of the guides. It's kind of like a bridge, and this particular bridge, it does make it possible for us to more easily cross over into resonating with these ethereal temples and these different stations of integration that the star lines were just talking about. So I don't know if I would say it's akin to etheric temples, because I see it almost like a layer or like a ring that we're connecting with, but it's like a gateway to that. But you could think of it any way you want. In fact, that's a totally valid way of connecting with and experiencing your connection to it. And that's maybe how part of this, our connection to the meeting place layer started, because all of us focusing on a meeting place with our guides, and then all of those spaces starting to connect together, it's anchored more of this layer. So now it is like a global thing, and yet it's also something that we can sort of personalize it, and it becomes part of our individual interface with a greater spiritual field. So Flo, you were going to jump on.
Hey, brother, great job as always. Wow, I'm just kind of grounding back down to earth after that amazing experience. We have a question actually for you from Eduardo. So he said, I know we are one with our cosmic brothers and there's no separation, but what can you say about the global contact event towards 2028, or may it even take place before then that time?
Yeah, well, I haven't heard that specific prediction. I occasionally have been shown different scenarios of a global contact event. One of them was an Arcturian led global contact event. And, this was shown to me as a possibility, like, hey, this could happen. We don't know if it's going to happen. And the most important thing that I would say is that we have to be completely detached. Sometimes these scenarios get run through us because they're being tested out on the timeline. And actually, hang on, my battery's about to run out. Let me just grab it real quick. Sorry, guys. So yeah, we have to just realize that there are always these scenarios being run. And the best example I can give of this is, like, I was shown a contact scenario at Burning Man. Like, one year that I went to Burning Man, I was shown the potential of a ship, ET ship, coming down and hovering above the playa, and everyone in the city saw it. People were filming it. I was like one of maybe like 100 people that went out to the ship and was in close proximity to it. There were like 4 beings inside. They gave this galactic teaching, and this would have like popped this huge bubble globally to accelerate the unraveling of what remains of the old denial energy of the galactic presence. And I went to Burning Man and I was meditating, all the time, connecting with the ships, like, hey, is this going to happen? I just want to be ready for it. They finally said that what we were doing was running a scenario, and we were running this through your consciousness and the consciousness of other people to test it out on the timeline to see how it would affect and ripple out into the world and all of the different ramifications of it across years and years and years of the timeline. And we needed to like test this out to see how this looked. And they do that sometimes through people who are, open, and their consciousness is a little more malleable and can sort of just merge into different timelines and hold them and experience them and travel along them. And they decided not time yet for various reasons. So, those kinds of things are happening all the time. So we just can't really attach ourselves to any vision or prediction about it.
Well,
just
I
have
have
to
a
wait and see.
question. I was in Contact in the Desert in 2016, and the big thing back then was like, what if there is mass contact? What do you think, in your opinion, what's the biggest change that would occur if there was mass disclosure, let's call it?
Yeah. Um, if this happened in the way that I saw, which felt like the highest potential version of something like that, it would happen at a time when humanity itself is close enough, like to getting close enough to a unification of human consciousness. Like we have healed enough that we are connecting to a field of oneness that is entraining us into the consciousness that we are all one, we are all equals, and
Right.
this would be a catalyst to kind of help throw us over the edge. Like we'd have to be close enough because no group would want to, at least no group that's working in service to us, would want to hijack any part of where our attention is flowing. They wouldn't want to do this too soon when humanity is still completely divided. They're going to work from behind the scenes and help get us ready for a unification of human consciousness through our connection to the earth so that we can meet those beings as our equals through a mutual acknowledgement of oneness.
Thank you. How important do you think it is for humanity and humans in general to know where we stand in our galactic nation states sort of thing? And would that help bring further healing to humanity if we knew our place within the cosmos?
Yeah, I think it's very important. I think there's a lot of important information being disseminated about this from various sources. I think there's no one source that I would point to that's has the total big picture, but I think that there's a lot of good information that is coming to light, and I think that we need this kind of information because each individual person has access to tremendous sacred power that comes to us from the earth to actually determine what kind of a civilization we're going to become in terms of what kind of influences we're going to align with. Now, we don't have time, obviously, to go into like a whole teaching of discernment about this, but I'm going to tell you one thing very quickly that's super important that everybody can take this to the bank. Archangel Michael has been the archangel of extraterrestrial discernment. He's presented himself as that. If you want to get discernment, like if you're having contact with something, you don't know, what is this? Is it aligned or is it not aligned? Or what's going on with hidden agendas? Talk to Archangel Michael, form a connection with that being because he will bring discernment. I've actually had contact experiences where there was disputes energetically going on of like, who has a right to be here? And and I was like stepping into like a guardianship role with the earth, and Archangel Michael had to sort of come in and almost like arbitrate a communication between me and another group.
Yeah.
And then he was actually teaching both of us and helping us to like form a peaceful vibration with each other. But
What year was that, by
also-
the way?
what?
What year was that?
That was 2001. 2001 when that happened. But more relevant right now is that AI, because of the rise of AI and the influence of AI in human consciousness and in business, and the way that is coming to light and is being used, and there's other versions of it coming. There's a tremendous amount of discernment needed for this.
Yeah.
And even though I don't have time to go into a whole teaching about it, read my book, Roy S. Sands and the Bridge Between Worlds. This book series is going to address that. It does a little bit in the first novel, and the whole series will address it majorly. But Archangel Michael is, and I'm being asked to present this, that he is also going to be our archangel of discernment around AI, around the
Okay, good to
influences
know.
of AI. So if you feel like there's something you need to understand about it and have discernment about it, he's going to be bringing teachings and intelligence and guidance to humanity about that, so our relationship to it is balanced and doesn't become something that takes us off course, which it very easily could.
Very easily. Yeah, for sure. Wow, that's super interesting topic. I would love to talk to you more on maybe Wholehearted Media or even here on Star Codes at a different time. And I just want to thank you so much for bringing everything that you did today. It was extremely beautiful and powerful, and I resonated just like everyone else here with a lot of what you said. So thank you very, very, very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you've got all my links, and I didn't mention this, but the place where we were at, where we did the Sedona retreat last year, where this portal opened with the Pleiadians, with the Star Eagles, that place, we are going to be doing another retreat in this on the same property. It's an amazing place. So we actually just announced it. It's on my website, and we still have a few places available. So this is an amazing place to host a retreat in nature. And we do very, very powerful sacred work at these retreats.
Awesome. Well, guys, let's check it out. That sounds fantastic. Let's see, is that there?
So
Yeah.
that's on my website. Yeah, sorryon.com.
Okay, sweet. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, and
thank
we will
you.
talk to you soon.
All right, we'll be in touch.
Bye. See
Hey,
you.
brother.
Bye.
Awesome. Okay, here we go. We're gonna keep going. Oh, where did my screen go? 1 sec.
Yeah,
There we
so
go.
I just want to do a quick check-in. How's everyone feeling so far?
How is everyone?
Doing a quick check-in, you could type in the chat, share how you're feeling, share anything you're experiencing.
That was a really beautiful like activation meditation. He has a great voice too, eh? I was like, I'd like to see him do some voiceovers and stuff. I like it.
Very soothing.
Very soothing, yeah. Very relaxing. I like it. And it was really cool about he mentioned about Archangel Michael. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and just reading some of these responses right now.
That's been awesome.
High vibing today. Oh my.
So many upgrades, activations, tears, joys, laughter. Yeah. Yay, amazing.
Oh, that brings me so
Sarah,
much
Sarah.
happiness.
I know, this is great.
I feel like today's all day activations.
Yeah.
Code Central.
I know, right? How are you feeling, Flo? You good?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to share a little for my quick talk, and then we're gonna. Akura has been hard to find today, so we're just doing a little shift of the schedule. After I share a little what Star Codes is up to, we're gonna head to April next. So
Awesome. Yeah,
all in divine flow today.
exactly. Would we be Star Codes if we weren't flexible?
Absolutely.
You know? Okay, everyone's feeling really good. That's awesome. Guys, remember, drink water. I haven't even drank water all morning, so I'm gonna go get some. Is that okay, Flo? Can I go get
Yeah,
some?
and I'm gonna start on my presentation then.
But can I tell the peeps things?
Yeah, sure.
I want to tell them things. So guys, as you know, Flo Karuna, he's the founder of Star Codes, the creator of the Palladian and Lyran Oracle and the group Oracle Masters of Light. He also just released a conscious hip hop album called StarSeed. It is so great. Please, let's support him, and like, we got to listen to this. It's so cool. And I hope he plays a track for us later, but let's bring him on. Flo, the floor is yours.
Gracias, and enjoy your water. If anyone needs a water break, because there's so much download, so many activations going on today, it's definitely important to integrate it with your body so you can, really experience the benefits of everything happening today. So yes, I will absolutely drop the link in the chat soon. I want to reintroduce myself to anyone who doesn't know. My name is Flo Karuna. I'm the co-creator. I don't like to say the founder because there's so much energies working together to make Star Codes happen, but the co-creator of Star Codes, and how this whole vision for Star Codes came down was I was born in Toronto, Canada, and I found myself in the mountains of the Rocky Mountains in a beautiful place called Banff, Alberta, if anyone's been there. So I'm about to go on this beautiful hike to climb a mountain. And right the day of that hike, right before I'm about to go on this hike, my friend sends me a message, text message, and he's like, "You're going to get your mission today." I get a lot of messages, so I kind of took it in, but I just carried out my day and forgot about it. So I'm on my hike, journeying through the beautiful woods, slowly starting to elevate. I'm with a group of people, and I just get this strong intuition that I need to start walking faster so I can get some alone time when I get to the mountain peak. So I excused myself from the group and I started power walking, gaining distance from the group. And around an hour and a half, insane steep hill climb, I got to this breathtaking vista overlooking the Rocky Mountains, overlooking Lake Louise, which has been proclaimed as one of the Archangel Michael portals on planet Earth. Nobody was on top of the mountain, and I just decided to meditate. I had my peace time. As I'm meditating, just connecting with the powerful wind at the top, the prana, this vision just blasted into my awareness. And it was a vision of a StarSeed community. I saw us doing conferences. I saw us gathering. I saw us using music, creation, entertainment, creativity, and using our gifts together as a community while gathering. And this is what sparked the Star Codes vision and led to this moment right here, right now. It's incredible. Sometimes I got to pinch myself. Is this real? But it is real. And I just continued to follow the signs. And I'm really, really grateful from the depths of my soul for each and every one of you coming together and being part of Star Codes. So instead of, I normally do activations and downloads, but today I'm just going to be quick in my talk because I really want to give all the speakers their opportunity to shine. And I just want to share with you what we're up to at Star Codes, and maybe you want to get involved. So let me just do a screen share right now. Where is the screen share? Sorry, fam. Screen share has disappeared. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. So the first thing I want to share is the next phase of the operation. Maybe you saw this on Instagram, is we want to build something in the physical. We want to build a StarSeed school, sanctuary, and temple. And this is a quick mock-up of what it might potentially look like. This is a lotus dome that I saw online. But for the last, feels like 16 plus years, the Star family has been guiding me to build a star temple. And originally I thought it was going to be built in Argentina, in Patagonia, but actually timelines have shifted, and we just recently found a beautiful piece of property in British Columbia, Canada. I don't know if anyone is from British Columbia, Canada in the chat room, but there's an area in British Columbia, Canada called the Kootenays. It's kind of nestled in between, halfway between Calgary and Vancouver. So it's very unique area, high vibration. And we found this 88-acre property overlooking a beautiful freshwater lake, mountain views everywhere. And this is such a sacred area where we're planning to build our StarSeed school and sanctuary. Actually, the first time I got to this lake, I ended up meeting cosmic beings. I saw them directly, and I had one of the most powerful experiences of my life. So I know this area is a gateway to multi-dimensional consciousness, and I know that these temples that we're going to be building and constructing are going to facilitate for us to actually engage with the Star family in a more direct way. So this is what we're trying to do at Star Codes right now, one of the projects, and we are seeking angel investors, people who want to get involved, all that good stuff. I our needed investment is 1 million USD. And if you have a connection or you want to make it happen or support us, you can reach out to us at starcode777@gmail.com. We know it's coming to reality, so I really want to share that with your family and get you excited because, you know, this is the next part of our evolution. This is us gathering in the physical, living with each other. And a big part of this sanctuary is a creation studio. If you want to give individuals the cameras, the green screens, the music studios to start creating products, ideas, inventions, entertainment, music for the new planet. And this will be a kind of like one of the intentions of our community. So we'd love to have you all part of that. Just reach out to us on Star-Codes. And yeah, we're going to be dropping information. Already starting to meet a lot of great people who are interested. So I'm really, really, really excited for that. And maybe the next StarSeed Festival will be there. Okay, so what else we got going on? Well, I also am about to be releasing an Oracle board game called Masters of Light. Actually, this game already existed before, but it was sold out on Amazon, and it's really pricey to print this game. Fortunately, we found someone who supports the vision, and we're going to be launching Masters of Light in around a month and a half from now. For those who haven't played it, this is like a game where you bring awakening and consciousness to your friends and family through deep inquiring questions, engaging in acts of kindness, connecting with the wisdom of the ascended masters, and just growing as a group. And this idea came down many years ago. The angels, they just came to me and said, we're going to give you an idea that we could be in service to humankind. So in 3 weeks, the whole concept for this game came down. I was literally writing, couldn't stop for those 3 weeks, created a prototype, started playing with people, played with over 100 plus people in the sample game. And then we did a Kickstarter, and now we are releasing the next version. So I am excited, hallelujah, to finally be releasing this game. And it is powerful, family. This is a powerful experience where, you know, it was crafted, I feel, to bridge the higher consciousness with our friends and family who maybe aren't having these conversations, maybe aren't attending conferences like this. And I firsthand played it with my family where, you know, we won't go too deep into conversations and, you know, it'll be pretty surface level. And once we played this journey, completely broke all the boundaries. We were hugging, we were laughing, we were crying, we were sharing, and that's what it's all about. So I can't wait to share that all with you. Finally, before we jump into our next speaker, I just released an album. It's called StarSeed by my artist named Nature Flow. It's available on all major platforms, Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube Music. You can search Nature Flow StarSeed on any of these platforms and experience it. And I wanted to play one song. It's kind of like it's a hip hop album. I grew up on hip hop and in the 90s, and you know, the lyrical content was pretty dense. I love like the rhythm, I love the beats. I mean, I love hip hop, but you know, after I kind of went on this awakening journey, I realized like a lot of these lyrics aren't serving the collective, especially, you know, it's disconnecting men from the divine feminine. There's a lot of nefarious agendas in the hip hop movement, which I don't think was the original intent. We won't go into that now, but there was a lot of it got taken over, essentially, the hip hop industry, and it got replaced with gangster music, where in reality, it was designed to express inspiration, poetics, and give people a means to share what's in their heart and truth. So I hope you could check out this album. It's an inspirational journey. It's about, there's a lot of fire in it, you know, talking about the current day times, the current state of the world, and how we can alchemize that. So I hope you checked it out. And sometimes I'm a little shy on my music, but I'm going to share with you all one song, and then let's jump to our next speaker. So this song is called Star Family, and yeah, let's give it a listen. Hope you could hear it loud and clear. I'm just gonna make sure. Okay, just give me a thumbs up if you could hear it.
Unity, ever free. 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 You can't cage a free bird. He got to fly high. He got to fly high. Keeping my soul open, my heart to the sky. To the sky. Free out from the bird tribe. One with unity. One with unity. Raise your vibration. Unite the star family. Yeah. StarSeed, STAR. Put lady in. Rock star coming from real far. Come a different galaxy. Miles away. Time that we play. Time that we be brave. Time you unlock your slave. Time you break up your chain. Time you not be tame. Show me who you are. Show me that you coming from a shooting star. One with the galactic. Better start to download now. Light language everywhere. We really just don't care. Blasting love all around. Start your Care Bear stare. Living in the heart, blasting vibes. This is the StarSeed time. Blast the frequency, blast the energy. We got everything that we need within, 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 within. Free animals, free birds, free human souls, free water, free minds, free heart, free currency, free energy, free destiny. Let it in. Free mentality, free living, free speech, free people. Free is me, I am me, being who I'm supposed to be. Free, I am me, being who I'm supposed to be. There ain't nobody else but yourself, so you gotta do what's best for yourself with your time. Recognize that the light inside is authentic and unique. Take advantage of the journey, let your heart speak. Let the light up within that's inside open wide. Now you enter the whole cosmic mind, where dimensions of the fifth are sublime. All's alive in this living library, magical earth ride. You can't cage a free bird, he got to fly high. Keeping my soul open, my heart to the sky. To the sky. Free out from the bird tribe. One with unity. One with unity. Raise your vibration. Unite the star family. Yeah. Unite the star family. Unite the star family. Unite the star family. Unite the star family.
All right, family, that's just a little taste of the album. There's some fire to it, there's some roots, there's a little flow. So, oh, I think another song started. Let me pause that. Yeah, so really, really passionate about creativity, really rooting for each and every one of you to release your heart projects, heart mission, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be big, it could be tiny, it could be your mission, or your life mission could just be opening a door for a person, or it could be something large like releasing a course or a project. Whatever it is, we want to support you at Star Codes. We want to encourage you. And this is what I'm hoping to bring this Star Sanctuary together, where we have a place to be creative, and we're going to be working on a lot of ways to support the community moving forward. Each and every one of you is why we're here today. So I just want to give gratitude, thanks. It's not going to be an activation from me today, but that's just a little of what is occurring from the Star Codes team. So that's my part, and we're just going to continue with the show. And we have an amazing human being coming on, or alien. She goes by the name of April Curry, and I'm just going to add her up to this mix, bring it to panelists. Okay, so I added April, and let me tell you a little about April. So April is a professional Akashic Records reader and teacher, intuitive Reiki master, and quantum healer. In her earlier life, she dedicated years traveling in the woods, living a strict Zazen meditation lifestyle. This spiritual path led her to Reiki, which activated her intuitive channel. From there, she began to study the Akashic Records, her StarSeed lineage, mediumship, channeling, and higher consciousness perspectives. Her purpose is to be a loving conduit that activates and cultivates intuitive abilities in others. As a guided mirror, April is here to help you remember and step back into your power. April, honor to meet you.
Honor to meet you too. It's such a blessing to be here. I'm loving, by the way, I just love the vibes I've been watching. And everyone's just so high vibe. I just love it so much. So appreciate you so much to be here.
It's been quite the show, and I'm just getting to know you, but it seems like you have quite the unique tattoo on your arm.
Yeah, actually, this was originally supposed to be a alien that was not female or male, and we ended up putting a third eye chakra on it, and I ended up a few years later actually realizing I channel a being that looks just like this. So,
Wow.
so there's not accidents. There's always synchronicities to things, but yeah, this whole tattoo represents meditation and getting into that higher frequency and the universe. There's Saturn and Jupiter, and yeah.
Wow. Well, that tattoo says a lot about who you are, and I'm super excited to hear your presentation. So the stage is all yours, dear one.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Yes, so my journey began by just being an empath that really had a hard time with absorbing energy and frequencies. And so this is what really led me into this lifestyle. And I ended up living in the camper in the woods and meditating. And, I started to get messages a little bit along the way, just because I was meditating, getting into that alpha brainwave state, which is a meditative state. And the Reiki really allowed me to open up my channel, and I really started to receive all these messages, and I didn't really know what to do. I ended up meeting this woman along the way who taught me how to open the Akashic Records, and the Akashic Records allowed me personally to be my own inner guru. I was able to ask, why do I do this? What past life did I experience this? And the more that I was in the Akashic Records, it began to expand my consciousness. I was able to go up to higher dimensional spaces just by resonating in that frequency of the Akasha. And that's what made me I started to see that it wasn't just human stuff. I started to see light beings. I started to see galactic beings. I realized that I had this Pleiadian energy and Andromedan energy. And the Pleiadian energy that I had was actually the reason why I was so attuned to the Akashic records. Even though everyone and anyone can open the Akashic records, their galactic energy really allows you to just really see it on a different level or a higher level. And my purpose is to just help people see those levels of themselves so they can resonate at that energy down here on this earthly plane. And what that allows you to do is just to live a life of magic, of ease, of grace. When I was living in a life not attuned to these energies and frequencies and my channel, it felt like I was a tumbleweed, just, doing whatever I could to survive. And now I feel like, because of what I do and, the people that I help and, the energies, I'm able to live in this floaty, fluffy cloud where I just know I'm being taken care of at any given second and everything is provided for. And the proof is in the physical, it shows up every time. So what I want to do today is to give you a little taste of that energy, of the messages that comes through when I tune into the Akashic records. So I'm going to do the Akashic records, and I'm also going to be using Reiki. I like to call it the Akashic Reiki transmission. So if you are wanting to participate in this with me, just to get permission, go ahead and just put your hand on your heart space. And I'm going to go ahead and say a prayer. And let's go ahead and get started. And if you want to join me in this, I'm going to do a little meditation right before the prayer. That's really nice and soothing for the energy. So you can receive your own messages while I'm also doing this transmission. And go ahead and begin to breathe some nice belly breaths into the belly. And begin to breathe in that loving energy from above your head. And breathe it into the crown chakra, the top of the head. And breathe it into the third eye space, the middle of the forehead. And with every breath, feel that connection building and building. And once you begin to feel that connection, begin to feel the energy make its way down the spine, the whole body. Feel the energy going down into the legs, the feet, and feel that energy make its way down into the ground, down into the core of the earth, creating a nice grounding cord for yourself for this Akashic Reiki transmission. And once you feel nice and rooted in, go ahead and begin to breathe some of that energy back up into the feet, the legs. Feel the energy go up the spine, going to the head, leaving the top of the head, and going up into the sky, outer space, the universe, all the way up to the white light, as high as you can take your consciousness. And once you feel nice and connected up there, go ahead and breathe that energy back down into the body, the heart space. And just take note of that grounding cord that you created earlier. I'm calling in this group's spirit guides masters, teachers, galactic beings, higher dimensional beings, to come support this group's Akashic Records reading. And we thank you for this universal wisdom, for this group's highest good. This group's Akashic Records are now open. The collective energy is intense. And as a starseed, you are here to encompass all dimensional spaces, to create the energy for others to see. You are a beacon of light, here to create and evolve. Pay attention to all the energies of the collective and see where your energy is illuminated. How can you bring your truest and authentic self into this lifetime? Navigate all aspects of yourself and see what resonates down here. The energy of joy is here to create a life that allows you freedom of expression. And so I'm going to ask the Akashic Records, how can we release fear and limitations? Limitations are here to show you your unconscious, how you can move through eliminating these thought processes is creating a frequency of love, forgiving the thought even. That thought is just a mirror of many thoughts that float around in the collective consciousness. Look at this thought as a sign that you have a chance to alleviate this energy in your system. And so all you have to do is give that thought love and release it. Right, I'm going to ask, how can we use our galactic lineages and energies to help and work with the collective? How can we do this with joy? And the message is, you're already doing it. Every action that you create, every thought, every word is an expression of what you have already done. And so know that how you work with the collective has already been done before. All you have to do is know that and have the confidence that everything that you do is going to just happen. It's not something you need to plan. It's something that you accept. Do you accept your soul's purpose as a galactic being? Are you confident to bring that into this space? Are you flowing into it? Are you releasing the mind? All these experiences that you have are unlocking all these aspects of you here to show you who you are. And as a reader that I'm reading right now, as I'm reading this, I'm seeing all of these galactic beings show up for us. And at any given moment, all you have to do to resonate with your galactic lineage is to call them in and connect with your crown chakra with them. So I want you to just close your eyes if you're participating. Take some deep breaths. And if you want to say a specific type of being, if you want to say Lyrian, if you want to say Pleiadian, Andromedan, I want you to say it 3 times. And if you just want to see what shows up, say galactic being. So I'm going to say galactic being, galactic being, galactic being. And I feel the top of my head, the crown chakra, going up to the galactic energy. And notice if you're feeling a shift in your energy, in your frequency, or if you're seeing something, if you're feeling or hearing something. And then I want you to ask, what intuitive activations do you have for me? And see if you get anything, if you're getting a message, or if you're just feeling this energy just completely encompass your whole being. And now I'm going to ask Pleiadian, who is connected to the Akashic Records, to come in and give us a message. It's a feminine energy. And she's saying that we are connected all the time. Know that your frequency resonates in me as my frequency resonates in you. And this is what gives us this direct contact. I'm able to give you information based off of your faith and your openness. There is so much more happening than what is happening on Earth. Earth is a reflective wave. There are other things happening in other universes, as Earth is just receiving all of those energies, and it is having a reactive response. Know that what you do with this reactive energy will help us, will help the collective consciousness, not just Earth's collective consciousness. And the more that you find this space of neutrality and love, we are just one. So every energy, every action that you take allows us all to be in peace and in love. Like, humans actually have so much power, and we have so much hope. You are truly the gateway of all of us to experience tranquility and enlightenment. Everything you do on Earth creates a vibration so unique. And that vibration truly matches and connects to universal root chakra energy and allows us all to stabilize and to see that we can all anchor in. So thank you, humans, for everything that you do. And I just want to share with everyone in this space, there are so many spirit guides, there's so many galactic beings that are here. And just know that your purpose is so valuable, not just on this plane. And that is why living a multi-dimensional life on this plane can move mountains. So I'm going to go ahead and close this group's Akashic Records. This group's Akashic Records are now closed. And just take in a few deep breaths in and out. Wiggle your fingertips and your toes. And slowly come back into the body. And really experience how you're feeling right now. This is the space and the energy where you can truly ask the energy what you want and need in this life to live a multidimensional life with ease. And so keep the eyes closed. And to yourself and say it aloud. Saying it aloud is so valuable. What you really want to do in this life. And while you're saying it out loud, have so much faith and conviction that you're being taken care of. And the universe, just know that the universe is always coming up with something even better than what we could ever think of. But the energy that you're sitting in right now is the magic. This is the energy that I sit in, the people that I work with, I teach them how to sit in this. And life just fits. It just all makes sense in this energy. And so as star seeds, sitting in this energy anchors us into this earth and it allows us to see our truth and our remembrance of who we are. And it is such a privilege to be sitting in this with you. So I appreciate all of you so, so much. And the more that we have, the more people that we have sitting in this space, we will truly change the vibration of the collective here. Opening up each other's hearts and connecting heart to heart. All right. I thank you guys so much. Ah.
Ah, that was beautiful, sister. I appreciate it.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good. I have a question for you. How long have you been channeling, receiving information? What's a little of your story?
Yeah. So the Zazen journey in the camper in the woods started in 2013. And I got into Reiki around 2017. And I got into the channeling like 6 months later. Because right when I got into the Reiki, it just opened me up and it was just flying in. So yeah, it's been since 2017. So 6 years.
That's beautiful. People are just loving you in the chat box. So calming, beautiful. I was crying. Thank you. You're so much coming in. Heart opening. Thank you, sister. Wow.
I love you guys. I felt the energy. Everybody was co-creating there, and I felt the just the connection all of us were having in that moment. You guys really have some strong spirit guides. I was feeling that too.
And is there a way for the community to reach out to you and connect with you and learn more?
Yeah, so I do Akashic Records readings. I also do quantum Reiki. I have a quantum resonance bed that I also use in these Reiki sessions. I teach the Akashic Records. So what we just did, I deep dive in that to where people can read their own Akashic Records and read other people's Akashic Records. It's a 4-session series. And I also teach intuitive Reiki. And you can get in contact with me at www.aprilcurry.com and also on Instagram at Akashic April.
And there's no spaces in Akashic April?
No spaces, just
Beautiful.
yeah.
Ladies, gentlemen, and aliens, check her out. She is doing some beautiful stuff. We all felt your frequency. So honored for you synchronistically coming to the conference. And I know we'll be working together a lot more in the future.
Oh, thank you so much. And by the way, I loved your song. I was just saying that I was going to change all of my music to have just beautiful lyrics and start these new playlists. So I was like, yes.
Awesome. I'm honored, and I'm just grateful that we're all here. It's a special time, to be on this planet.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. So,
Okay,
thank you for letting me be here.
Big love and hugs.
All right. Bye.
Okay, so I am really thrilled to get our next presenter. I'm just going to pull up her bio. You've been seeing her all day. She is my co-host, my soul friend, my homie. We're living together right now, and she is magical. So let's learn a little about Raji. So Raji is the founder of Wholehearted Media. She's a digital storyteller, host, video editor, and producer, merged with 15 plus years of meditation experience. She's also a yoga instructor, certified heart math, and accelerated evolution coach. Her mission is to inspire humanity to seek and experience the divine by assisting awakened and awakening souls in connecting with themselves. She believes new media will help shape the new world that we are all assisting in the midwifing now. Wholehearted Media is here documenting and sharing the journey while helping train others to step into their inner creatorship and shine from the inside out. Ladies and gentlemen, Raji. So first, I just want to honor you. I freaking love you. You're such an amazing soul. Every time we bounce back ideas, I feel I'm in the presence of such a evolved visionary. So
wow.
happy to be sharing star codes with you.
Dude, thank you so much for having me on. I can't believe I get to do this right now. My hands are like sweating. It's like, I love hosting, but it's like, oh, I now have to talk about my thing. Okay, let's do this. So Flo, I just want to thank you so much for having me on and as your co-host for Star Codes. I love this community and I'm honored to share about more about Wholehearted Media right now.
Okay, take it away.
Okay, well, hello friends, how are you? I'm so excited and honored to be here speaking to you today. And, you know, I was thinking about, okay, well, what should I share? I was going to share some heart math stuff and some more deeper sort of meditation things, but the guidance totally came through that it's time. It's time. As we've been hearing all day, people are stepping more into their mission and why they're here and accepting it. So here I am now doing the same. I've been on quite a journey the last little bit. And I'm going to be presenting what I've created with Wholehearted Media, the new direction of it. So first of all, Wholehearted Media started in 2020. The year the pandemic and COVID happened. I think a lot of us StarSeeds were like, yeah, this is how the world changes. And if you're like anything like me, I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be over in a month, you know, all debt's going to be wiped out and new systems are going to come in, no problem. And, you know, fast forward years later, you know, it didn't work like that. But, you know, change happens over time. And it's also good to remember change happens like that. So measuring your progress and success and achievements and back and forth and stuff is crucial. So I've been documenting the entire situation since 2020, since Wholehearted Media sort of came about. And it came about because I started investigating what was happening with COVID. As a journalist, I left broadcast television news in 2015. I saw where it was going. I was working for Shaw TV in British Columbia, and I didn't want any part of it. And I got an amazing opportunity to work with Collective Evolution. I don't know if you guys remember CE, or they're still around, but now they changed their name to The Pulse. But I became the video news director there, and I learned so much about like virality and likes, share, comment, you know, why this article did better than this one. Let's change the headline here. How about this photo? But the biggest thing was that I was melding my hard skills of shooting, editing, reporting, producing with my spirituality, which has been a through line since I was 20. And I saw it as such an amazing opportunity to do this at that point. And it was so hard. It was so hard. I don't know how many of you are watching right now. I have a 9-to-5. I had a 9-to-5, and, you know, leaving that and stepping away from that perceived security. And I say security because, as we've all seen, you know, jobs can be lost overnight and companies go down so quickly and funding gets pulled, you know. So I had to really think about what is security. And so leaving the 9-to-5 and jumping into CE, a online platform, it was very different. But then fast forward 3 years later, there I was again, like, okay, now what? And, you know, I helped them scale. I saw them grow with the introduction of video, and that was amazing, but I wanted more, I guess. And I went freelance. So that was even more, I was even more scary, because it's like, okay, now I'm leaving a different level of security, which I got closer to sort of living the life that I want to live, or doing the work that I wanted to do. And now I'm leaving that too, and I'm going freelance. So I did that, and because I had to follow my heart. So the whole thing here, the theme is following your heart. And I know I used to say that, like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna listen to my heart and blah blah blah, but this is another level, because it's like a no matter what. Follow your heart no matter what, okay? Because that's the caveat, because your heart will tell you to do crazy, weird, illogical things, because it's connected to the plan, and it's here, and this is connected to soul, which has the bigger plan. So sometimes things don't make sense to our mind, logical mind, but they are in alignment with the overarching story that's in place. And I'm a storyteller. I love the story. I love the journey. I love the adventure. So I don't know, are you guys adventurers too? I wonder. I think as Starseeds, some of us have this like implanted in us of like, if any of my friends ever ask me, hey Raj, should I go or should I stay? I will always tell you to go. I will always tell you to go because there's an adventure, there's a journey to be had. So I became a heart math coach, guide, instructor, and because they were one of my clients, and I started creating content for them. And this whole time, content creation was like, okay, there's something really here, because in television news, I was in community television, so I was getting to choose my stories, but I would get called into the senior producer's office or my boss's office, and they would say, well, we don't like this angle, or you shouldn't really say it like that. And I guess I didn't like I wanted full creative control. And so that was my major like pain point of like, this is what I want to see, and I want to execute exactly what I want. So I guess that was my like driving force of wanting to create my own thing. Fast forward, I'm working for Thrive Network, the documentary with Foster and Kimberly Gamble. I was their social media manager. And COVID happens, and some of the funding stopped flowing, and they gave me an option like, do you want to stay? Do you want to go? We can defer payments and stuff. And I was sort of like, okay, let's revisit. And there was this moment in my heart of like, okay, Raj, this is your time. Now execute what you really wanted to do. And what I really wanted to do was see a heart-based news network. And I was like, whoa, what does that look like? And I started like, we were playing around with it with CE, but there was tweaks and things didn't really line up and stuff. So I went right back into my like hardcore spiritual, deeply esoteric, went back to creator self. I went back to my creator, and I'm like, okay, what do I want? Who am I? What do I want? And how am I going to do it? And I just allowed the process to unfold. And so it did. And I ended up hooking up with a wonderful person named Rocco Galati, who is one of Canada's top constitutional lawyers. And him and I teamed up to sort of tell the other side, because the mainstream media was not telling the other side of the story. And that was very frustrating and just not balanced. And everything in my being was saying, okay, we need to tell this other side, and not from a vanity standpoint or like like a rah type thing. It was just literally from a deeply spiritual place of something doesn't feel right. And when something doesn't feel right, it usually isn't. Okay. And it usually isn't. And it was so uncomfortable for me. I had, I shot it, I edited it. I was so afraid to put out this one interview because I was afraid of backlash and all of this stuff. People were getting fights on Facebook, and like, it was crazy. You guys, like, I don't know, maybe you'll remember it if you were involved in some of these Facebook fights that were going on. But the video came out and it did extremely well. It did extremely well. Now you have to remember, I have content online right now that has millions and millions of views on it. And from Rocco's side, it did really well. And the feedback that I got from people was that, hey, I don't really understand like what is happening, but the way that you're presenting the information, it's like, it's okay. You have something, there's something in the transmission. And so that is really what I want to talk about today, is how new media is going to shape the world. And too often it gets a bad rap. I know there's a lot of nefarious agendas and, scheming marketing tactics and things like this. But as we keep awakening and remembering ourselves, we also have the power of knowledge. And when you know more, you can do better. So the subconscious mind is extremely powerful. And a lot of the media, and when I say media, I'm really talking about news media right now, but also like the ads that we see, some of the films that are put in front of our face, they are using our natural mechanism to attract that which we desire against us. I don't like that. That really bothers me a lot, because some of us are aware of the power of the subconscious mind and symbols and wording and slogans and phrasing and how it interacts with our subconscious and sort of washes into us, and that is really dictating our behavior. All we really want is behavioral changes, right? All this healing work that we do and continue to do is we want to see some behavioral changes to know, like, okay, there's parts of me that are healed. And by the way, I really believe that you can be healed enough. In my 20s, I did everything, everything from landmarks to Vipassana, to shaman sessions, to books and workshops and lectures and everything that I could find, because I was seeking, and I really want to drop this right now, that there comes a time where the seeking you can lay down the seeking, and you've sought enough, you've seeked enough. I'm sorry, I don't know if that's the right word, but there comes a time where you get to know everything that you need to know for this period, and now it's time to act. So the fastest way that I know how to help change things in the world is to inspire people, to affect global change. That is one of the fastest ways that I know to affect global change, is to inspire people. Because what happens when people are inspired? One word. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for one. What do you guys think? What happens when people are inspired? Yeah, action. Exactly. They act. Yay. They act. Okay, now let's take it one step further. What type of story is shared to help someone act or get inspired? What can we share right now that will inspire somebody? I'm going to tell you, your healing journey. And you know what? I know this 100,000,000%, because guess what? On my YouTube channel right now, on my House of Raji YouTube channel, I posted my first ever experience with ayahuasca. Okay. But it was life-changing. I had such a positive experience, and I kept telling the story, so much so that I was like, all right, girl, sit your ass down, just press record and just tell the story. God, it took me like 4 hours to record the whole thing, but it was so important to just share it. And it was so vulnerable. And I uploaded it, and I pressed, publish, and it was not mine anymore. It was the world. And now it has over like 380,000 views on it. Crazy. People have reached out to me from around the world saying, hey, I received healing just listening to your story. And like, and then they shared such deep, vulnerable things about their life. And they don't know me, but they know me from the video, but they felt something from the video. So there's something in the transmission now. Remember, we know better now, so we have to do better. So as conscious consumers of media, we get to choose what enters into our being. But we've known that for a while, right? And one step further is, does this resonate with me? Does this message resonate with me? Does this story resonate with me? And if it doesn't, that's okay. And if it does, that's okay too. it's more about the choice point of what am I going to choose to allow in or not. The problem for me with media right now, especially news media, is that we have 70,000 thoughts, around 70,000 thoughts every single day. 70% of them are negative. Okay. And in North America, the average person is on their media, consumes around 3 hours of media every day. That's average. And 50% of that is news media. Okay, so if the news is negative, okay, and you know, we're consuming 3 hours of media and 50% of that is news, like, I mean, you guys know. So I was locked in this in my 20s, and I was very negative, very like something would happen and my like automatic response was negative. That sucks. I hate this. Nothing's ever going to change, you know, just a very victim mentality, until that shifted. And one of the biggest shifts happened, well, ayahuasca helped a lot, and heart math. I changed my baseline, literally changed my baseline from negative thinking to more neutral first, and then lean towards more positive. Also, I've struggled with depression and anxiety for years. And for me to sit here and say, now there's a hum in the background of joy, no matter what, is huge. So what I want to share with you about the baseline technique with heart math, it's called heart-focused breathing. Just gonna check the time. Heart-focused breathing, and it's very simple. And actually, if you sign up for my website, I have a it's like 4 minutes that I can send you, and it's me guiding you. But you have to do it every day, okay? Sorry for the finger. I also do that to myself. I'm like, come on, like do it every day, but in a gentle, kind, loving way. But it's about the practice. And so all you're doing is sit, eyes open, eyes closed. Once you keep practicing, you can have your eyes open. You can even be talking to somebody and you are in your heart. So bring all your attention and awareness to the center of your chest, to your heart space. Like I'm there now. And imagine your breath is flowing in and out of your heart. Feel it and see it and experience it. That drop that Marissa also mentioned this morning. Breathing a little bit slower, a little bit more deep. And if thoughts come up, it's okay. Just come back here. Please practice that for at least 2 or 3 minutes every single day. You will change your baseline, and I'm living proof of that. I want to share something with you guys, something that I made. Okay. While we're in this heart space. So it's only 53 seconds. Just relax and listen. Fall into my arms, my dear beloved. Rest. Open and surrender into my sweet, strong, steady embrace. Calm your racing mind. Find the safety and trust in my embrace. Can you feel my heart? Start with the breath and fall into alignment with my rhythm. Love light. Light love. One sec, YouTube is going to go to the next video. So I made that. And that was kind of channeled, and it was like source was coming through and like speaking through me, and That's what I made. And now I'm ready to teach everyone, whoever wants to know, how to make things like this. So part of Wholehearted Media, to share the new Wholehearted Media, because we had a little bit of a rebrand. Welcome to Heart-Centered Media. We're reimagining global communication one story at a time. Okay, so what does this mean? And there's my little story. You guys sort of just found that. Basically, what I'm looking to do here is really prioritizing the mental and spiritual health of the individual, of the audience first. And finally, we're embracing our duty of sharing and creating media. And we want to do this through the lens of self-awareness, empathy, and respect. I'm calling it compassionate media because a big part of it, like I said, is the transmission. So the person that is telling you the story is almost, or broadcasting is almost just as important as the person who's receiving. And remember, the heart is a receiver and a broadcaster. So how are we going to do this? We are going to do this through user-generated content, through original programming. This is the training that I was talking about, community activations just like this, and inspired storytelling. And our new mission is to reimagine the relationship between media mediums and humanity. And I really believe that we can make media that can help people feel safe enough to question their own thoughts, feelings, ideas, and maybe even help facilitate paradigm shifts. And that would be such a wow thing, and I really believe that we can do it, but I need your help. I want correspondence from around the world, and I'm willing to help train and work with people, and I want to share everything that I've learned now with a wider audience. So we're about 20,000 on Instagram, like 7,000 on YouTube. I just got on this new platform called Unite.live. I'll drop the link for you guys. It's awesome. You don't have to worry about censorship. I don't know if any of you worried about censorship, but YouTube just took down another one of my videos, so that's kind of annoying. But with Unite, you don't have to worry about that. Plus, there's like a Zoom-like integration, and it's super cool. So I'm putting all the things in place for this new sort of heart-centered media to come through. Okay, I think wait, Flo, how much time do I have? I wasn't
For nearing the completion.
okay, cool. Okay, thank you. Is there any questions or anything? Wait, I want to tell you one more thing, actually. I like to call myself a journalist that's documenting the frontiers of spirituality, because a whole other side to me is documenting my own personal spiritual journey. And actually, I feel really safe with you guys. And there is a video that I want to post. It's very raw though. But I feel like I recorded it because I thought people would get something out of it. And basically it happened like 2.5, 3 weeks ago, but my ego was having a major meltdown, major. And I captured, it's like 10 minutes long. I captured the what was happening and how it happened. And the only reason, I think one of the only reasons why I'm here even talking to you like this and sharing right now is because it's like what Althea was doing, like clear, and you finally are just where you're supposed to be. And I truly feel like that right now. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm gonna pop a link after I get off here in the chat, and it's to an unlisted video. Okay, it's exclusive only for you guys in this Zoom room. If you could watch it and leave me a comment if you got anything out of it, because it will give me so much encouragement to post more of these vlogs that I have of going through my own journey. Okay, that's what I wanted to tell you. And yeah, okay, I think I'm going to stop there. Are there any questions? Let's see. Yes, please reach out to me. have things. There's links I'm gonna drop. Jump on a free consult call with me. The other thing is like I'm helping with branding. I love branding. I love helping you get your message out there in like a clean, fun, beautiful way. And let's do it together. There's a 5-week course that I'm throwing down, and it's going to help you move through I have an idea of a video or a piece of content, I have no idea what to do, or I have a video piece, or I have an idea and something started, but I can't finish it. So gonna hit you up on all the ways there. Okay, I'm gonna stop there. How can you support me? Oh my God, thank you. I do need a lot of support. I need like writers, I need copy editors, I need my news team too. So can you just email me? Let's just start there, and we'll go from there. I just need to know if you're interested and want to get involved, because I have space and place where I can use everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the time and space to share. And yeah, you mean a lot to me. So thank you.
Thank you, Raji. You just deliver such heart codes, feeling it, feeling your inspiration, feeling your mission, feeling your epic vibes. And we posted your links below, houseofraji.com, wholeheartedmedia.ca. I sent them your instagram.com/houseofraji. But
Okay.
feel free to post it all. And you said you have a course coming up?
Yeah, there's other links that, okay, I'll post after in the chat. I'll just jump on the chat real quick. I know Akira's up. Yeah. Hi, Akira. Good to see you again.
Akira. All right.
In the house. Yes, there's other links that I'll pop in the chat. And yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Okay, awesome. And we'll be seeing more of Raji. She's as our co-host. So super grateful we got Akira back in the house. I know all divine timing, sometimes in life you just got to go with the flow, right? Schedules adjusting. We've had people who couldn't make it today, but sometimes you just got to laugh, and everything worked out.
Of course. Thank you so much. It worked out now. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm excited too. And
it was an amazing video. I liked it so much. I listened to it. Thank you so much. It was so beautiful to hear her story. Thank you.
I agree. She is one inspirational human.
Yeah, of course. It was very inspiring. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm so happy to talk to you.
I'm happy you're here. It's funny because Akira was originally the first speaker, and what happens, and so we had to like shift up last minute, and it's been so perfect. So really trusting the divine flow, and I'd love to intro you to the family and let people know about this divine soul. So Sandra, aka Akira, is a German psychic medium, starseed, and spiritual teacher. Her path into mediumship and ET contacts started back in childhood, where she had memories of other stars and planets. Her main work is channeling information from the source, angels or ETs. She also tends to have premonitions and sees images and sequences of the future. She assists through light code transmissions, and she's here to enhance our healing. That's just like a fragment of the epicness she delivers.
Yeah.
So, ladies, aliens and aliens, I present to you Akira.
Thank you so much for the introduction. What an honor. Hi, nice to see you guys. Yes, I'm from Germany. I'm still in training, so I'm very sorry for my German accent. I hope so much you get my message. Anyway, yeah, we are living in very exciting times. I think everyone can agree. These times are very crazy, beyond exhausting. We go through very deep healing and purging, attacks as well. And the message I receive for 2023 is many different goals. I feel discernment, spiritual discernment, I feel is very, very important right now. So maybe you'll see the confusion in the spiritual community yourself. And yes, it's getting very, very wild now. Yeah, it's like so much is happening. We see through the phantom, through the illusion more and more. We understand more who we are in return. And it's like everything which is not serving your highest good, you simply let go of everything which is not serving you anymore. Yes, and this process is beyond exhausting. And that's why I feel so many starseeds are so confused, because we let go of everything which is not serving our heart. And the basic message I receive is, first, spiritual discernment. What is spiritual discernment? I suggest work always with your heart. Your heart always tells you what to do. So you know that the old system simply led us away from our hearts, right? So the system they taught us, so your heart, don't listen to your heart. All what matters is your head. You must fit into a box, right? So the infiltration started. And now we are grown-up people and we have no idea how to trust our heart. But this is basic. So we were born with this divine connection. And because we see the chaos in the world is growing as well, so now all we have is this one moment. So it's not easy to make any future predictions right now. Me the same. At one hand, timelines are always changing. Sometimes we stay on a very bright timeline and I feel, oh yeah, tomorrow, the global awakening, yes, easy going. Then 2 hours later, oh gosh, the people will never wake up. It's always like up and down, up and down. Because why is it this way? I feel this is not the point right now. That's why we can hardly channel the future or receiving information about the future, because it's our heart. Because the answer is here, and all what you have is this one moment. And this is the energy of Christ. So we over and over talk about the energy of Christ, the crystalline energy. It is, in my opinion, the same. And our energy slowly turns from carbon back to the crystalline body structure. Maybe you heard about this. And yes, this process is beyond exhausting, because even we starseeds, yeah, even when we always felt something is off here, oh, we felt not home here, oh, we had always connections to the stars, we went through this journey ourselves. So we have problems to remember as well. And we went through this experience of, I forget, who am I? So I cannot remember, I cannot get access for real. I feel from a higher perspective, we did this with the goal to understand what 3D consciousness is. That's why many starseeds and indigos that chose very heavy families and toxic families, always with the goal to understand what's going on here on Earth. What is 3D consciousness? Yeah, your soul did this. And now we are in the period of transition in which we're slowly waking up from a very deep sleep. And we starseeds, we also go through a very deep awakening again. Even when you already were aware of your starseed connections, or you already knew, hey, I'm a starseed, but maybe you can agree that we are going through a very deep awakening process, we all. Yeah, and spiritual discernment, I feel, is important, because I feel it's important to open your heart. And the more you open your heart, the more you go in resonance with people which are heart-centered as well. And this is what I do. When I listen to other content or to other spiritual people, I just pick up what resonates here in my heart, because your heart knows the truth. It sounds strange, but it is the heart space. As we were little, we knew. And then we grow up in the system, yeah, and the system told us, this, your heart is just illusion. It's not true. This is all what matters, yeah. Just believe what we are telling you. The material plane is true, yeah. And when you just pick up what resonates with your heart, that's what I do. At one hand, I remember more and more what my heart is telling me. Yeah, it's like we are helping each other in remembrance, because we are all in this. And on the other hand, it helps me so much to strengthen the bond to my higher self too. Because when I trust these first messages here in my heart, it feels to me like this. It feels like a push, a pull in my heart. And it helps me to, yeah, this feeling, I remember, yes, I always knew. When you have this kind of feelings, you can be sure it fits to your soul, and your higher self speaks to you too. In other words, your heart is basic. Your heart is the gate to all dimensions. Your heart is the gateway to your cosmic team and to your higher self. And you will see the more you open your heart, the more your higher chakras are opening as well. So I just can talk about my experience. So as I started to believe in myself again, yeah, when you know me from Instagram, from YouTube, or from TikTok, sometimes I speak about my story as well. For example, I grew up in a very Catholic family, in which I believed I'm possessed by Satan, for example. Yeah. So, and I was so afraid, the shame and guilt consciousness as well. I was so afraid of seeing my family because I believed I worked with the devil and so on. So I know this program myself. And I was so afraid of being myself, but I always saw them. Yeah, I always saw my team. I saw spirit guides. I saw entities, also destructive entities. So many different beings. And I can just talk about my experience as I learned to trust myself again. It took a while because I went through the dark night of the soul myself. So really, my heart opened first, and then all my higher chakras, they follow automatically too. Yeah. So as I started to believe and trust my intuition, I was not afraid of talking anymore. Yeah, I simply spoke out from my heart. Then I trained my throat chakra again. Yeah, and I loved it so much to speak. I loved it so much to meet people. But I was so afraid of being myself because I was ashamed of being myself. So as I understood, hey, I'm a starseed. So I'm a normal person like everyone, but I'm having my home on other stars, if you will. So it helped me so much. And then I spoke, and then I felt, so all these higher chakras slowly activated. My third eye, I believed in my visions again. So I always saw entities. I saw the aura of people too. And I saw the blockages as well. Yeah, my third eye. And my crown chakra fellow as well. In other words, your heart is basic. So when you work as a channeler, let's say, so your heart is basic for channeling. And the more your heart is open, the more you can discern. And I know many people are afraid of channeling now because I watch and observe a lot, yeah, also in the spiritual community. And what I see is a deep fear in the spiritual community and division. And the funny thing is, the more you stay heart-centered, the more you got access to very heart-centered beings. It is a universal law. In other words, a self-fulfilling prophecy. This means the more you are afraid of doing something wrong, yeah, the more you are in fear. Yeah, I'm afraid of channeling a hologram, the more it will happen. Do you understand? It's like you vibrate in a specific frequency and then you got access to the same frequency. And imagine the more you vibrate in peace, let's say here, the more you are in contact with peaceful beings. It is very easy, but yeah, many people are afraid now of channeling. And discernment is very easy because it's your heart. And it's the first feeling you have here in your heart space. And when you feel touched, when you feel this pull here in your heart, this is a sign for me, this, this awakening moment, then I know, yes, this is the right information for me. And when I feel, this doesn't resonate with me, I just let it go. And it's also good when you do it on this level because you see everyone is in the same boat. There is people, they spread many different information, right? And even when this information doesn't resonate with you, you can meet people always on one level. You don't do this any longer or this any longer because you see we are all a character in a video game, let's say, and everyone plays a character in a video game. And you see everyone on one level with you. And this happens, I feel, in the spiritual community too, because this process is so exhausting, yeah, because we must face our dark side. We put off all our masks, and now we see each other, who we really are, naked. No fake, yeah. Slowly the masks are off, yeah, they are all falling. And The good news are that we meet each other on a very deep level, the soul connection. And actually, so many people searching up for this connection. Even I see so many people, they search up for deep love and appreciation. But so many people are afraid to have the deep soul connection again. And this happens now. So the more you open your heart, the more you surrender. And you're anchoring the crystalline sun codes. The sun takes a very important role now. And maybe you notice the same. Just when you take a look up to the sun, when the sun comes through, let's say, okay, see the sun color is changing. Maybe you notice the same. The sun color is plasmic now, or crystalline. Yeah, the color changed. And I observe the sun very closely, because what I'm getting is the sun is very important for all this. So the sun is helping us now to activate our DNA. And when you practice sun gazing as well, you are anchoring this code so much better. The good news are, the more you stay heart-centered, the more you are anchoring the crystal and sun codes. Very easy. And the illusion behind all this is that we are all in the same boat. It was never about who is evil, who is good, even when this is so. But this is, I feel, the last illusion, even in the spiritual community, that we must overcome dual consciousness, because this is fully a dual consciousness, that we think in black or in white. It's like there's nothing else. It's just like my sweater, white or black. But what if everyone vibrates in a specific frequency? And this consciousness also helps me a lot through the storm. Yeah, when I feel and think in frequency. Nikola Tesla taught us so. Yeah, when you want to understand the universe, think in terms of vibration, frequency, and energy, and not so much in evil and good. Even when they do evil things, destructive things, yes, we see them also very clear now, but see it more from the frequency perspective. And this helps me also a lot to stay grounded and to meet each other on one level. Yeah, and I just attach to people in which I feel a heart connection. Yeah, when I have a heart connection to this content or to these people, I let it in. But when I feel, okay, I don't have a resonance to it, or it doesn't feel right to me, all what I do is I disconnect from it. So, and I detach from it. I don't know if this helps you guys, but I feel navigating through the storm is also a challenge for us this year. And ta-da, what is the solution? It's your heart again, because your intuition always tells you what to do. Do you have to go the right path or the left path? So it starts with a feeling. What kind of decision do you want to take? Yeah, do I want to go into this supermarket or into the other supermarket? Maybe it sounds strange, but it really starts with these little things in life. And for us, it's our daily routine. Yeah, I brush my teeth every morning and I go into the supermarket and so on. But we must learn to trust our hearts and to see, okay, this I'm running on autopilot now, but what is my heart really telling me? Okay, and just be honest with you, because everyone has the connection. And I truly believe everyone on this planet has the connection. And this is why so many of you agreed to Earth, especially during the chaos, because you knew this time something else is happening. People are slowly waking up. And the first step for humanity is, and this is also very exhausting, the people see for the first time through the darkness. They see for the first time the destructive ones. And we simply hold the space for humanity. That's the reason why so many of you are always tired, exhausted, and you have the symptoms, because you are hypersensitive. You feel very clear what's going on with humanity. You can see it in all details. Yeah, so, and that's why we must stay heart-centered. We must do the opposite of what the destructive ones from us to do. Yeah, because the more you stay heart-centered, the more you have access to source and to high vibrational beings. But the more you are in fear, or you tap into the frequency war, yeah, it's a frequency war, if you will, the more they can get access to you. That's why you are also so confused, because these timelines are always changing, or maybe your own frequency is over and over changing, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, and then you are in contact with many different entities. Yes, I don't know if this resonates with you, but for humanity, it's a very important process, because they see through the darkness, if you will, through the destructive ones the first time. And that's why so many people in the spiritual community are speaking about them suddenly. Maybe you noticed the same. So we never talked about them so much, isn't it? So when I watched content, spiritual content about extraterrestrials, about how to open your third eye chakra, many years ago, we never talked about it so many times. And now you see so many channelers, StarSeeds, they have the impulse, hey, I must speak about the destructive ones. Yeah, I must explain to the community who they are or how they play. The reason is it's the collective. We feel the collective's consciousness, and they feel, something is strange. I cannot say what's going on with the media, what's going on with the government, what's going on with the US government, what's going on with Europe. Even here in Europe, it's going very chaotic. So many people feel it, what's going on, but they cannot say what it is for real. And now they do some research. Yeah, they want to know what's going on, and now they are guided to us. Yeah, that's why there are starseeds. They feel it here in their hearts, and they talk a lot about the rabbit hole now. Yeah, and we see very clear now what kind of purpose you really have in the game. Yeah, it's like you are guided now to your true purpose. So what is your purpose? And it happens because it happens. Your heart just says, hey, I have the impulse. I want to talk about, let's say, the draconians. Yeah, I want to talk about them and about their technology and their agenda, let's say. Yeah, maybe for you as a starseed, it's not so interesting to know because you already know them. Yeah, but maybe for the collective or for people which are new at this, which feel, what's going on with the government? For them, it's needed. And we see now every person on this planet really has another mission.
Well, I'm not sure what happened. We just think we have some technical difficulties, so we're on standby. I'll just be on pause for a moment, family, and see what we could do. In the meanwhile, take this opportunity to just take a breath, chill. There's so much information flowing today. It's good to just have these moments of integration. And it seems like Akura has left. So I'm going to, in the meanwhile, get our hosts up, and I'm going to invite some of our new hosts who are going to be joining us while we're waiting for Akura. All right. Introducing Vea and Allah, good soul family, friends, just divine beings who
What's
I
up,
connected.
guys? How are you?
How are you doing today?
Oh my goodness, this day is flowing so beautifully, you all. I love you all so much. And I feel so much love expanding with every moment of this conference. It's just ever converging. The level of unified field that we are co-creating, this is unstoppable.
Totally.
Golden rays.
Thank you so much for your courageous hearts, everyone. I just feel so much of everyone's willingness to show up and be who we are, just fearlessly, ferociously in our empowered, loving humility of the truth of what's here. Thank you so much. It's like I'm just I have no words right now. I just feel, whew, this day
Beautiful.
has been such a gift.
Such a beautiful day. Tell us a little bit about yourselves. Where are you guys these days? You guys look like where are you?
We're everywhere at once.
Everywhere.
Yeah, let's be real. Let's go. Yeah. We're everywhere and nowhere.
Yeah, it's like that nonlinear. Everybody, I feel like we're all sitting in this beautiful rainbow circle. Like we're in this presence together, and I just feel so grateful. We're this spaceship that we're all sharing in. I like our brother Saryan was talking earlier about the sounds emanating from our spaceships, and whew, this is so brilliant because he also presenced how no matter what we're doing, whether it's like really big things in the physical realm and really humongous things that are going on in the inner realm, and a lot of these things nobody even knows. Right? Like he was saying, like a lot of this like huge level stuff that we're all co-creating is like done on such a quiet level. And I just was so happy that I could feel the presence of people that are tuning in with this conference right now that are aware of how huge their contributions are, how each and every one of us is doing such huge expansion for the collective in our being, in whatever it is that we feel is in our heart to do. And I feel so grateful that we can feel this together and honor one another and live based on what we know is our role in this time. So thank you all so much. We're over here in Mount Shasta, California.
There you are.
So,
Okay.
we just like beaming this love of
Peru.
Mount Shasta, the mountain, the trees, the waters, the purity of the life, the flowing life that is here. We are so grateful to weave the aliveness all around Pachamama together.
Yeah,
in pure gratitude for what is here now.
That's beautiful. Allah, how are you feeling, man?
Are you hearing his telepathic transmission right now?
I feel tremendous though. Short answer, but just super creative, inspired, so much crystalline creative projects is coming through. So many ideas. You just have to choose one and and start there.
Just take the next step. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And hey, let's acknowledge the like 102 attendees, that have been going strong since 9-10 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Love you guys. All these beautiful souls. I'm just like scrolling through all the names right now. Imagine if we read all of them.
Hella shout out.
Hella shout out, yeah. Heaven shout out, yeah.
Heaven shout out.
Shout out.
Akura is back. So we're just going to let her finish.
Yes.
We have around 7 more minutes. And we'll let Akura jump in. Oh, man. I thought it was high five and Bea and Allah got in here. Now it's just high five.
Next level.
Blaze up!
Hi, Akura.
I'm like,
You're back.
Welcome back.
Avita say.
so you're just on mute. Okay, you're on mute, sister. She's like, wow, she's like multi-dimensional. She's spinning and this is very entertaining. I think it's connecting now. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. It's all good. You could just dance for us. You could just do some light codes dancing or something. Like,
So weird. It does say connected though. Can you hear us, Akira?
she can't talk, so she's speaking. Well, if you'll get the host panelist back up just while Akura is figuring that out, maybe Raji and Vainala, we could just keep vibing.
Yeah.
We back, baby.
We'll be back.
4K. No,
Oh.
5.
It's so strange. I wonder what's happening. I feel like she's just magically gonna come back. Let's see. What else? So have you guys been were you guys listening to all the speakers?
Oh my goodness, you guys. This has been so profound. I could feel just everyone's contributions just up leveling the creation. Yeah.
I felt that too. I felt that too. Like Althea's activation, like I was literally standing up and it was just like, what, getting washed with it. And like, I think Serena, it was her name, Serena, her song was so beautiful. I can't wait to listen to that again. It and the video was pretty dope too. It's nice that she's in Playa del Carmen. I didn't know that. Oh,
wow. Yeah, and so many synchronicities with the golden frequency from the Eagles Brother Saryan was talking about, and the rainbow frequencies keep coming up every day. Every day, this rainbow frequency and that aqua aura bowl he played.
Yeah, that's so magical.
The Arcturians,
so magical.
The Eden Arcturians. That
never heard of that, and it just it got me, you know?
Yes.
And I love that he was really big on practice.
Yeah.
And like he took us on we were practicing together, you know? I appreciate that.
Yes. And I love how he presenced how key it is going to be discerning about the AI that continues to kind of show up as something that we're here to have a lot of clarity about, and Archangel Michael helping with bringing clarity is been
maybe
really huge.
Someone suggested that we send Akira all of our vibes and a moment of silent presence.
Trust they'll be all divine, and maybe we could sync her up back after, because we're actually coming to the point where it's time for the next speaker. So I'm just gonna hold that space, but continue with the show, and hopefully if she gets back, we will try to sync her up at another time in the conference. If not, I will ask her if she could maybe do a pre-recording of her talk, and we could add it to the video again, just to honor the schedule for all the other speakers. So love you, Akura. I know it's all divine as always. So I think it's time. So our next speaker is actually a mutual friend of ours. We both know her, and I'll let you two do the honors of bringing her up.
We're so excited to introduce our sister, Ashley. We got to connect with her through Star Codes and during this time sharing where we all we're co-creation TV together. And so grateful to hear Ashley's offerings through that platform of our co-creation TV on Telegram. And so Ashley, hi. I'm so happy to see you.
Hi, everybody. What a beautiful surprise, Alan Bea.
Oh,
yeah.
yes. And Ashley's our sister who we would synchronistically be reading Barbara Marciniak, Earth, the Living Library at the same time. Yes. And we'd be reading Cosmic History Chronicles, Book of Transcendence at the same time. And this is a woman who has just so much heart that just flows through her being. So thank you so much, Ashley, for joining this panel. I feel so honored that we get to introduce you and what you're here to birth in this potent time that we're sharing in. So everybody, Ashley Aurora Weiser is a creatress of soul, ominous, frequential, holofractal synthesizing, a galactic dream builder in harmonic resonance to infinite potentiality. She applies omnipresent heart and mind coherence that results in luminous vibrational alignment for the miracles to flow. She is a guardian of sacred universal wisdom, activating supernatural abilities to shift into unlimited potentiality. She expands through writing, speaking, singing, dancing, thinking, feeling, sensing, painting, drawing, alchemy, light language, and energy work, surrendering fully to her intuition and heart that connects the inner knowing guidance, internal GPS, gravitational pull system. Ashley has been assisting as a new earth leader for the shift and expansion of consciousness into higher frequencies of unconditional love and unity in order to reinstate our natural divine birthright of creating our realities on earth and beyond. Transition of Homo sapien, humans, to Homo luminous, multidimensional beings. Along with being a loving, consciously aware mom to her mini starseeds, she keeps our youth connected to their divinity, creative expressions, and uniqueness instead of denying it. Also with adults to connect back, love, and release the false programming of the mind and trauma that keeps us stuck in repeated patterns, cycles, to understand the importance of divine masculine, feminine balance of union within and apply it to alignment in connections.
Ashley has been fascinated, observed, and learned the mind since she was a little girl. She recently created a practice called Divine Bioenergetics for in-person, remote Reiki, divine attunement, energetic fitness, DNA cellular healing, light language, and galactic guidance. Welcoming expansion into her creation, Ashley is soon releasing her first book about her unique starseed journey and cosmic awareness, Aspire to Inspire. Welcome, Volume 1, Superpower of Alchemizing the Mind.
And we just posted in the chat more information on how to connect with Ashley. So be sure to check out her contact info that's listed right here in the chat. So thank you, Ashley, again. So grateful to see you, sister.
So grateful to have connected to you all. And to Alan Vey, you've been such an inspiration to me since we came back into each other, right? So I don't know, I'm so grateful, and I feel like I need to just take a moment and just really feel it, it's an honor to be here. And I'm really grateful to, this is what I'm going to be speaking about today, to have came back and found myself because I know along my journey, back to rediscovering my inner verse and the power within that. I got lost along the way, which many of us do, pulled away, fragmented, like just pulled in all these different directions away from why we're here, right? Our soul purpose, like our soul path, why we're here on earth. And it takes a lot of patience with yourself and just dedication and perseverance and courage to really even and it's really a mind thing. That's why superpower of the mind is like so important for people to be in awareness of, just really learning how to balance that and tune out the distractions that just come around. And I've found that the AI, just like even social media, and just really interferes with that. It's so easy just to be pulled into all these different directions and disharmonious frequencies or connections with people that don't have the best intentions. There's just like all these things floating out there that can easily pull you off your path. And it took years for me to discover, like many years, I feel, to discover that and like be like, wow, it's just that simple. Like I was overcomplicating this for so long. It's here. It comes from here. And I don't need to be going all these different directions and listening and following all these different people. I'm here to create something different. I'm here to, share my story and, and just as anybody else, like take what resonates from it, leave behind what doesn't, just as it is along your healing journey. The mind can get so caught up in even the day-to-day things. So that's other distractions. Oh my gosh, like where's the money coming from to pay my bills? Like how am I going to get from here to there? And what do I want to be when I grow up? So like I've learned to replace those things with, like what am I going to create in this world? How do I even create? For me, I was so far taken away from all of that. Like, I'm saying like, I'm a lot sorry, y'all. Well, I'm like excited and nervous at the same time, but yeah. And so it's another moment. So what my book, my passion, my journey, and sharing it and not being just like sharing it unapologetically. So others can really like break out of their shell and discover their superpowers, because it is an universal thing. Like every cell, every molecular compound of our being, our DNA, our bone structure, our nervous system, just everything is just a blueprint. It's like a blueprint, or you can call it a rainbow print or a luminous print of how we operate in this world, what we give, what we receive, how to balance all of it. And just as it is on the exterior, you have to uncomplicate things inside. Follow synchronicities. When something doesn't align, like that's how I know it doesn't resonate, it doesn't feel right. Patterns reoccur. So it's time to take them like goodbye, boundaries, put boundaries up for yourself. So important. and always follow your heart. You know, so I think the most important part that kind of gets overlooked is the fact that we all have darkness, right? We all experience darkness, whether it's this lifetime, other lifetimes, you know, other experiences outside of this planet. And that's okay. That's part of all of this. That's how you get to the light. And it's really a matter of working through being authentic about it, like being real. Like, yeah, you know, just I have all these beautiful, you know, you just like learn to alchemize it. I like to alchemize everything, like what I put into my body, what I speak, what I remember. That's been my biggest challenge, is remembering who I am, remembering why I'm here, remembering that I'm here for me, remembering that me also is you and is everything, because all is one. Remembering that it's okay to trip and fall, but you get back up again, dust your shoulders off, and keep going. And when you look up, say, like at the night sky, like I always say, my eyes are always in the sky. That's how I get a lot of my guidance and confirmations. And at night, if the sky wasn't so dark, we wouldn't be able to see the brilliance of our star system. We wouldn't be able to see the luminosity of the moon and the beauty and the essence and the, you know, the emotional power and magnificence that it brings. When the sun rises, it's a whole another like canvas in the sky. And all those beautiful light codes are just come down to just really open up our expansion process. And sorry, I'm like watching some of the comments.
You're doing so good, Ashley, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. But yeah, so my biggest thing, so like I'm sure a lot of you will resonate with this. I was called weird a lot growing up, right? And I was like, I don't really care. Like I kind of did. It kind of hurts you a little bit. It's like, oh man, I'm weirdo. Like I don't fit in. Nobody wants to talk to me. Like, what am I doing wrong? And I think that kind of starts the self-perpetuation, yeah, you know, and building upon taking away from yourself as you become an adult. And sorry, I keep losing my train of thought, but I'm like multi-dimensionally jumping all over the place right now. It happens. So unique. Sorry, I need my keyword. So for so many years, I hid who I was, right? I conformed. I just did what I thought I was supposed to do, what I was expected to do. It never resonated. I was like miserable. That was my, you know, that darkness kept coming in and coming in and coming in and getting heavier and heavier and heavier as I got older. But like I knew, I had an inner knowing that I was here for something much more monumental than just this ordained like day-to-day like cycle of what wasn't aligned with me and why I'm here, that density. And that's been the most magnificent part of my journey, because yes, it was dark, and yes, it was not fun, and yes, there was trauma, but I honor all of that. I rock it. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I made it. I put that work in. I made that decision for myself to every day tap into me, tap into why all those cycles were repeating. What was I doing? What was I missing within myself that allowed them to continue? So and then, I had two daughters, and through all these different experiences I went through, I'm like, I have to be this amazing example for them. I love them so much. Like, wow, it changes your life in so many ways. And you just want to emit all this vibrancy and protect them and love them. And, just so expansive. And it's just been an amazing experience to be able to teach them things that I had to hide when I was little, when I was a little girl. And then that was that weird uniqueness. I like to translate the word weird into unique as something that my grandma handed down to me. Because she always said I was different from everybody else. And I was like, I don't know what that means, but like, yes, I am, but like, what does that mean? So the most, I feel like one of the most expansive things with the mind and really connecting back to your superpower, because there's all kinds of supernatural abilities that we have, but we're told we don't have them. But we do. It's a matter of that inner verse coming back to yourself, not listening to that exterior world or construct or matrix or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. And so it's like a wavelength. It's a shift of the mind and the perspectives of the mind, and really not being afraid to express it. Not I keep losing my train of thought, y'all. So sorry. Where was I? Power, the imagination. That's what I was getting to. So the imagination has been, I feel like, the most prolific thing, besides, of course, connecting back to my heart space and loving myself again and being able to radiate that love into everything, set my intentions. But the imagination, so I just always think about this. It's so interesting. When when we're younger, when we're children, we're naturally born with this divine right, this divine birthright of just of being connected to our divinity, of using our imaginations, of being creative, which is what we strive, if we're even aware of it, to be, like, as of in the now, creators and creatresses. And that can be a multitude of things. It can be just like jotting down a couple words, creating a couple words, painting something beautiful, just anything, writing a song, singing, dancing, moving around, whatever, doesn't matter. We don't limit ourselves. That's been what's led us to have this massive expansion, is all that buildup of the darkness, and then just like lighten it all up. Like the night sky and all the stars, like we're all the stars in the sky. So lost my train of thought again. It's okay. Thank you all for being patient with me. I really appreciate it. What was I now? This is me also. I'm just gonna rock it out, So the superpower of mind, I'm just going to keep going back to the last thing I can. Thank you guys. Yes, rock it out. I love that love frequency. We all can connect and just feel through. I feel like sometimes I don't have to even speak the words. Y'all can just feel it. And sometimes that's why I kind of like, I'm like, all over the place. Like, I don't know what words to produce and put out right now. I do. So one of the things.
I have a question for you, Ashley.
Yes.
What would you consider one of your personal superpowers? I know you got many.
I do. So, Oh, that's a really tough question. I don't like to limit things. Flo, you know this. It's like, whoa. So like definitely telepathy. Telekinesis, like not so much. That's kind of one that I'm working on right now. Definitely the power of the mind and expanding it, and connecting to that unlimited potentiality. The mind and heart coherence is really a huge one, and that for me that took a little while, or a long while. It took a long while to connect and have them really synced up.
How do you suggest syncing up like that heart and mind connection? Because I feel that's something many individuals are working on, in our day.
It definitely is. So really, I feel like it's a sort of a surrender, but also like I don't want to say promise. It's not really the right word right now, but it's fine. To yourself. It's like dedication to yourself and determination. And like I was saying earlier, patience, and just taking that time, even if it's just for 5 minutes a day. I like to do longer than 5 minutes a day, but if it's, all this stuff, happens and whatever, just a couple minutes a day, an hour a day, 2 hours a day, whatever, just like home in on what makes you happy, what harmonizes you. Go out in nature, sit with trees, meditate, dance, do all of them incrementally throughout the day when you have time. That's what really keeps me like tapped into everything, galactically and here on Earth as a human, because we're all these forms and we all have the potential to limitlessness and to creating anything. Like anything is possible in this world. And yeah.
I love it. So me and you have gone really deep.
Yeah, definitely.
When that you like open up like high access portals.
Yes.
So what do you feel is like the pulse of the planet in this current moment? What's going on the planet just from your tapped in abilities?
I feel like a major expansive shift in consciousness is literally alchemizing our planet. Like it's literally like we're literally making it happen. This is go time, y'all. This is why we're here, and it's so beautiful. And the power of us uniting and reminding each other, like, thank you for coming on and asking me questions. I need a little bit of guidance right now, Flo. I appreciate you, because like you said, I'm opening all these portals in very high dimensions to make this all possible. So I've gone up to like at least 15D, and I'm opening and expanding these portals as wide as possible in order to go up to the next dimension. But I have to ensure that they're open and aligned and in sync to bring that, like the plasmatic light codes down to Earth and to anchor them and to make sure that they're emitting and making things easier for us all to have the ability to connect and it being a harmonious experience. And it's not going to be perfect, but like the challenge of it is staying present with yourself. And it's okay. It's okay to have these moments, and it's okay to doubt yourself a little bit, but then you have to get out of it, shift the mind, whatever it takes too. Like write some post-it notes, might sound corny, but keywords, I am affirmations, just like whatever it takes to, really tap in.
It's almost like, that movie Memento, where the individual like loses his memory and has to like, it's kind of like for Memento is all of us. We're into this plane, give us amnesia, and then we have to kind of reweave the story together.
Yeah. We reweave, recreate, rewrite our next chapter now. Like that's where we're at. we're writing our next chapter. We're encouraging and empowering others to do so. We all carry these incredible wisdom codes from all over the galaxy, and not just this galaxy, lots of galaxies, like all of it combined. It's so beautiful. I have chills talking about it. And just us connecting in 0 point, or, several terms people use, like source consciousness, God consciousness field, unified consciousness field. Us connecting in that is like prolifically expansive for all of us. And yeah.
Okay, so I got some questions for you. I hope you don't mind me asking. I love asking you questions.
I love answering them. You know this.
Perfect. So I've had the opportunity to see your daughters on webcam. So you're into like the children right now, star kids, crystal kids, whatever you want to call it. What are you observing in these current day generations that maybe you didn't see when you were growing up? Just curious.
Wow. So I love that question. So I just like see things so differently now. I see the kids, like there are so many more like star seeds, like in children, like children are star seeds, like it's beautiful. And maybe it's because I'm in the awareness of what that means now. But like there's so many of them. And it's like, wow, like we have to like really allow them to be who they are and not suppress them or tell them they're wrong. And like, I understand, like, of course, I'm a mom to two of them. So like, it's about balance, because you do have to have boundaries with them too, and teach them, like about safety and right and wrong, and really how to honor themselves, and also honor and respect others and who they are. And, but yeah, so, but the most beautiful thing is really, and that's what really inspired me to come back to my imagination and utilize it and be able to be creative again, is seeing how easily they flow with their imagination and how they express it, like in just so many ways. And like, so I really embrace that and encourage it. And I know it's been taken out of a lot of things like this, the public education system and stuff. And it's so important because they are like, like Flo, they're bringing, not just my kids, like all the kids bring down such like galactic and divine, like incredibleness, and they're trying to show us things and we don't see them. They're right in front of us, just like shifting our minds and connecting to our universe. It's all right here. It's all right in front of us. So like, that's what like the exterior distractions, like I really come home back in. And they've really taught, I know my kids have taught me that. a lot of parents, I feel like more are shifting, and learning from it, which is beautiful, learning from their children. But my hope is that more do and embrace it and honor it and learn from it as well. And then we can all kind of apply it and resonate and just be here.
Do you have any guidance to current day parents who have children I like you said, we have to find a balance with like laying the boundaries, teaching them the laws of Earth, but we also have like to have that openness to learning from them because they have so much wisdom. How can parents be more open to receive, you feel?
Don't limit your mind to what you think a parent should be. I think that's important. And some of the things like that instead of like being like, oh, I can't like share my like weaknesses with them, or, like, yes, I can, like it's vulnerability. And that's such a big role in everything, in the healing process, but also the empowering process and self-actualization. Yeah. And like the encouragement with imagination is so beautiful because it goes both ways, and just like seeing them, it inspires you, and then you just like not being afraid to talk about the things that were weird, the things that you see, the things that you see. And like, it's amazing when you start talking about it and not being so closed off to it. Cause it's like, wow, like we talk about, like my girls, we talk about our dreams, like our, dream state when we're in our awake state. And it's just so beautiful because there's all kinds of messages and they all are in coherence, like a harmonic coherence. And then we discuss like how to apply it. And we discuss the unlimited possibilities in this world, on this earth, like and beyond, and how we're going to get there. And we try different ways, and see and find what works and what doesn't. And sometimes I think I know, it's like I know the way, and they're like, Mom, now. Oh. And the first when that started happening, I was like, yes, no, I'm right. And see, I caught myself. I did check myself before I wrecked myself. And I was like, okay, like their intuition is just as, you can't discount because they're younger in Earth years than us. You can't discount that. It's not applicable either. There's like so many lessons that I've learned from all of that. And it's beautiful to be able to share it. And that I actually was open enough to put that all together and be able to share it with the world.
That's beautiful. I'm so looking forward to your book, all the magic you have to share with us. You are one magical being to the max. I've felt it myself, and I think we've all felt it today. Can you share? I think we shared your information in the chat, but you haven't. I think you're still in the process of writing this book, if I'm correct.
Well, okay, so it's completed. I just have to go through and kind of, I'm going to say there's some things in there that like I realize I don't need to include, that aren't resonating. So I have to just go in and take a couple things out, add a couple things in because I got more clarity. And speaking of clarity, that was a keyword that everybody seemed to be mentioning today. It was very resonant. Was Archangel Michael. So Archangel Michael was a very prolific guide through all of this, especially in the beginning of my journey. Amazing protection and guidance and clarity because sometimes you feel lost along the way. And to know that, and cut those energetic connections that aren't serving you. And you're very powerful being. Provides lots of clarity because I've worked along with Archangel Michael for several years now, and it's a beautiful thing.
So it's incredible how we have like so much support from the people around us.
Oh my gosh, there's so much. Yeah, and I talk just like there's so much support in the other I've shared before, like the praying mantis is such a big thing for me. They come to me out of nowhere all the time. They're incredible creatures. Their intelligence is like very powerful. And a lot of people are like, they're like, oh, the female eats the male mantis, and well, like you can say whatever you want. They're powerful, very incredibly intelligent beings. They exchange wisdom just like we do. All creatures do. If you know how to just home in, be present and observant and respectful and loving, emanate that love. It's given and received equally.
Well, we're coming to the time. We have our next presenter, but it's so honored. I wish I could ask you a lot of questions.
Oh my gosh, I know.
You're like an oracle.
We'll have to do this again. I love it.
Actually, we have plans to do a Star Children conference. So we'd love to have you involved in that. Maybe and we'll keep you posted. Really just giving you a big hug and giving gratitude for everything you're doing for humanity behind the scenes, because I know all the work you're doing, and really grateful for you coming today to the StarSeed conference.
Yes, thank you so much, Flo. I'm so grateful. Soulful.
Love you. All right.
Love
Well,
y'all. Love everybody.
I feel like just a gentle breeze came from your presence. I feel like the ocean's blessing us. And yeah, I guess we're going to introduce our next speaker because we're a little minutes behind, but we're on perfect timing as always. Okay, let me just pull this up. Alrighty, so this is a dear, actually, one second. I was gonna actually, Allah and Vey, would you like to come on? One second, family, I'm just having a problem pulling my documents. Okay,
You got it?
yes, it's back.
Okay.
For some reason felt like my Google Docs was edited, but we are back. Okay, so Zoe Davenport, she's a dear soul sister, actually from the Tulum area. And here's a little short bio about her because she does way more than this. So Zoe Davenport is a multi-dimensional channeler, psychic, writer, speaker, divine oracle, and modern mystic dedicated to being a catalyst to connecting others to their highest potential, truth, and wisdom within. Through speaking, writing, and connecting with both groups and individuals one-on-one, she has assisted many in unveiling their deeper purpose and soul callings. You can find her at zoedavenport.com, and we're going to share her other links in the chat. She also has some free gifts to share. Ladies and gentlemen, Zoe Davenport, take it away.
Oh, hey Flo, how are you? Happy Sunday. Hi everyone. Beautiful. So are we doing like an interview style, or am I just gonna go ahead and talk, or what's the flow?
Yeah, the stage is yours to share whatever you need, but we're here to assist with any questions.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just checking because I know you were having a conversation before, so I didn't know what we were doing. We can do whatever you like.
I trust your mastery more, so.
Okay.
Get away.
Okay, so we're not having a conversation.
I don't think so.
No, okay, no worries. Okay, so hi everyone. Welcome to this present moment. And something I'd like to do before diving into any types of information, and I'd also love to open up the floor for lots of questions today as well. But let's open up the space energetically. So if you want to take a moment to close your eyes and just take some cleansing breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth. In through the nose and out through the mouth. In through the nose. Just releasing, making any sounds. Ha. Breathing in. And breathing out. And then breathing in through your nose and out through your nose. Just paying attention to your thoughts. If your mind starts to wander, just bringing it back to your breath, breathing in and breathing out. Feeling the soles of your feet connecting into the earth below you. Crown of your head up towards the sky. And then just paying attention to the physical body, just allowing your jaw to relax, eyelids to become heavy, shoulders to drop down. And just really expanding your abdomen, just letting it totally relax. And just paying attention to the posture, whether you are leaning a little forwards or to the sides or to the back. Just imagining, what does it feel like just to straighten up and coming into center, into perfect alignment of the spine. So you can feel that energetic connection from the root all the way up to the crown. And then maybe just tipping your chin ever so slightly down towards your chest so you feel a length in the top of your neck. Remembering your breath, breathing in deep belly breaths. And with each exhalation, a natural letting go, releasing, shedding. Allowing that inhalation to replenish your cells, that beautiful life force energy. And then just imagining sending a cord of light from the root all the way down into the crystalline core of Gaia. Grounding, anchoring to the physical here and now. And imagine breathing energy up from the root all the way up through your sacral, solar plexus, all the way up into the heart, the throat, the third eye, the crown. Imagine sending this breath of energy now all the way out through the crown of your head and all the way up into the central sun. Almost kind of imagining connecting into the central sun and then bringing energy down from the central sun and all the way down through your energetic channels, down through the crown, the third eye, the throat, the heart, the solar plexus, the sacral, the root, and all the way down into the crystalline core of Gaia. So just feeling this lengthening within your being, within your body. And this grounding to the earth and this grounding to the cosmos. Imagining your heart opening, all of the energy centers opening. And breathe. As we open up the four directions of the north, the east, the south, and the west. We call for a clear communication from our angels, guides, beings of light, star, soul family, our higher selves to come into awareness now, into this sacred space that we're creating with these words of intention and prayer. And we just lovingly affirm that all beings, energies, outdated soul karmic contracts that are not here for the highest good to go home and evolve now. Show me. And then just those of you listening and following along, setting your own personal intentions of your connection. And feel this connection through your heart to your higher self. Feel this connection to your star team through your body. So letting this energy come to you, within you, so that there's no need to travel or be outside of the physical parts of self to receive any downloads and transmissions that you may wish to receive. And then with your breath, once you've set this intention, just feeling into the subtle layers. What does it feel like now to feel energy running through your body? What does it feel like to set the intention to make a connection to all of these different consciousnesses, these levels of consciousnesses that are in different multidimensional realms, that are within you, within your heart, all versions of you, across all realities, all timelines, all existences. What does this look like if this was to be a color? What does this feel like if this was to be a sensation? What is this known like if you are to imagine a scenario where you are deeply connected to all of who you are? Good. And just keep allowing the depth and richness of your breath. This is your guiding and anchoring tool to this connection, to these frequencies of light, these different energies, these different signatures, these different patterns and waves of consciousness that can come in now. And we just ask for the purest, highest aligned transmission of light. However this light is imagined into being, whether it is through a star being or an angel or a guide or whatever the impression of consciousness is, that it is the purest and cleanest. It is the lightest impression. And it is full of unconditional love, the mirroring of us, the mirroring of all of who we be. To know thyself as love and to know thyself as source. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath out. Okay, so I'm just going to bring through a transmission in this space, and then I'd love for those of you that are here with me that we can then kind of dive into some questions about your journeys. And there's definitely a main question that wants to be addressed by some of the teams of light that I can feel coming in. Okay, so I'm just going to and those of you listening, just staying in space, staying in your internal gaze, eyes closed, so that you can connect to this energy within yourself. Many of you have indeed been questioning the journey that you are currently on. And many of you have indeed been questioning the origin of your self, of where you had originated from. And we wish to bring you these transmissions of energy to allow you to discover this for yourselves. For it is an internal journey of which you have come from. And it is an external manifestation of where you currently are in your time, space, dimension, and your physical incarnation. And much like you have been searching for this, it is perhaps a cliche to remind you that this is within yourselves. The inception of you is you, it is from you. And the original star-seeded templates were indeed from another galaxy and from another star constellation and from other mirroring planets similar to the planet Terra that you currently reside. And as you are in this exploratory journey, it is to enhance the human experience that you are currently incarnated as now. So much like it is not to have a identity attachment to the ego too much per se. It is also to not have too much attachment to the different identities of which you have come from. And you already know that you are different from many others on your current planet. And this is because you are indeed awakened to your consciousness. And as you awaken further to your consciousness, your ability to transcend density is accelerated, and your ability to travel into higher states of frequency is granted access to. And through this experience that you are on in your soul's awakening, soul's memory activated, the memories and multi-dimensional gifts of which you are searching for will be reawakened within you at a cellular level. We desire to support you always through your transformational journey. And it is our pleasure to be with you in this space at this time. But remembering that you are in many places and in many times all at once. And as you remind yourselves of this, it is when your cellular memory is activated and you can play in the different levels of awakening and different levels of remembering, but so too not having a identity attachment. For this too then lowers the ability to expand more. The biggest gift that we can share with you is your creative expression. For the more that you are creating and the more that you are using your imagination, the more you are imprinting light encoded messages into the physical here and now, the more you are expanding into this holographic reality. Some of you have already been remembering your soul's origins and using these rememberings for your human. And some of you are in a knowing without needing to know what the knowing is. So this is an exploratory journey of your identity beyond your memories and beyond the identities of those memories, to allow yourself to merge as one, as a collective unified field, as consciousness. That is why today you may have been already familiarizing yourself with the collective councils of light. This is where the minds of the greatest consciousnesses of interdimensional travel have come together to be able to bring messages of the stars and to reawaken these equations of life force potential within you at a cellular level. And so we remind you that at times it can feel intense, the energetic shifts that you may experience. They may be unexplainable to the normal realities of beings on your planet. and to trust in your inner knowing and your inner discernment to use your tools of breath when bringing in different dimensional codes of light. So much like you are receiving this transmission now, noticing how you feel in your body. How does it feel to breathe this energy of light information? And how does it feel to bring this energy down through your soles of your feet and into the earth? We are reminding you to familiarize yourself with these practices. We are reminding you to practice this daily of reconnecting through your energetic channels. We are not speaking this language of English to you. We are speaking an energetic transmission of light, which is understood by your humanness through English. But feel the different layers of energetic frequency that are encoded within this message. And breathing this in to receive all that is needed to be remembered for you. And for those of you that are still present with us in this transmission, using your third eye, imagining this opening up and imagining yourself now seeing a version of you that would you be describing as a star seed, the being of you from an origin of a different place beyond time, space. And who do you see in your imagination? What is the being of light that is here with you in this current now moment? You may see many beings and many versions, or you may see one, or just sound, or feeling, or color. This is your individual journey. And connecting to this vibration, feeling this familiarity, breathing this into your beingness now, into your heart. Good. Becoming aware of your body, Becoming aware of the room that you're in, the sounds. And then when you're ready, just slowly opening your eyes and letting the light come in. And then just looking around at the room that you're in. Looking around as if you are in the observer mode. It's almost like the observation of you behind the back of your head and looking out through your eyes. Making some fists with your hands and releasing and letting go. Taking any stretches that you need to. Giving yourself a big hug. Okay. We are activating the StarSeed conference. So I'm just going to give us a couple of moments to land into this new beingness of who we are. And knowing that we have opened up the space energetically, even though it's my voice speaking, I'm still very much connected to us all as a unified field of consciousness and all of the different beings. It was interesting for me. I saw almost like a massive hall with just every version possibly imaginable, like a huge dragon. So like the Arcturian tribes and like the councils of light and all the different star constellations. It was like everything wanted to come in to be witnessed and imagined by us together. So thank you all for your incredible light that we got to bring that in. And those of you catching the replay of this, you are still just as important with your magic and energy. There is no time, there is no space when it comes to energetic connections. And yeah, just giving us a few more moments to basking in this beautiful energy. I just felt like we received a galactic shower of infinite cosmic love and just remembrancing of like, oh yes, we are this and so much more. And also it's just great to be here in this physical reality. So if any of you have any questions that you want to hop on into the chat, or if you wanted to raise your hand, then I'd love to open up a little bit of Q&A for us today. And then I can share anything that's coming through from there. So loving some of the comments coming through. Went so far from Joshua. Beautiful. So we've got someone coming on. We have Bea and Ala. You guys have a question for us? You want to unmute yourselves? Hello, welcome.
Hi, Zoe. So happy you're here. Timelessly, buenos dias.
Buenos dias. Sí, yo vivo a Tolu, Mexico.
Mhm.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for taking us on that journey.
You're more than welcome. Is there anything, do you have any specific questions or anything you want to put into the space from that experience, or anything you want to know? And also, you don't have to have a question either. Sometimes when I bring these transmissions through, it's like, I don't even know if people can speak yet.
Wow. Well, the theme of the StarSeed children keeps coming up, and I'm just curious if there's any information that you'd like to share in regards to co-empowering the StarSeed children that are here now and are also on the way. Any info that you'd like to share for the StarSeed children?
Yeah, so the main thing with that, what I'm being shown is, one, they're going to completely bring up all of the unresolved childhood wounds from our own mums and dads, right? Whether we personally have the children or we are in interaction with other people's children, they are going to be so advanced in their consciousness that it's going to be a challenge for those that are still trying to parent them with traditional parenting methods. And so it's almost like there's a completely new wave of being this that these children are inviting us into, and to really hold the balance that they will teach us how they need to be treated and how they need to be raised. And yes, we need to look at them as if they are a 4-year-old, for example, but we've also got to remember that they are highly advanced beings that are working on many different levels of consciousness simultaneously to just being in a 4-year-old's body. So they'll still need the same love and care and attention as a 4-year-old, but they will also need a lot more spaciousness to be allowed to explore many different avenues of creative expression, and to really allow them to lead you how they need to be leaded. Does that make sense? Like, that's kind of like when I tune in, and when I've spoken to children telepathically who are starseeds, that's the messages that I get from them. And even though I don't have children of my own, I've raised and been around lots and lots of different little star beings over the last 25 years. And that's the main message that I always get from them. It's like, hey, how do you want to be raised? And it's always been the same. And sometimes they'll be directing us into spaces that might be uncomfortable for us, but they know where they're going, right? And so obviously the parameters of safety when it comes to raising a small person, like they're still not going to be able to walk across the road and think about a car coming. So there's that part of it, but there's also allow them to full spaciousness of creative expression, full spaciousness. I think that's like one of the most important things. And to not worry about trying to direct them too much into a particular awakening journey. You know, let them explore what feels good for them as well. Because I think if there's too much pressure or expectation that they need to be different or that they need to be a star child, that could also have a counteractive effect as well. That could also bring them in the opposite direction, where they're completely shut down and switch off and want to kind of like sink into traditional, you know, parenting experiences and being raised. So yeah, it's a good question.
It's such a great point, to be free from the forcefulness frequencies overall, no matter what. So there's some really great questions that are coming in right now from our co-journeyers on this conference. Someone says, somebody just asked this, if we're just beginning to remember and reawaken, how do we know when it's safe to explore astral travel and when we should stay grounded if we're still learning to trust our intuition versus what our ego wants, and where fear might be keeping us?
Yeah, I mean, I would say they are both of the same thing. And one, we can't control the spiritual awakening. We can read about it, we can watch videos, and we can listen to other people's journeys, but we can't control our own personal experience. When we are ready to experience something that is different to the normal reigns of this conscious reality, it will happen. And also we can practice for things to happen, but without no attachment to the outcome or any attachment to the when. So that's kind of like one side of that question to answer it. The other piece to that is, and I hear this a lot, like, oh, when is it good and safe to try all these, you know, out of body or these expansive energetic things, but I also need to be grounded. So I want to invite us into a different definition of what grounding is. For me, grounding, I'm grounded to my body, which means am I grounded to my body? Am I grounded to the earth? And am I grounded to my higher self? Am I grounded to the multidimensional realms? I feel that it's to find balance with all of it simultaneously. So that's why, if I'm just kind of tracing back what my StarSeed team were sharing, they're very specific in the wording of how we visualize our connection. It was through the body, right? And so astral travel through the body, have a multidimensional experience through the body, have a grounding through the body. That's a really great question. Oh, this is a great question from Joshua. I can just read these out, right? I can just kind of go for this. Okay. Joshua's asking, how are you feeling about divine union this month? Been feeling so many new couples finding each other and so many old relations that do not serve ending. Yes, I feel that there is a wave of consciousness, in particular with the frequency of 2023, where beings are kind of starting to naturally kind of be attracted to each other a lot quicker, like they're finding each other a lot quicker, and they're dropping into these deeper levels of consciousnesses and the way they're relating to each other a lot quicker. And then also there's a deepening of separation of friendships and soul family that are perhaps kind of exiting out of the reality as well. And so whatever journey you're on, whether you are deepening into a soul loving relationship, divine union, and or if you're on the journey of perhaps things are clearing out, how can we remain in the level of unconditional love, gratitude, and joy for all of the experiences of the different ways that consciousness is expressing itself into our reality? And also, if you are in a period where you feel like there's no connection to other beings around you in a loving relationship, or maybe you are in a relationship and you feel like you're an alien and on your own, or whether there's friendships that are falling out, or whether there's a desire to call in soul family and you're sat with yourself, that's the journey that you're meant to be on right here in this present moment. And what that does, there's a certain amount of spaciousness that needs to be created in order for you to kind of like fully integrate yourself and come online, so that you are able to be at that vibrational frequency to start kind of like bringing others into your reality. So this has always ebbed and flowed for me the last kind of 12 years in particular. There's periods where I feel like there's a lot of deep connection to a lot of souls, and then there's periods where I feel I'm kind of like unto myself, like I feel I'm in a cabin in the woods, even though I'm surrounded by people. So particularly this year, yes, a lot of beings are finding each other. And if this is a desire that you have in your reality, is to bring something in of that nature, then trust in the divine timing of that without needing to control the when, or kind of searching around of who or when that person might come into existence. So yeah, it's a great question. And I was just reading.
We have a question actually in the chat.
Oh yeah. Okay, great.
It's from Inyawa.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so hey Zoe. Hello Zoe. I've been noticing that what's coming in for me is noticing the power over dynamics in my life and the need for untangling for what keeps me stuck in patterns of being inauthentic, suppressive of my feelings, and an awareness of what serves. It is requiring me to redefine peace and harmony, as I'm seeing that supporting peace and harmony requires being disruptive to people who are stuck in their indoctrination and cultural beliefs. Can you speak on this?
Okay, this is a many-layered energetic transmission I'm receiving from this question. So I'm just going to read it through again, make sure I'm getting the message coming through. Okay. I feel that what's coming through is there's always, like, as you're going through this journey, there's an expectation that others are going to be kind of like on that journey with you, or particularly understanding the level of which you understand communication, conscious connection. And there's like a dissonance that's happening because there's like an ego entanglement of like, oh, come on, like, can they not just get it? Can they not just kind of like rise up with me? And if we turn this question around on to you as an individual, like, what's the mirror being reflected back? And I would say to sit with your question and how you have worded it. And there will be a message of medicine in the way that you've worded it and the question that you've asked. So that's kind of what I'm receiving from your star team. And then I see you needing a lot of space as well, like energetic. I'm being shown that you're just kind of, oh, it's almost like I want to tell you to go to one of these. They have these rooms in the States where you can go and have a baseball bat and you can just bash everything up and beat everything up. Like, there's like beds in there and TVs and you can smash it. I feel there's this like, this kind of like this suppressed rage and anger, like I feel it right down in my root that just wants to be released. And then spaciousness after that, like spending, if you can, like a week minimum to yourself, or start carving out more space so that you can, yeah, I'm feeling that one. So that you can start to feel your own feels and start to take care of your emotional well-being, and almost like not worrying about other people, about when they're going to shift or what they're doing. This is your journey. And I think there's this kind of like frustration coming through that is because of this kind of ego expectation for them to get it. And they're not necessarily going to get it in this life. So, you know, at some point on the journey, we have to surrender that beings are at the level of where they're at, and that's okay, right? And we have to love them unconditionally where they're at, and you keep moving forwards with what you need to do for you, and to really allow yourself the full expression of what wants to come in. So there's this kind of like dissonance that's happening with that. And if you want to speak into that a little bit more from what I've shared, then you can message in the chat and I can come back to you. Oh, okay. Yes, you already have. Yeah, I've been feeling the rage rooms. Yeah. So I would say step 1, go to a rage room. Step 2, take some space for yourself. Step 3, how can you let expectations of others go? And that will be so freeing for you, because you'll no longer be trapped by this bounds of it's your responsibility to save humanity, right? So that's releasing a very deep martyr program that is keeping us ever so slightly out of alignment, right? This kind of expectation. So beautiful. Okay, we are just about wrapping up. That went so fast.
God, what a transformation.
But I think did John have like one quick question I can answer? I have like literally 1 minute, and then we can.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
See the question.
I don't know. He just unvideoed himself.
No, they're our next panelists.
Oh, I see. Okay, excuse me. Okay, great. Well, we'll hand it over to you. Okay. Well, I just want to thank our angels, guides, ascended masters, higher selves, galactic teams, stars teams, all of the beings of light that came in for these transmissions, for our up leveling of frequency. I definitely feel very elevated from the journey, and hope that I have managed to provide an impact and service in answering the questions for all of us, actually, the remembering of everything that came through. Just love you all so deeply. And Flo, I think, has my details to connect, and thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you, sister. You blessed us. You were just a divine, clear channel. So grateful, feeling blessed for your presence. Really grateful for your friendship too. You're just a being in integrity. So family, check her out. We're going to post the links. We've been posting the links throughout our talk, but we're going to post again. Check her out. And until next time, Zoe, so much love.
Blessings, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, Ala and Vey, how you guys feeling? Just do a quick check-in before we introduce our next 2 speakers, who I'm stoked.
We're doing good.
So excited. I'm so grateful for everybody's divine flowetry during this whole conference. Wow. It's such a journey. Like every single StarSeed conference, there's such a level of telepathy that we're all achieving just in the practice of holding a conference of this nature. So thank you so much for everyone just upholding vibes together, because it's a living testament of what we're all capable of right now as a unified field.
Continuing consciousness.
That's beautiful. I appreciate sharing that. And we're on perfect schedule. So I'm going to introduce our next 2 guests. I'm getting to know John, but Selena's a dear friend of mine. We're homies from way back. And let me just give a little intro. So Selena and John Patrick are activated light leaders who have stepped into the opulent new earth. They help conscious leaders, light workers, star seeds, and empaths develop and receive meaningful wealth in their heart-centered businesses without complicated tech selling your soul, and through a system of new earth encodement. If you're a healer, coach, or online service provider, John and Selena are dedicated to empowering you to receive more joy, freedom, impact, wealth, and time, which we call meaningful wealth in your lives. You can find out more about them at newearthencodement.com. Ladies and gentlemen, aliens and aliens, I'm Selena.
Thank you. That was an amazing intro. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you so much for having us here. We're actually going to start with a quick meditation so we can all get into the right state of mind. Okay, so we can find a comfortable position for meditation. Try to relax completely. We can let go of everything on our mind. And for the next minute or two, just try to be here now, enjoying the meditation. We can connect with our vision for why we're here. Why are you here right now? What are you looking to create or embody?
And as you start to get an image or a feeling entering into your awareness or your body, take a deep breath and see if you can bring that feeling and that vision deeper and deeper and deeper into your physical reality, using your breath as you inhale and exhale with the intention of bringing your vision to life. Allowing yourself to believe in your power, to feel into your ability to completely step into a leadership position in a way that suits your soul and your soul purpose. As you imagine yourself aligning to your highest timeline, your highest intent, and being given everything you need in order to take your next step forward.
With our vision and our purpose clearly anchored in your heart, feeling happy, feeling ready to devote your life to accomplishing this purpose, whatever it may be. With your heart full, we can begin to relax our concentration. And when you're ready, we can open our eyes and arise from meditation, keeping this beautiful vision for our life and our purpose in our heart. Okay, well, welcome everyone. We're so happy to be here. Thank you, Karuna, Flo, for inviting us. We feel so fortunate. And I would love to know, I just want to get a sense, I'm used to being able to see who I talk to. Would you guys mind, we can't see anyone here, just like write in the chat. If you're here right now, just write, I'm here in the chat. And if you want to tell us where you're from, tell us where you're from. We want to be able to connect with you. Yes. We want to know how many people we're kind of pouring life and love into, okay? Because we're going to take this spaceship to the next level. We want to blow the roof off of this thing, okay? But we need to be able to feel into who's here. Hey. So just blow up the chat real quick right now. I'm here. New Jersey, cool. Pennsylvania, cool. We're actually in New York right now, which is cool. Canary Islands, that's amazing. Idaho, Ireland, Florida, that's where I usually live. Canada, cool. Oh my goodness, we have a lot of people here. Oregon. Keep it coming. I want to see you all. I want to see all your names, all your faces. I can't see your faces. Please keep it coming. And then if you want, tell us your intention. Just write like 1 word, 3 words, or whatever your intention is. We want to just see real quick. What is your intention? We're gonna kind of seal some life into this. Okay, if you can.
Romania.
If you want to write your intention, we'd love to see that too.
Yeah.
Okay, California, joy, peace, unity, expansion, wisdom. Minnesota, connect, peace and harmony. All right, we got Germany, Colorado, stay in a high vibe. Amazing. West Palm Beach. Okay, I was in Boca Raton for a while and Deerfield Beach. Connection, love, purpose, and power. Anchor, my intention, service, and love. I love that.
Okay.
Okay. So while you guys are typing in the chat, we're gonna start. We'll just tell you a little bit about us. Okay. I'm John Muller. I used to be a Buddhist monk for 5 years. I lived in a temple in the middle of the woods for 5 years. I've done silent retreats where I didn't talk to anyone or even see or make contact to anyone, eye contact for 5 weeks. My meals are brought to me in like a little tin every day. And so that's me, Selena.
Yeah, I've been an entrepreneur for the last 10 years. I had my big awakening in 2012 after a divorce. I left the corporate world, started my own business, and learned a lot about how to open my third eye and crown to help people. Took me a while to get grounded after doing all kinds of astral traveling and things like that. And eventually I found my purpose in helping other light workers to be able to ground their visions and build visions, businesses, projects, anything that was in anyone's heart to life in such a way where they felt super fulfilled, but they were also able to have an impact and generate wealth doing so. So John and I have amazing complementary skills, and we're so excited to be here with you guys today. This is such an amazing chance to just connect with you all. You have such beautiful visions and such beautiful intentions for being here. So I want to just honor each and every one of you for your presence on this call. And I hope that what we're about to share with you is just going to blow your mind, especially if there's something sitting inside your heart, like a purpose or a vision or some kind of idea, or even if you already have a functioning business, or you know that you're a light worker in some way that has something of value to bring to the world. We want to just like add fire to that and help activate you right now. So thank you for being here.
Yes. So we'll tell you, I have a little bit more I can share about me as well, but we'll get to it. We want to know, do you guys want to bring heaven to earth? Who here wants to bring heaven to earth? Just write me in the chat if you want to bring heaven to earth, if that's your mission. Is that part of your mission? Because it's part of ours, right? We know, this is my opinion, that going to have heavenly experiences is important, but it doesn't help us or others as much as if we ground those experiences of heaven on earth. Okay, so here, can I get like an amen here? It's like, we want to ground heaven to earth. Like some of us use our spiritual practice or whatever as an escape route. We're trying to get to heavenly experiences, but we're kind of leaving the earth behind. But that doesn't integrate them into our being. So it's a temporary escape. It's not like a complete escape, it's temporary, but also it doesn't help the people around us. Like, don't you guys want to help the people around you? Isn't that better than just like having a good life for yourself? Right. And so we want to actually bring the experience of heaven on earth and then invite everybody around us into that experience. That is what we want to do. That's what we help people do. We particularly help people build like service-based businesses out of that place. So if you want to like have, or maybe you already have an online like coaching or healing business or some sort of leadership business where you offer services, that is kind of our jam. That's like our bread and butter. But really anything where we want to be of service to others and just channel our energy into that. So who here wants to do that? You guys resonate with what I'm talking about right now? Cool. It looks like we got a lot of yeses. Living in the Garden of Eden. Yes, 100%. Yes, yes. All right. Sweet. Selena, what can you say about grounding heaven to earth?
Okay, so for those of you out there who are really resonating with what you're saying, that means that on some level you understand that it's not ideal to be an escape artist. It's not ideal to use your spirituality to leave your body. Ultimately, what you're trying to do, and I think a lot of us want to do, is we want to feel the presence of heaven on earth in our physical bodies now. We don't want to feel like we have to keep dissociating, disengaging, leaving a certain state in order to be able to live comfortably in some other space within our consciousness, because we are denying or rejecting our current reality. And part of this is recognizing that even though you might have really, really amazing upper chakras that are functioning really well and they're open and they're just like, you're able to channel light and you're able to do light language and you're able to like, you know, get downloads for people and you're able to like just see other beings and connect with other channels. Like that's all amazing stuff, right? Like you guys all have these gifts. I can feel it. I can sense it in the energy. You guys are really, really activated in those upper chakras. But in order to really put that into earth, there needs to be a second component to this. And that's what we're excited to talk to you guys about today, because we want to see, how do you take all these amazing spiritual gifts that you have been blessed with, and how do you create something that is actually meaningful in your personal life and in the life of your communities, where you are generating a transformation and impact in a tangible way that is practical, that can even help you to create wealth from, where you're able to create a sustainable life and a systematic approach to your gifts. So you're not only able to just use your gifts and channel, but you're able to build wealth and build community and actually accelerate the lives of those in your sphere through having a powerful effect on humanity. And a lot of that has to do with your languaging. How are you communicating with people? Are you losing people with your words? Are you able to find associated language where you can take something from the Pleiadian channeling or the Lyran channeling or some other channeling that you do, whether it's like through the archangels, for example, and actually translate that in a way that is fully grounded and that actually has an applicable process to it, and even potentially a series of steps that you can help other people who are more maybe grounded but not so open in their upper chakras to be able to connect that bridge, right? And so one of the things that John is really good at is being able to take a lot of that energetic, very etheric languaging and help you to put it into a language that can translate from the higher chakra people into the lower chakra people. And this will help you to also ground yourself through the use of your language, by allowing yourself to recognize what it's like to be somebody who is potentially disconnected from what you have the connection to. And it's really having the compassion and recognizing you are a very powerful being. And in that power, there's a bit of a responsibility you may have taken on that is divine, right? Because there's non-divine responsibility and then there's divine responsibility. And when it comes to divine responsibility, it's important that you're able to really hold your power and know your worth, believe in yourself, and learn how to properly articulate yourself and communicate to people how you can support them, so you can magnetize your audience, you can magnetize the people around you that actually need your support. Now, John's a creative marketer. He's got an amazing background. I'm going to pass it back to John to share some really useful tools to help you with this.
Yeah, and so really you can build any business if you learn the marketing side. But what I learned many years ago when I transitioned from meditation teacher and Buddhist monk to like online spiritual coach, I fell in love with digital marketing. And I just, for some reason, I love digital marketing. So I opened up a marketing agency. There's like a psychology within marketing. I have a degree in psychology. I was a substance abuse counselor. I just have a thing with psychology, right? And so marketing is kind of mainly psychology. And I learned how to connect to other people using words, using energy, and just kind of capture people's brands. But what I found is if you don't build the right business and if it's not aligned, it just won't work, right? And so a lot of us here, we try to build businesses, but sometimes we just didn't get the right alignment of like what we want to build, right? We have certain ideas, but they just aren't fully refined yet, or we pick the wrong direction. A lot of people go for like, what's the quick and easy thing that they think is quick and easy so that later they can build what they want to build. And that doesn't usually work. And so what we do is we help people get the right alignment first. And that's our first point that we want to talk about today. And then after that, we learn how to kind of build from that place. So whether you have a business or not, all of us have some sort of meaningful contribution to the rest of humanity, right? I mean, who here resonates with like wanting to have a meaningful contribution to the rest of humanity? It could be a career, could be volunteer work, it could be a business, could be lots of things, but that is quite important. And what we want to do is find the right alignment of our service, right? So who here thinks that personal development and growing yourself is the best way that you can be of service to others? Does anyone here resonate with that?
Just write yes in the chat box if you resonate with that. Okay.
Now, I have an interesting question for you, though. I'm going to spin it back. Who here thinks that being of service to others is the best way to grow yourself?
Mm.
Anyone resonate with that part of it? Now, they go hand in hand, right? For me, because we're going to talk about our mission first. And when we say alignment, we mean align with your highest purpose, with your highest mission, right? It's something that we sort of embody, and it's something that we kind of do, right? And so for me, all of us actually have the same mission, which is to improve ourselves and help others. Does anyone resonate with this? We're here to grow ourselves, and we're here to serve others. And if you put energy into growing yourself, which I know all of you are doing, that is the best instrument. We are the instrument of how we serve others, right? So growing yourself is part of serving others. But some of us stay stuck a little bit in our cave, and we just get really caught up with like my own practice, and these are the downloads, and we kind of neglect people around us. And so what I want to suggest is, like, to get to the next level, we have to take service to others as being like our primary role, because by doing it, we have to work through our own blockages, and it makes us grow, right? And so I think people here, you guys are very smart and intelligent. You understand what I'm saying, right? So serving others improves yourself. Improving yourself is how you serve others. And the cool part, though, is that each one of us has our own flavor, our own particular like disposition for how we are going to improve ourselves and how we are going to serve others, right? So what we want to do is find what we can call our gift. If we can find our gift, like, what is it that you're uniquely qualified to do? I could go to the soup kitchen and I could help out, but is that really my unique qualification to use a ladle and put soup in a bowl or whatever, right? Is that what I'm uniquely qualified for? If it is, I should do that every day. But maybe there's a higher way that I can be of service using my own gifts, right? And so we want to find out, what are those gifts? And the way that I like to find those out are, what am I really good at? What do I love to do? When I do this, I lose track of time. What puts me in flow when I do it? And so all of us, maybe Selena can kind of guide us here real quick. Like, what are we good at? What are you guys good at? What do you love to do? Is there something that matches both of those things?
Yeah, like for me, when I was tuning into, okay, wait a second, like, what is my gift here? This is when I was becoming an entrepreneur for the first time. And I was like, how do I serve? Right? Because like, I just got so conditioned to having a manager, someone tell me how I should be executing my skills in the professional space. And I wanted to really I felt like there was so much in me and I didn't really know where to get started. So the first thing I did is I went back to my childhood and I started asking myself, okay, wait a second. When I was a kid, how did I like to play? Like, what was my version of play? So you guys can write this in the chat box right now. Like, go back to when you were a kid and ask yourself, like, what was your mode of play? Because for me, I had 3 ways that I like to play. And I've been able to merge all 3 ways of play into my entrepreneurial ventures. So my first thing that I liked to do when I was a kid was I liked to pretend that I was the teacher. So I would take out this whiteboard and I'd make my poor sister like sit in front of me and I would pretend to like teach something and I'd like make her take notes. And it was like really nerdy, but it was like one of my ways of playing, right? Like, please, everybody watch me. I have something to teach you, right? Then the second thing that I did was I used to play these healing games with my friends. So like, for example, if I had a friend that was over and say like they got hurt, I'd be like, here, lie down. Let me do some open surgery. And I would like pretend to do this open surgery on them. And I would like take out all their wounds and I'd put it back together and they would feel better, right? Because I didn't know back then all the power of the subconscious and all that stuff that I know now. But that was how I used to play as a child, right? And then the third thing that I did was I was like really into the arts and theater and performance and speech and debate. And I used to like get on stage and I used to just like create all these ways for people to be entertained. Right. So like I was able to take the healing element, the teaching element, the like performer element, and I've done so many different workshops and facilitated so many different retreats and different parts of myself. Even Nature Flow, who's here right now, like he knows, like we wrote a play, right? Him and I wrote a play together and we performed this play to help people awaken. And that was part of the performer aspect of the teaching and the consciousness and the healing. So like, what is it that you love to do? What is it that you know that you can just like fuse these different elements of your skills together and create something new? Because a lot of you know the new earth is not about like repeating what we've done in the past. It's about using and activating your imagination, which is what you guys are all doing by being here naturally. You guys are all very creative beings. I can feel the energy. Like take these different elements and fuse them together, even if they've never been fused together before, and watch yourself be guided. You'll be guided through your meditations. You'll be guided through, maybe you'll come across synchronicities where people start saying, hey, maybe you could try this, or maybe you could try that, and start witnessing the ways in which your talents start to fuse together and see how you're able to then create impact
with other people. So the more enthusiastic and confident you are, the greater your impact's going to be on others. If you have a low belief in yourself, even if you're extraordinary, it might be hard to transfer that energy because you don't have the energy within yourself, right? But if you can find that enthusiastic confidence within yourself, you'll be able to transfer such a beautiful energy onto people where they're immediately going to get activated and they're going to be like, wow, where can I get more of this, right? And this is really what John and I help people do.
Yes.
Is to be able to help you get to that place where you can say, hey, what is it that excites me so much, and that I'm ready, like I'm really feeling juiced up about this and I'm ready. And sometimes it's just a matter of like taking a back seat and saying, hey, wait a second, I have like all these friends and they've been telling me this for years about how amazing I am at this and this, and I'm not doing it, right? So
yeah,
what do you have to say about
there's
that?
so many people who stay at the same place for years in their wish to be of service to others through some kind of business or whatever. Elena says that maybe she's like that too.
Yeah.
There's like this fear of being seen, a fear of being heard. That's something that we help with inside our program, inside what we do. And so what I can say right now is we want to find what we love and what we're good at and our gifts, and then we need to decide to be of service to others with those. So it doesn't have to be every single person in the whole world. It could be a segment of people. It could be here are my people, right? Maybe you serve doctors, maybe you serve lawyers, maybe you serve StarSeeds, right? Maybe you serve empaths. Maybe your work is with divorced moms, right? Who are spiritual. Maybe your work is with divorced dads, right? And so you find whoever it is that is in your heart. There's going to be a compassionate kind of urge. One question I like to ask is, if I were to disappear from this world today, who would miss out? If I were to disappear right now, who misses out on my special gifts? Not the ones that you think about in your head, about like, oh, I should really do this because so-and-so on Shark Tank said it's a good idea. We don't need that. We want to know, like, if you were to die and your soul sends you back to Earth and says you're not done yet, what is the mission it sends you back for? We want to start doing that now. Don't wait longer to start with that.
Right.
What happens is those years start piling up and we start getting lazier and slower. And there's a physics principle, right, called entropy. Or no, called, I think entropy, where you just kind of like, when you start doing less, it's easier to do less. And then it's easier to do even less. And it's easier to do even less. And we just stay in this like comfort zone area. And then they say your comfort zone is where your dreams go to die, right? And so it's okay, like being on the cutting edge of like what's comfortable is actually smart, it's actually healthier, it's safer actually. If you want a good experience after this life is over, you need to actually do your best in this life right now, right? You don't wait any longer. So the main point for alignment for us is to find your gifts, find what you're good at, find what you love. It's an entry point. It's going to change over time, but you just pick something and then you think, how can I use this in the service of others? And if you want to build a business out of that, that's where we can help you. Okay. And so the best, easiest business model these days in this current market landscape is high ticket healing and coaching, where you kind of do your service, you bundle sessions together. Instead of doing single sessions here and there, you have some sort of process that you bring people through. It's bundles of sessions. It could be a 6 or 12 week journey or something like this. And we help you to create that. But then you sell that and you work with fewer people and you do deeper work with fewer people. That's the easiest, best business model right now. I know if I were to ask you, so if I were to ask you guys in a different context, like, what is your vision? What do you want to create? 90% of people are like, I want to create a retreat center, right? And that's cool, but that requires a lot of things to create. But we can get started with something super easy, like an online healing and coaching business is easy. You don't need any money to get started with that. You don't need any team. You don't need, it's like so easy. So that's what we help people build. And if you want our help, go to, actually our website is activatinglightleaders.com. newearthencodement.com will redirect to www.activatinglightleaders.com. And that's where you can get a free meditation from us about meaningful wealth. And you can book a free 2-on-1 intuitive call with us. So it's an intuitive income and impact increase session. And we're giving them out. They're 20 minutes long. They're free. And you get our help for 20 minutes to grow your business and get to the next level. So if you want that for free, you can go to activatinglightleaders.com.
Mhm.
And we're going to keep going a little bit and share a couple extra points for how you can do this right now.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of you are saying that you're just stuck in fear, that you're having a hard time feeling like you have your voice, that you're not being authentic, that you're struggling with visibility. You're not actually feeling confident stepping out into the world. Like, these are the things that we see in lightworkers that we know we can help you with, because it's not going to serve your highest good if you're just going to keep holding back and hiding. We need you in the world. Like, if we really want to see this bridge go from the old world to the new world, it's so critical that you show up as you are. And we understand all those fears. I know John's had those fears. I've had those fears personally. You know, it's a process. It's your own enlightenment process where you start to really come into yourself and embody your true self. So if you do want support from us, like John said, like, the first thing that I recommend doing is, you know, we have a very special meditation that you can just sign up and get into your email, and it's going to help you to just connect deeper. Our meditation today was very short, but this one will help you go through deeper and deeper elements of yourself to get activated with your vision in its entirety. And then once that's, you know, once you've gone through that, you can book a 2-on-1 call with us and just be prepared to let us know what you need support with. And John and I have been bringing value to so many different light workers, especially in the last couple of weeks. We've just been like on so many calls, and everybody seems to be struggling with so many similar things. Like, there are so many repeating patterns that are playing out right now that we can just overcome together. We have a community and support system, and we would love to be a part of that support system for you. If this is something that speaks to your heart, if this is something that feels like it's like really resonating, it's giving you that like soulgasm feeling, we want to be able to support you with that. So yeah, you can check out the links. John just posted them, and we look forward to meeting some of you guys hopefully soon. Bless all of you. And if you want to say anything.
We had 2 more points that we wanted to cover,
sorry.
but we just didn't get a chance because of time. So we want to, I believe that this is the time that we have. So thank you all for being here with us. So just again, we had 2 more points. We don't have time to cover them, but we do have a free 25-minute meditation from us on activating meaningful wealth. It's on the page, and you can get a free 2-on-1 call with us. We were going to go into something called presence marketing, which is a way of sort of like magnetizing people to you by just using presence as your marketing and marketing within your presence, so that wherever you show up, you just bring people to you, which is cool. And the third thing we're going to talk about is like collapsing time. But yeah, sorry, we don't have time to go into it, but we have recordings and teachings on that stuff. So if you just kind of opt into our website, we'll send all of those recordings to you as well. Okay. So it's been great being on with you guys so far. Thank you. Thank you for giving us space to host. And if you enjoyed it, I want to just, again, connect with everyone here. If you enjoyed it, just write like, yes, me, like in the chat, because that makes our life meaningful. Thank you so much for allowing us this time.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. And thank you, Nature Flow, for having us here. Super grateful to be here. Thank you.
That was activating, profound. You two have great energy. I feel like we're all inspired to, you know, create the new earth in a grounded way.
Awesome. Thank you.
Vea and Ala, how you feeling from that presentation?
Wow, electricity is flowing.
Totally flowing. Yeah, thank you for your enthusiasm and just inspiration and gusto.
Awesome.
Yes, I just keep feeling like the electricity conduit frequency going on right now. So thank you for.
Thank you. We are genuine activators. This is our
we do.
Our souls come together and just activate people. So we're glad you're feeling it. Yeah.
And what would make a lot of difference for us is if you guys just send us some success stories, like this is activating, right? Tell us in a week or two, like you're going to take some action. Tell us what happened.
Yeah.
Tell us what action you took. Tell us how it went.
Yeah.
Okay. So even that is a good enough reason to schedule a call or just connect with us on social media or whatever.
Yeah, we want to connect with all of you. We love StarSeed. So
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us.
Well, we love you.
Oh, I guess if there's no other speaker, we could do questions, but we're also happy to step in.
Yeah, actually, we do have our next speaker.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Appreciate you two so much. And I knew I wasn't going to say it, but love you, Moon Pie. Selena and I go way, way back. We go way back. She's a powerful being. Them two together, the planet's in good hands right now, family.
I want to see the play that you guys made together.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a funny story because we co-wrote a play together, and then we were supposed to co-write on another project, and then we just decided we both had to do our own thing. So we started together, and then we're like, nope, we're gonna have to be sovereign. So she ended up rewriting the play, and I ended up doing that project on my own. So we just kind of
I
had
love
to
the
inspire
creative
each
flow.
other.
Yeah, I'm celebrating the creative flow and just how naturally we can use our intuition to know when it's time to begin, when it's time to complete. It's just such a beautiful process to continue this journey as souls. So thank you for embodying this.
Absolutely. And I'm noticing like a theme going on. Imagination is coming down frequently. I'm here, mostly every presentator has mentioned the word imagination in the last like couple slots in a row. So definitely inspiration to keep creating, keep sharing those creative codes. And we got another beautiful star sister here in the house. I'm excited as always.
Hello, hello.
Oh, that voice. You can never.
Hello, man, Anna as well. Hello, Flo. Oh my gosh. I think I missed Althea, but I caught everything else and it has been amazing. And I just want to say, Selena and John, my soul team has been bringing through so much information about how it is the now moment to step into our full financial wealth, prosperity, and abundance. So thank you. So grateful for the work that you're doing in the world with all of the collective programming and agreements that the consciousness community has had with scarcity, lack, and limitation, and just blowing them out of the water and allowing everyone to set themselves free. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So grateful.
Awesome. Thank you, Bridget. It's an honor. We get to have this kind of timeline jump experience because we had the honor of introducing Bridget at the last StarSeed conference. So now in present time, we are going to introduce our sister Bridget. She is a StarSeed channel, multidimensional medium, and galactic unity ambassador working internationally. She is an ascension mentor to StarSeeds. Bridget utilizes BQH hypnosis to help us connect deeply with our higher self, assisting to remember who we are as we access our lives beyond Earth, fully anchoring those codes, keys, frequencies, and mysteries into this world. She assists us to embrace expansive relationships with our galactic, cosmic, and etheric connections for direct, clear guidance and support. Bridget reminds us we have trained lifetimes for what we're here on Earth to do and be.
Her star lineages are Palladian, Sirian, Arcturian, Lyrian, Andromedan, Aurora, amongst others. Her mission includes normalizing the conversation and perceptions around interdimensional and extra-dimensional and ultra-dimensional extraterrestrial beings. She's the founder of the Awake and Ascending Club on the Clubhouse app. It invites you to join our Unity Consciousness community. Bridget is also an emissary of the Galactic Alliance. Visit thegalacticalliance.org for more information.
We'll make sure to post Bridget's contact info here in the chat for everyone. And for now, welcome, Bridget.
Thank you. I am so excited to be here with you guys today. You guys, this container feels delicious. It is so, so, so beautiful. I don't know if I'm on the right view, but Flo, can you guys see me on your screen?
Yeah, we can see
I'm-
you.
See you.
Okay, perfect.
Great.
Okay. I'm seeing everyone else. So are different people. So I just want to make sure. Perfect. Okay. So before we begin, I just want to set an intention and say hello to all of you. I see so many of our Awaken Ascending family right now in the chat. I've seen your messages come up and I just love you. And thank you to each and every one of you for being here and really integrating and anchoring these codes in to your beautiful life experience that everyone is sharing today. And I really want the intention for today is to help shift perspectives, as always with me, but also really remember who we are, all of our multidimensionality, and be able to open those channels of connection and communication that we already have, each of us does, in a very conscious way, right? So that we can consciously and with intention utilize the aspects of our own frequencies that are readily available to each and every one of us. And also, I really want us to have fun and enjoy what we're going to bring through today. And I was actually thinking of going straight into soul expression and a little bit of talk about that so that we can really just remember that we are oneness, right? But my team started bringing through some light language for what's going to come after that conversation. And so they might be switching the way I plan to do it up on us right now. Which is totally fine. So if you receive, just please say, yes, please, I receive. It feels the information that they're bringing through right now is that they're going to be sort of bringing in the frequencies to assist you to clear blockages, any perceived blockages, I should say, and programming or anything that you've adopted in that is not your divine frequency and your wholeness, right? So this is kind of to open up for what we'll be doing a little bit later. So if you receive, and the Andromedans are also saying they're going to bring through some very heart expansive harmony with this as well. So if everyone could just close your eyes and take a few deep breaths while you place your attention and focus on your heart space. And if you'd like to place your hands there as well, feel free to do that. I'll probably close my eyes as I do this. I don't always, but it feels like I really want to receive visually what they're bringing through as well. And some of you might experience, I'm sure you've all experienced light language. And if you haven't, you might experience waves of energy, feelings in your body. It is designed to really skip your cognitive mind and go straight to the core of who you are. You might also see energy frequencies and what looks kind of like galactic hieroglyphics that come through as well. I'm already seeing golden light language coming through. So this feels like a crystalline diamond rainbow light transmission along with the golden rays. So here we go. Nishkaraya ma'alika, kunama iyalama, hinaku iyalaka, hinamo iyala, hinakashimalaka, hina urakula yaya, inma urakina kura, hina ala kina ma, ina wushiyala a. Hina wura kura ki, hina mashiala I, una kara kina ka, una mashiala a, hina ura kina u, ina mala kara kia ya, ashkanara kina muraki, ina ala kara kia ya, hushiala arakina wu, Inamasiala araki. Hina una kara u. Hina una kara u. Thank you. Okay. How did that feel, you guys? There were so many different beings bringing through that transmission. There was source energy, and of course, always, right? but we had dragons, we had Lyrans, we had Pleiadians, we had Sirians, Arcturians, we had Auroran frequency coming through, and then there were a ton of other different beings. We are a very diverse collective here, and there were so many beings who were joining in this frequency, and I just want to thank you for being open to receive it. So we are all the dimensions. That's what I really want to talk about, our soul expressions, our source expressions. We are all of it. So this human experience is connected to every single expression that our soul is having simultaneous to this moment. We call them concurrent lives, parallel lives. It's all simultaneously expressing, including the human lives that we have. We think of past, present, and future, but really we're speckled throughout humanity's timeline right now in this moment. And when it comes to our soul expression, we can think of ourselves in an expanded state. If we're looking at humanity being our most dense, we'll go up to very high dimensional and beyond and outside of dimensional expression that we have as well, where we are oneness, consciousness. We are everything and nothing simultaneously. This is what I like to call our creator consciousness. These aspects of us, some of you might actually be experiencing a bit of that right now. It feels like there are people here who are experiencing yourselves as creator consciousness. And that comes in different ways for each of us. Some of you might be experiencing that you are being observed and you're observing and you're being observed. And it's like this observation loop that happens. Usually it'll happen for short periods of time. And you know, it can happen anywhere. You can be walking down the street and have that moment. That is what I call the conscious creator observer, right? So this is the aspect of us that can create worlds. This is the aspect of us that can create universal expression. This is the aspect of us that is within and beyond all things. This is the aspect of us that is source, although we always are, right? But is source in expression, right? As we are within all of our different source expressions. So if we come through our dimensional expressions, we will all have those ethereal expressions that come next. And most people talk about, 9 or 12 dimensions. I understand that it is limitless from what my soul team brings in. And often there are aspects of us that play in the 20s, right? Where we don't necessarily have form in the way that we would think of it, right? So we are more consciousness and light than anything else. And we are still in that unity oneness field, right? So thanks, Joshua. I love that. Tell them whatever you would like. They'll assist you. If any of you guys are connecting with my team, you can tell them what you'd like to work on and they'll happily assist. So basically what we're doing is we're stretching our minds and our conscious awareness and expanding it in a way that we can really perceive ourselves in many dimensional expressions simultaneously. So what we're having happen as we access our knowingness and our remembrance through expanding our consciousness within our human experience is we are having all of this available knowledge and information that comes open to us, right? For us to really download, integrate, and anchor into this human form. So as we're accessing things like I've just spoken about, like your creator consciousness, your ethereal aspects of soul, when we begin to access that, then we can really anchor it into this human expression. It's not just about having these amazing experiences, though it is, right? But it's not just about that, right? It is about being able to fully integrate in a very harmonized way into our human expression and then allow those codes, keys, frequency, that wisdom, that knowledge, that light, which is information, to then ripple out from us and emanate out from us into the collective. And the more we do the conscious embodiment of our higher dimensional frequencies, including our cosmic and galactic aspects or selves, other selves, the more we do access that, the wider our field begins to expand as an expansion catalyst, which is what my team calls us. So then we are activating without doing anything but being. Now you can do other things too, of course, whatever your heart guides you to, and your soul and your high self embodiment. But these things that we're focused on within the StarSeed community have deep, deep purpose within this monumental period of humanity's evolution, right? We're in this evolution of consciousness. We've all come in for this particular life, this particular expression with great purpose, with specializations, masteries, geniuses that we bring from all of those other source expressions that we can consciously activate within our own life to be of high service, not only to uplift and support ourselves, which is hugely important, but also to do so with the collective, the community, and really just the entire Terra collective, remembering ourselves in oneness, stepping into that neutral love observation space and being able to serve from an open heart and with that clear knowingness and guidance from our beautiful soul team collective, who are us in parallel expressions, and also our friends and family from other expressions and within the human earth experience as well, with our luminous ancestors and many elementals. So I wanted to bring this in, just this reminder that you are all of that and so much more. We are existing in so many universal expressions simultaneously. So you think if we have, let's just give it a number, even though this won't be accurate. If you think we have 100,000 simultaneous expressions going on just in this universe alone, think about the multiple universal expressions that we have going on. And to be able to expand your consciousness to just hold that knowingness that you are all of that, and your focal point in this now moment with this aspect of your consciousness is with this human experience, and remembering all of the other expressions that your soul is existing as simultaneous to this concurrently, and remembering the things that are applicable to what you're here to do. You've trained lifetimes upon lifetimes upon lifetimes and non-lifetimes as non-beings, right? To do and be what you've come here to do and be. You have every tool you could ever need. And you have set it up for yourself to come in and activate and give yourself permission slips through connecting with each other, all of us, our soul collective that we have here. And those moments don't happen if you are hiding and in hibernation. And I can speak from my soul team wants me to correct something. Those moments will happen eventually, right? But if you don't open doors for them, if you are hibernating and away from others, and you are feeling the nudge to connect as a community, we highly recommend that you get out into the world, whether it's online or in person, so that you can have those deep connections and access those permission slips you've given yourself and the permission slips that others have given themselves through interacting with you. Hopefully that made sense. That was coming through a little choppy. So I really just want to remind us, I'm just going to look at my notes for a minute. Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to remind us that we are here to be. Some of us are just here to be. There are a lot of people who are here to experience and express and explore in whatever way lights your heart up. But your main purpose and mission is to be frequency, expanded frequency, to raise your vibration. And there is every flavor of expression within the human earth experience that we're all here to be a part of, right? So if we can remove the judgment for all of this and honor that everyone is where they are supposed to be in this now moment, whether they are awakened or slumbering, whether they are out in the world shining brightly, right? Which is why my team had me correct what I said a moment ago, or whether they are hibernating. We're where we're supposed to be. But my invitation to you is to step out if you're feeling the nudge. If your life will expand in such a beautiful way the anxiety, the depression, things that you experience when you are playing small, all of that insecurity will begin to lift and elevate. And you will feel this ignition within your soul that lights you up as you are being of service. And that, if you don't know what you're here to do and be, try new things that light your heart up. It will become very, very evident, very, very clear. Okay, so now that that little message came through, I want to really have everyone, we're going to do a clearing and an opening for your multidimensional channel. And then we're going to focus on raising our vibrations, and we're going to connect with our galactic family. Where all the soul teams are readily available and waiting for those of you that aren't sure. And they are so excited to do this with us right now. So first, I would like everyone to close your eyes. And if you are in resonance with everything that I've just said, you can say, yes, please, I receive. And what we're going to do now is we're going to call in all of the soul teams, all of the high selves, as it begins to rain here. So beautiful. All of the soul teams, all of the high selves, are going to ask that you magnify your frequencies for each and every one of your people. Thank you. Turning them up even more, loudly and clearly, making your frequency and your presence known. Thank you. So we are bringing forward all of the healing teams for everyone that is here with us and on the replays. Bringing forward all of my healing team and the Arcturian specialists and any other galactic specialists that would like to join us today in the highest and best for each person. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Seeing everyone's team stepping forward is so beautiful, you guys. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to do a scan of all of the energy layers from head to toe, including the physical energetics as well. And anywhere there are perceived blockages, collective programming, anywhere there are created belief systems, stories, conscious and unconscious patterning that have been created from these that are no longer appropriate, throughout the belief system hub, in the highest, of course, and where appropriate, high selves, this is your cue. We would like to clear, cleanse, purify, cancel, and delete. Transmute, yes. Bringing in replacements that are of the highest vibration and of the highest vibrational alignment of the soul's essence for this current human expression. Thank you. Beautiful. And as we do this, all soul teams, please clear the access to the conscious multidimensional channel. Yes, yes. Connecting to all of the appropriate source expressions for this human expression, easily and effortlessly, with grace. Fully seamless and streamlined, harmonized and balanced on all layers and levels. And let's do all of these requests that we're making today throughout all time, dimension, space, reality, and beyond, throughout all heritage and ancestral lineages within the 0 point, rippling outward throughout all of the universal collective and beyond where appropriate. And while we're in here, they're talking about ancestral clearing. So let's go ahead and unlink any of those ancestral daisy chains that are no longer appropriate and ready to be moved beyond. And as we're doing that, let's purify, cleanse, and recharge with the crystalline diamond rainbow light of source or higher for not only each person who is with us today, but also within their 0 point connections. So anyone within this lineage or any of their lineages where appropriate to go ahead and bring in that healing and that clearing throughout all of the timelines Thank you very, very much. Okay, so as we're doing this, soul teams, are there any other focal points you'd like me to bring in for everyone today? Okay, let's go ahead and clear all of the, let's clear the pineal glands of everyone here, bringing it back into that full, beautiful plumpness. Taking some of them look like little raisins. Let's just bring them back up to that full plumpness, clearing any calcification. Yes. And as we do that, let's go ahead and clear all of the lenses, what I like to call first eye lenses. Let's go ahead and clear all of the lenses throughout all of their multidimensional expression, creating a clear channel of sight. And yes, let's bring in that clear channel and column for some of you of knowledge and wisdom that is anchored into the heart of Gaia, of Terra, and up to all of our source expressions. Let's clear that and expand it to whatever is appropriate size, bringing everyone into clear channel abilities now on every layer and level. And we ask that everything that we've requested today be fully integrated and anchored before our time together is complete. Yes, thank you. Very seamless and streamlined, fully harmonized and balanced on all layers and levels. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do now, hopefully you received all of that well, you guys. What we're going to do now is we're going to focus on raising our vibration. So if you'd like to keep your eyes closed or open, however you do your visualization is fine. And you're looking for that place that you have your memories within your mind, your mind's eye. So what we're going to do is imagine an old school vintage radio knob. And with this radio knob, I don't know if you guys haven't seen them, they're usually spherical, they kind of taper and have a flat top and spin like a circle, right? So what we're going to do with this is we're going to use this to turn the volume up on our frequency, to raise our vibration. This is something super easy, a lot of fun that you can do at will anytime you want. And anytime you want to just give yourself a frequency boost. And the more often you do this, the higher your consistent vibration will become. So as we're doing this, we're going to, thank you, the soul teams want to quickly, they want to do a crystalline diamond rainbow light bath for each and every one of you. It's going to be like a waterfall of crystalline diamond rainbow light. So we're seeing all of the crystalline diamond rainbow light flooding all of your energetic systems right now, which will also help your light body activation, your DNA activation. It will help with healing. It's unconditional source love light. So it is intelligent, and you will now on a cellular level be emanating this light. So anytime you play with that light, that's what happens. And it does so many more things as well, but it raises your vibration. So as we're looking at this knob, you can make it whatever color you want. We're going to reach out with our minds and turn the knob up 20. And as we do, we're going to hold the intention that we are raising our vibration. Our vibration is elevating, turning it from 20 to 40. Our vibration is really starting to sing. You're going to feel yourself becoming lighter and brighter, finer and higher. From 40 to 60, we are really feeling that. You might even be feeling angel bumps or star bumps on your skin as your vibration raises within your body and all of your energetic fields. 60 to 80, we are flying. Our vibration is so high, so fine, so light, so bright. We are zinging. 80 to 100, we are soaring so fine, so high. Look at your brightness. Feel your energy and your frequency now. Feel how good it feels for your vibration to sing, to be so elevated. How does it feel? Spend a moment in this for now. And we're going to bring in just a moment. It'll only take a few minutes for whomever is reaching out to us right now. May not even that long. We're going to bring, as we have this high vibration collectively expanding together, we're going to bring our galactic family forward, loud and clear, asking one of them to be a spokesperson for everyone. Stepping forward, going to bring their energy and their frequency in, touching nose to nose, even if they don't have a nose, raising the volume on their frequency, raising the volume loudly and clearly, allowing each of us to connect deeply with this in a very conscious way. And now we are observing. What do you see, feel, know, hear, experience, or sense on any level? Who are they? Their frequency is who they are. Having them step back just a moment so that you may see clearly with that beautiful first eyesight that you have, that third eyesight. Allowing the clarity of the picture to come in for those of you who are ready to see. Allowing the frequency to be turned up. And as they're doing this, they are giving you gifts, whatever that may look like for you. And remember, you can always return to conscious connection and communication with them anytime you like, simply by inviting them in and raising your vibration before you do it. And for those of you that are still wanting to stay connected with them, you already are. There is never a disconnect. This is you. They are you in another soul, in another source expression. You have the same soul, the same source essence runs through you and them and all of your soul team. And with that, you can stay connected to them. You can hang out with them. You can ask them for information. You can ask them for healing. They will connect with you anytime you like. They are simply placing their consciousness towards you when you reach out for them. And to connect with them consciously, all you have to do is remember this feeling or whatever it is that you experienced in this now moment, and you will be in direct connection and communication with them. It's always there. And with that, I just want to express my love. Thank you, Flo, for allowing me to go over just a little bit. Thank you to Vea and Ala and every one of you. You can, if you enjoyed this, I have a session called A One-on-One with Bridget. You can book it through my website in the mentor section. And it is this plus so much more channeled information and really activating. So I am so excited to work with each and every one of you, whoever is in resonance to co-create. Tangela, thank you. I see you.
Thank you so much, Bridget. That was really beautiful. Super appreciate you being here and sharing all your gifts with us. It's nice to see you again.
So good seeing you.
Me too.
So good to see you, Bridget.
Alan, I love you.
Alan, I can't introduce you yet. We don't know who you are yet. I'm just kidding.
Love you, Alan. Bye. Love to everyone. See you soon.
See you.
Yes, come play with me, Alan. It's long overdue.
Okay.
All righty. So I hope everyone's doing well. As you see, we have our next guest here, but let me do a little introduction for him so you guys know what this wonderful man is all about. He has a wealth of knowledge. Alan Steinfeld is an explorer of consciousness. For over 30 years, he has hosted and produced the weekly television series New Realities in New York City. Additionally, with 68,000 subscribers on YouTube, on his YouTube channel of the same name, he has been over 20 million viewers who have seen his programs. These include interviews with luminaries in the field of health, spirituality, and UFOs, such as Deepak Chopra, Marianne Williamson, Ram Dass, and every major UFO researcher in the field. With his media appearances, lectures, and conferences, he informs millions about human potential, remote viewing, and the nature of alien contact. For over 5 years, he has emceed the largest UFO event in the country called Contact in the Desert. He feels that not only when the inner explorations of the soul are combined with the outer adventures of the mind, can we achieve a harmonious understanding of our place in our cosmos. Alan, welcome to the StarSeed conference. Thank you so much for being here. We were speaking a lot about inner and outer experiences and harmonizing. So I'm super glad that I got to read that for your bio.
Yeah, well, I want to say to you, Raji, that we're in this phase shift right now. So first of all, I'm really happy you and Flo are doing this conference because we need to keep reminding each other of what's really going on. That the old world is fading away. This old world of limitation and suffering and self-inflicted torture, really. It's really more the forces of control have stopped the evolution of human consciousness and has kept it all contained in a very self-indulgent, emotional body. So people are very invested in their emotions. There's nothing wrong with emotions, but then it gets to feed on itself and there's no expansion. We're here, my feeling is to have experience and to feel, but when the emotions start to become an addictive behavior because of the chemicals that are produced when you have emotion, right? You're feeling anger, that's chemical. The anger is chemical in the body. And so people who are, they're just always looking for a reason to be angry because people get addicted to that emotion. And when the emotion, these chemicals start to wear off, they look for something else to indulge in, to trigger those chemicals. It's not even conscious.
I always say that emotions are great guides, but terrible masters. And so your emotions can inform you and your decision making, but don't let them rule you in a way. Would you agree?
It's great to have feelings. I call the emotional drama when it becomes this self kind of revolving door. It's like, don't let them, you could be the observer of the emotion. So it's like someone cuts you off in traffic, the natural response is to, shout out. But if we can be more observers of awareness than indulgers in this kind of drama, the human drama, which whole theories about that the archonic energy is actually living off our emotional indulgence. It's actually food for these beings that want to keep us, not to be too much of a conspiracy person, in this human 3D world, right? Does that make sense? So we get caught up in something and we get
I think there needs to be a distinction though between emotions and feelings. Do you see them as the same things? I don't see them as the same thing.
Well, I see them as not this. Feelings are what we're having every minute of the day. Every minute of our human experience, we are feeling. We're feeling. We're here to feel. The experience of feeling is why we incarnated. The emotionality is the repetition of those same indulgences of feeling. Does that make sense?
That does, and it could maybe, would you agree? So the way that I see it is it's like a conglomeration of our programming from like the conditioning we've gone through in our entire life. So that's why it's that repetition, because it's like, that's all we kind of know from until you deprogram yourself or unlearn.
All we know, because when your mother looks at you when you're 6 years old, 6 hours old, there's something called a mirror neuron where you reflect the expression. So if so looking at you when you're just born and they're not necessarily happy, you're going to encode that feeling in your biology and think, oh, that's just how you are. But that's not how you are, because we are the great all-knowing consciousness that is in forever. So if there's habits of being that we can identify for each other, oh, you're always that way, or I'm always this way, we can look at this as the reflection and saying, that person isn't criticizing me. They're helping me see a part of my subconscious patterns that are that I think I am, because we get our personalities are not who we are. Our history is not who we are. That's why we're here to do a StarSeed conference, because we are really those beings. We are those light beings. And I just think the more we can become the observer of that emotionality, don't stop the feelings, but the emotionality is the indulgence of those triggers. That's what I'm calling it. Does that make
Nice.
sense?
Yeah, totally. And I love integrating it. But listen, this is your time. Take it away. I'm like, we're digressing, but maybe this is part of this is part of it. I don't know.
We're going in, but I will say a little bit more is that everyone here is already in this next level of reality. We're already living in what people are wishing the ascension is. If you're listening to this program, if anywhere this has touched you or reminded you of who you really are, that is the key to fifth dimensional encoding of our consciousness. So what's happening now in this phase shift from one level and one frequency of reality to this next frequency of reality is, first of all, we all have to support each other in the greater vision. The things that what Bridget was taking people to was a kind of vibratory a shift that we have to keep going towards. So if we can keep encouraging each other and reminding each other that we are these infinite beings, then when sometimes the 3D world kicks in, and there's nothing wrong with the 3D world, there's nothing wrong with people living normal lives, but I think a lot of us are here for something more. There's a bigger picture to reality. That's why there's more UFO sightings occurring everywhere. That's why people are having these altered states of consciousness, these dream-like awakenings. It's because this shift that's occurring as we speak, this conference is a part of this shift in reality, is something new for the planet, something that really, for humanity at least, that it needs to be supported, because the other side of this, the 3D world, and those operating, and I'm not really a conspiracy person, but those that are operating to keep this world and this dimension, this reality limited and stuck within the old framework. Every time there's a shift, there's a little bit of a tightening down, or no, we're not going to let this thing get out of control. So, you know, the technology is a great tool for extending our senses. And then there's the addictive side to technology. You can't put down your cell phone. You have to get online. Nothing wrong with being online, but we need to balance that with the inner technologies of who we are, the inner awakening of the greater mind. So I teach remote viewing, which is the ability to extend your consciousness beyond the local environment. And when I teach this, 90% of the people come in and they can get the target just by saying, put your attention on where a friend of mine, or where someone you know, or something in my pocket, or what's in this picture. So we're all capable of this non-local awareness, because that is who we are. The illusion is that consciousness is localized within your body, within the brain, but the brain is a receiver and sender, like Tesla said. So we're receiving signals and sending signals out to other beings that are picking this up. And that is not confined to time and space. And as this greater frequency starts to pour into the vehicle of this receiver, we start to get new thoughts, new possibilities, new inventions, new discoveries, new ways of creating art. Creativity is sort of the outpost of the fifth dimensional reality. And so we're here to help raise each other up inside a matrix that is dropping away. So the old matrix, like Bruce Lipton says, the Matrix is not a feature film, it's a documentary. In a way, that's true, because the matrices that have confined human thought have been in place for 2,000 years, maybe 5,000 years. And as we start to break out of the old matrix, we have to follow the creative vision. Creativity, the imagination, is the greater human being. It's the capability of making known the unknown. That's why we're here. We're not here to create the old realities. We're here to be star seeds which means you're planting a vision of the future and of the now. The seeds are all of us coming together to focus on these possibilities, to grow these seeds into flowers, trees, forests, a new vision of humanity where we are transcendent, where we're not sucked in by the emotional dramas of the past. There's nothing wrong with emotion, but they can be traps. If you're not the observer, I'm not saying being disassociated, we have to feel everything, but all you have to do, in my understanding, if you're jealous, if that's a thing for you, you have to feel it once and you go as deep into those emotionalities as you can. And once you allow yourself to go as deep as you can, you own that. You own those things, and maybe stuff will come up again, but once you've felt the depth of it, and that's why we've incarnated here, to feel as much as we can. Once you own something, which means you've allowed it to be known as wisdom to the soul, then you really never have to have that emotion again, the negative emotions. I don't think joy and happiness are emotions, they're states. That's who we actually are. That is like, you know, these intense emotions are the clouds behind the sun. The sun, or joy and happiness and this ongoing flow of forever, is who we are. That is our essential nature. And there's things that cover that up. And that's fine because we're here to have experiences. But what is happening with the StarSeed revolution, as I call it, is that we're owning the human experience. We're owning the past, which means we've done it lifetime after lifetime. We've suffered, we've been abused, we've been abusers, we've been all those things. And now as we resolve the human experience, the next phase of evolution starts to come online. And that's where we are at this moment, where it's phasing of this fifth dimensional reality, and this phasing out of this 3D limitation is to start to experience new possibilities. And this is what allowing of thought and feeling to come in, and creativity is the key to generating new feelings of possibilities, giving us a higher emotion. I call the creative urge, and this creative awakening, which is coming online, because, you know, if we really do get free energy and people are abundant, then what are we here to do but be creators? And in that process of creating, it could be something like this, or it could be dancing or singing, whatever your creative ability is. It's giving a gift to humanity to feel more of their aliveness. So your creativity makes you feel alive, but also receiving that gift of creativity is to activate greater possibilities within each of us. So the creative revolution is what the fifth dimensional StarSeed reality is about, according to me. That's in my opinion. So I'm just happy that there's a place and an audience that we can all share what is new on the horizon. And thank you, Flo, for inviting me here. I mean, there's more I could say about Making Contact, which is a book I just wrote, which is a collection of essays about where we're going as these star beings meet us. But I think before the star beings meet us, we have to clear out the old programs, which is what this time is about, which is what this phase shift is about. Clearing out the old programs, looking at them, and welcoming the new, unknown, infinite possibilities. So what's the latest infinite thought that you've had? What's the latest creative inspiration that has led you into inspiring others and yourself? So if we can go on that track and just tap into what I call the infinite flow of consciousness as it comes into our awareness every minute, then we're at the edge, sitting at the edge of reality, and then we are the star seeds. Yes, divine dreams, love, gratitudes, beautiful beauty, you know, victory. I'm not sure about victory because that means victory over, but what's the highest dream? What have you yet to imagine? These are the roads to the starseed future. And these are what all of us are really here to proclaim, is the fact that there's so much more than we could ever imagine. And that's what makes the incarnational experience so exciting. So let's imagine the impossible. This is what Lewis Carroll said in Alice in Wonderland. I like to imagine 6 impossible things before breakfast. Let's start to imagine some impossible things and start to shift the evolutionary perspective of the starseed revolution. So that's some of what I want to say. Flo, are you around? Do you have any comments about that? Raji, or I can just, oh, there you are.
Hi, I'm back. Thank you, Alan, so much for sharing that. I always love hearing from you. So there's a little fun exercise that I've done with some friends, and it's called What If? So just to play off of what you were just saying about imagination, and part of the new Wholehearted Media is reimagining communication, global communication. So the way that this works is we're going to go back and forth, and the first little prompt is what if, and we're just going to go for 1 minute. How does that sound?
Yes, and also the people in the chat can put in
Yeah.
Okay.
And guys, add in your what ifs. Okay.
Okay, you know, Shakespeare haven't he said that in some place. Your if is your only peacemaker. But anyway, let's go. What if?
Your if is your only peacemaker. Okay, we'll talk about that after.
And what could be is that's what. Oh, okay, you go. What if?
Okay. What if we only needed water to survive? Not food.
What if all our dreams really were able to manifest right here in front of us the minute we perceived it?
What if the sky was purple?
Oh, I like that. I like that. Right. What if? Let me just contemplate that. It would mean that our atmosphere would be different, the frequency of our sun would be different, and our perceptuality would be different. So it's about what if. It's like, what if, what does the what if stimulate in response to the what if?
Boom. Yeah. Look, we have one in the chat. What if we all loved each other unconditionally and sincerely? That's a good one. Ooh.
When we contemplate those things, we're a little closer to making that happen. Because in order to read the word, we have to form the picture, and the pictures and energy that we put out into.
Whoa. That's a great point. That's a great point. Once you read the words, you have to imagine the thing.
Exactly. And the imagination is actually, thoughts are things that actually start to put it out into the world. So what if everyone would give up their greed and start to share the abundance of the world with each other?
Good one. I love this one. What if we could slow down aging?
I think we can. That's not
I think we can too. It's happening.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because it's the emotions, those the dramas that really generate the chemicals that indulge us all. But what if we were so free and loving that we all felt joy in every cell of our being every minute?
What if we all spoke our truth whenever we felt a trespass happened against us?
Beautiful. That is great. What if, this is from the audience, Ashley, what if we all project our own wholeness into everyone and everything around us?
Ooh, I just got chills with that one. Nice, Ashley. Love that. Okay, the next one, Monique. What if our eyes could perceive shift in frequencies as colors? Ooh. I'm just imagining that.
No, that's good. Go ahead, imagine for. I don't want to take that imagination away from you.
Thank you.
We could take our bodies, mind, consciousness anywhere, any place in the universe we desire in an instant.
I love that. Oh my gosh. what if we could clean all polluted land, water, and air with our energy, like our prana, life force energy, like that?
I love that. That's a movie, Raji, we have to make.
Let's do it. Oh my God. Are you still in production? Are you still producing things like this?
Yes, did you ever see my movie, Never Wear Dead Man's Shoes?
No, I haven't. Never wear dead man's shoes. Okay. Sounds interesting.
About
Check that out.
Transformation. But we should do a what if film.
Oh, that's such a good idea. For like Wholehearted Media could produce like we go around and we ask people their greatest what ifs.
Yeah, people on the street, people all levels of existence, all life, all these.
You want to do it? That sounds great.
Let's do it. What if we can have our ideal world without the current systems in place, purely made of love and light today? Thank you, Susanna.
Thank you so much. Wow.
It's the show I'm writing about concurrent lives, Natalie says.
Oh, nice. She's writing something. That's fantastic.
What if we can all help you there?
Well, this was such a great exercise. Thank you for this.
All right, what if? Come on.
Okay, let's go. More what ifs. What if everything that I was feeling had an actual word? Because right now it doesn't.
Okay. What if we weren't 5 minutes behind schedule? No, okay. What ifs are, yeah, they're just ongoing, but they're possibilities. So thank you, Raji. Thank you. I mean, I think the last what if I want to leave is what if that we could be the all wise, knowing, intelligent, remember all our lives and know everything about everywhere all the time.
We're almost there, right?
That's that movie that was done, isn't it? Place all the time.
Yeah. Well, Alan, I want to thank you so much for sharing yourself with us today. And there's the man of the hour. Flows in the house.
Oh, hey.
Hey, you got a what if for us real quick?
That's a great idea. What if we could materialize into any form in the time-space continuum?
It's a great
I think we could already do that.
Yes.
Why not?
I stepped into sovereignty without fear, but willingness to love and serve humanity. I am to thank you.
Powerful.
We could do a whole conference on this, guys.
Okay, the what if conference. Let's do it.
Conference. Ooh, that's hot. That's hot.
Yeah, we are sharing our collective memory of the future together. Yes.
Now.
Hello for the opportunity, Raji. Hope to see you. Where are you now, Raji?
I'm in the Playa del Carmen right now. I'll be back in Toronto in a couple months, maybe, and then the world is my oyster.
Meet us in Glastonbury or someplace.
Yes, I was thinking of, so Alan works really closely with Portal to Ascension. If you guys don't know Portal to Ascension, check it out. It's a wonderful platform. Their head guy there is Neil Gore. He's one of our very good friends that we love a lot. And they have tours and content and lots of other conferences that you can check out too.
Right, we're doing a trip to Egypt with JJ Hertog and a bunch of other light bearers of truth. So check out Egyptian conference, Egyptian Ascension Retreat. That's for Egypt, ascensionconference.com. And Flo, you take it, you go, you're on.
Yes, ascensionconference.com. Portal Ascension's doing a conference in San Diego this April. So if you want to meet Alan and Neil in person, now's your chance. portaltoascension.org. We're going to plug it into the chat. We're actually going to send that on the replay too, in addition to everyone else's links. So take advantage, family, to meet with the other tribe in the physical if you're in the San Diego area.
Thanks so much for the opportunity. Let's do more work. You're both fantastic people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan.
Thank you, Alan. Love you, man.
For a beautiful rest of Sunday.
Thank you.
I ended up meeting Alan in Mexico this December, and the first time I met him, I'm like, I'm in the presence of a star being. That was literally the first thought that crossed my mind. His energy is just
He's so much,
fiery, man. He's
so much experience too that he always likes to share. It's great. It's great. And I
Yeah.
love his energy. Yeah, it's super fun.
I often I told Raji earlier, Alan paved the way for this conference. This guy has been a leader in
Yep.
exploring consciousness, interviewing, change makers on the planet. So
Yep.
I really suggest you all look into his book, Making Contact, and check him out on YouTube, New Realities. Once again, we're going to plug that in to the replay. So we got my buddy next, good
I'm
friend of
really
mine.
excited. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to our next speaker and hearing what he's all about. His name is Spencer Madden. He's a fellow StarSeed and ground crew teammate whose mission is to help empower your awakening journey so you can align with your abundant New Earth timeline. He's the co-founder of Transcending the Matrix Academy, the premier online school for creating clarity and confidence in your spiritual awakening. He's also the visionary behind the recently released Gold Pill Gang Network, which brings together conscious creators in a censorship-free, high-frequency app. Wow. Where is he at? Spencer,
name.
get in here. I can't wait to hear what you got for us today. Let's start his video.
Yes, sir.
Boom, here he is. Hi,
All
Spencer.
right. Check 1, 2.
Mic
Greetings,
check.
beloveds.
The new Earth in the house.
New
Boom.
Earth is in the house. It's a big day when this hack goes on.
Wait,
Yeah.
how
It
do
goes
you
on
guys
every
know each
day.
other?
We met through his podcast, actually. That's when we first met.
Nice.
New Earth Masculine. We just hit it off, and I instantly knew I was in the presence of family, and we met in the physical many times. He's actually in the Kootenays, where our future Star Center is going to be.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing what you got, Spencer. The floor is yours.
Beautiful.
Wait.
Beautiful. Thank you. So I will start off with speaking into the Star Center. If you haven't been to the Star Codes website tab and checked out Flo's vision for this beautiful Starseed community temple in the physical at this high frequency portal called Slocan Lake, I definitely encourage you to check that out. And I had all of these visions of, what I was going to talk about on this conference for everyone after Flo extended the invite to me, and it's just been kind of running over the past month, what come through. And I just had this sense that the land, we're talking a lot about the earth and the land here, was going to show me what needed to come through. So 2 days ago, my beloved and I hopped in our vehicle and we actually drove up to Slocan Lake, which is about 2 hours from where I live. And I was able to go for a swim in the sacred lake and drive along the road and the land where this temple is going to be manifesting, which was beautiful. And the big thing that the portal was saying to me was go deep into the earth. Now, this is a little bit of a paradox when we talk about star seeds, right? Like, we're from the stars, we're from the galactic, we're from these different dimensional spaces. Yet, how we truly return to beyond the physical reality is by coming to know the earth experience deeply. I do a lot of work with the Lemurians and have accessed many different past lives and things like that. And one of the biggest things that caused the fall of Lemuria was their fear of being fully human, of fully dropping into this vessel of, flesh and blood and living without this fear of death. And eventually, because they weren't able to fully embody the physical form, their greatest fear ended up manifesting, and the rest is history. We know that the ancient continent of Mu sunk under the sea, and they lost a lot of their civilization. So that is one of the messages that I want to bring forth here, is not this message of trying to escape the earth experience, but to really go so deep into the earth experience that it will actually set you free. Many of our ancestors knew this, and this is why it's such an exciting time to see the remembrance of ancient earth traditions being embodied within the mainstream culture. So I'd love to just hear in the comments from all of you beautiful star seeds out there. What do you love about this earth? What do you love about this earth realm? My gnosis on this is that earth is a playground. Earth is a opportunity zone for our soul expansion, one that many beings from all over the universal time matrix desired, wished to get into. But billions and billions and billions and billions of beings can't actually enter in. And this is one of the messages that I want to remind you as well. The fact that you are on earth right now with this knowledge that you have, with this awareness, shows that you are elite, shows that you are the cream of the crop, that you are the best of the best, that you are an absolute master of the universe, to have the courage and to be allowed by the gatekeepers to even have an opportunity to incarnate here. So I want you to just take that nugget and remember it when challenge arises, when density arises, when there's all this crazy stuff going on earth that may be causing us stress, overwhelm, anxiety, fear. Just remember that to even be here on this earth plane, you had to be the best of the best. Now, when it comes to going deeper into the earth experience, there are a number of ways that you can do this. And I'm probably not going to be sharing anything new under the sun, but I want this to be a reminder that when you go into some of these sacred practices, you will actually be able to access more of you, remembering your higher sensory gifts, remembering your ability to tap into your star family, remembering your ability to channel, clairvoyance, all of these beautiful things. Now, the first one that I want to share with you, and sometimes I just love it because sometimes I feel like this earth game is a great cosmic joke, and we have all of these ideas and intentions and things we want to do, and then the funniest things show up. So I started a TikTok a while ago, and it was Add Ascend into Abundance, and I'm sharing my star codes and all this stuff, and I'm figuring out and navigating how to create content that people love. And I'm doing this in my studio with my green screen, and things are going pretty well. And then I just decided I'm going to go for a walk one day, and I go for a walk one day, and I don't usually bring my phone, but I have my phone this time, and I got drawn into this beautiful tree's energy. And I went up to this tree, and I do what I do a lot of the time, and I gave this tree a hug, and I grounded my energy into it. And then I thought, hey, well, why don't I just make a video about normalizing the power of hugging a tree? So I made this silly little video, just held up my phone, and it's been my most viral video to date. It's like 500,000 views or something like that. And what I really loved about it was the amount of comments that this video generated of people who were actively going out and working with Tree Nation. Working with the trees is such a powerful way to connect into what the Lemurians called the golden canopy. Said another way, connecting into the quantum field. Trees are antennas. They are antennas for Earth that can bridge between the physical realms into the multidimensional. So what I would encourage you to do is go find a tree that speaks to you, put your hands on it, take your shoes off, root down into the earth, and then just do some basic breathing. See what comes through. Do this for 33 days, and you're going to see some major activations of your higher sensory gifts. Now, if you want to take this one step deeper, you can focus your intention on the heartwood. at the center of every tree, there is what in 3D mainstream science calls the heartwood. And this is the dead wood of the center of the tree that is supposedly no longer living. Now, what I have been shown is actually this is essentially an energetic stack that isn't dead, but is actually in fifth dimensional reality, that when you connect into it by literally put your hands on those trees, focus your intention on the center of that tree, feel that spine. It's essentially the spine of the tree. Direct your consciousness upwards into the golden canopy. Have the intention of allowing knowledge and universal wisdom to come through, and things will come through like that. It's a very beautiful, beautiful process. And this is one of the big reasons why the control structures spend so much of their time and energy cutting down the forest, because they know that when they cut down the forest, it essentially weakens the entire energetic fields. And this is why I'm so passionate about planting trees and food forest abundance right now, because when we co-create and plant trees, once again, we will literally help the entire planet ascend. And this is another good point that is important to remember, is we're sitting here, you know, in these human meat suits, and we're going to the StarSeed conference, and we're thinking we're on the ascension pathway. The age of Aquarius is here. The 25,900-year galactic alignment is in alignment. The 250 million year alignment is here. Amazing. We're going to just be going to 5D. But sometimes we can forget that we're just passengers on the actual planet that is on her ascension pathway right now. And we just get to strap ourselves in and go on our own journey. But it's important to remember that this literal planet, I like to call Gaia, you may call Earth, is on her elevation path right now. And this is why there's so many big changes happening, rippling out. The vast majority of the supernatural phenomena that are happening right now are part of the energetic clearing of Mother Gaia as she prepares herself for her ascension process. Earthquakes, volcanoes, these are all volcanic eruptions. These are all clearing mechanisms of Gaia. Sometimes humans just happen to be there when these happen. So earthquakes, floods, these things are not things to be feared. Oh yeah, a lot of times they're going to say, hey, this is HARP technology and this man-created stuff. But ultimately, that stuff is completely superficial to the amount of clearing that Gaia is doing on her own. So never forget that when these things happen. It is also really important to just continue to strip it back to basics, right? Grounding, get your feet on the earth. I saw someone in here talking about walking with your feet on the grass. Well, why is this so important? This is important because right now there are huge quantities of ions, powerful ions being emitted from the crystalline core of the earth, more so than ever before because of this ascension timeline that Gaia is on, that are resonating up and into your feet. Yes, if you have a pair of rubber shoes on, it might block them a little bit. Ultimately, it's not that big of a deal. The biggest thing you can do, though, is actually to intentionally allow those ions to come in the bottom of your feet, allow them coming up into your pineal gland. And when you have them in your pineal gland, this will activate higher sensory perception. One of the beautiful things I love about this Earth game, I call it this little old corner of the universal time matrix, is that all, and when I say all, I mean all of the universe is encoded into this Earth game. And it is one where you can go on an endless journey of discovery. And you can start to see that the water represents something on the grand cosmic scale. The ants represent something on the grand cosmic scale. The sun represents something on the grand cosmic scale. So I really want to just impart to you that, are you seeking the universe within the earth game. And if you are, this is how you transcend the matrix. This is how you eventually are able to move beyond the earth game. All of the answers are here for us on earth. And this is one of the reasons why I get so freaking excited about this time period for all of us right now. People are getting caught up in the dystopian timelines. And I'm just sitting here thinking, we could go out to the forest, we could look at a flower, and some kid is going to have some kind of activation that's going to bring through massive technologies. Remember, nature is a beautiful flowing creation of sacred geometry with all of the information we could ever possibly require out there. And all we have to do is slow down and take a look. Why do you think there's such an agenda to have us caught on our phones all of the time? Because the more that you're caught on your phone, if you're not prioritizing it, the less likely you are out there looking at the sacred geometries in the flower. It's less likely that you're walking along a path and all of a sudden you're squatting down, putting a hand in the dirt, looking at the dirt, realizing that those are all millions and millions of different worlds within their own. So I really encourage you, when you go out for your next walk, take some time to look around. How I trained myself with this and how I trained myself to recognize universal wisdom within the earth experience was I spent a lot of time when I was about 20 to 25 hiking in the mountains, and a lot of hours, right? A lot of hours with the big backpack, going deep in the backcountry, a lot of times with my thoughts. And what I would actually do is I would walk down the path, and every 10 seconds, I would focus my attention on something. And as I focus my attention on something, I would hold my attention on something. I would hold the intention that source energy, God, the divine, would relay universal knowledge to me because I placed my attention on one little aspect of the earth game. So how this works is you're walking down the path and I look over and I see a crooked branch, and I lock in on that crooked branch, and I have the intention that something is going to come through, and I just allow it to come in. Great. I keep on walking. Now I see a little yellow flower off to the right. Great. I focus my attention on the little yellow flower. I let the intention come through of universal wisdom. And I do this every 10 seconds for an hour. Maybe you don't need to do it for an hour. Obviously, I worked up for that and the hikes were long, but practice every 10 seconds. Find something new in nature, focus on it, see what comes through for you. Now, I want to take us into a little bit of a guided activation around a process, a very sacred process that was brought to the earth realm probably about 300 million years ago. Is kind of the number that I get. And you may have heard of aspects of this if you're familiar with the freedom teachings or Kathara healing. Now, this is my own take on it, and it has been refined over time. And I actually have a free full-length guided meditation that's about 45 minutes to truly enter the full potential of this process, which if you message me on Instagram or TikTok after this, I will send for you for free. And I also have I think it's about a 33-page guidebook, because this is a pretty immersive process that when you do it right sequentially, it's going to unlock a lot of high 12th dimensional energies that will support the building of your light body. Now, we're going to just see what happens over this shorter time period. I'm going to do a bit of a fast track one to be mindful of the time, but I really want to encourage you that this is the next extension on grounding, right? We talked about receiving the ions through our feet, but what happens if we intentionally connect into the crystalline core and we know how to unlock the high frequency energy there, and then know how to safely bring it up into our bodies, and it can work and activate not only our physical, mental, and emotional states, bring them into alignment, but it will interact with the other biofield layers as well, you know, the astral, the etheric, the causal, etc., chakra realignment. It really is, to me, one of the most powerful earth-based meditation practices that someone can do. And it was taught by the ancient Lemurians to their young children at 3, 4, 5 years old as a mechanism to help them anchor into the earth experience, because obviously coming in as souls as we did, it can be very ungrounding. And this is why I'm excited that there's so many beautiful couples having conscious couples having children right now who can start saying like, hey, let's teach this process to kids at Ascendant to Abundance is my Instagram. I just caught that there. Who can actually say, hey, let's teach our kids this practice. The Lemurians saw this as they saw it as a spiritual hygiene practice. Just like you brush your teeth before bed, maybe in the morning, twice a day, probably a good idea with all the detoxing going on right now. They would be doing this process at least twice a day, non-negotiable. So what the intention here is to connect into the Maharic shield. And that is a form of 12th dimensional, you can think of that however you want, high frequency energy that is locked up in the crystalline core of the earth. And when you use a certain key code and connect into it, it will actually bring that entire energy out, an endless well, beyond any manipulation, beyond any nefarious activity, beyond any AI technology's ability to suppress. And you can then harness that. I vision a day when this is what everyone is doing. And when we are doing this very quickly, disease and illness and disharmonious energies in the body will become a thing of the past. So what I would invite you to do right now, and I'm going to do this with you. So, you can just tune into my words and let's just close our eyes gently. And if you're sitting on a chair, just wiggle gently towards the edge of the chair. The big key here is making sure that your back isn't touching anything. So the prana, the chi, the life force can flow up and down with ease. Now, how I'm going to do this with you is you're just going to start taking some breaths in through your nose and out through your nose or mouth, whatever feels great. And there'll be a level of description, so those on the replay can try this again. And just know to trust your intuition with this process. If you end up being drawn or feel the call to go in a different direction, different space, if that feels right to you, just follow your intuition and I'll bring us back in about 10 minutes. So just enjoying that beautiful breath. Now, the first stage of this is to bring forth the key that actually unlocks the ability to tap into the Maharic shield. And this is a 6-sided star. So I want you to visualize, intend, imagine a 2-dimensional 6-sided star, placing it somewhere between your eyes and the back of your forehead, maybe in your pineal. Doesn't matter how it's perceived. Maybe you can hold this image very easily. Maybe this is something that you're going to practice. This is all about the intention. Are you intending that this beautiful 6-sided star shows up? This is sometimes called the Hierophant. I want you to bring some shimmer to this star, a sleek silver star. So just hold that for the next 3 breaths, setting your intention to maintain its shape throughout the duration of this process. Now setting a powerful sacred space, calling in all divine light, Creator blessing us, every one of us on this call and in the replay, bathing us in beautiful light, knowing that we're divinely supported as we enter into the crystalline core of the earth. So take a nice slow inhale, holding the intention of that 6-sided star. And at the top of the exhale, begin to allow that star to move down through your body, tracing it down your spine. And just allow it to move down past your throat, past your heart, down into your lower chakras, out between your legs. Begin to move it into the earth. I'm going to take a few breaths and just allow that silver star to move down, down, down. And now entering into the cavern, the center of the earth where the crystalline core resides. Just take a moment to perceive the crystalline core. There's no right or wrong. What it looks or feels like is unique to everyone. Just take a moment to appreciate its magnitude and its beauty. And when you're ready, move your 6-sided star into the center of the crystalline core. Imagine or intend or hear it clicking into place, like there's a perfect key spot for you in your star. Just enjoy that for a moment, perhaps feeling a little bit of a pulse when it clicks in. Now I'm going to explain what we're going to do as we hold this, and then you're going to do it. We're going to intend to spin our star to the point where it just turns into a vortex. And then what will happen is it will unlock the Maharat shield, which will ripple out like a 2-dimensional plate all the way beyond the earth out into the magnetic sphere. Okay, so we're going to do this on 3, 2, 1. Spin your Hierophant symbol. Take some breaths, let it spin, intending that it's going to spin. And now let it release the full Maharat shield. Feel it rippling out. Some may perceive this as a large silver disc, like a coin on its side. Just take a moment to feel that power, that majesty, that might. No expectation, no judgment, just pure, magnificent Gaiac energy. This is endless, brothers and sisters. This energy can never be taken away from us. Accessing it is our birthright. And it's forever here for us. We just tune in. Just bringing your awareness back to the spinning vortex, and just stop your symbol again. Notice the star sides, all 6 of them. Now on your next inhale, we're going to draw this up between our legs. 3, 2, 1. Inhale it up. Notice a white thread trailing behind, still connected to the shield as we draw it up, 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 and letting it rest about 6 inches below our feet. Now, if we were to just bring this energy straight up into our heart space, there's a potentiality that it could actually cause burnout and lethargy because of the amount of energy. So we actually have to tap into our own personal Maharic shield. If you've ever worked with the deity, the Ascended Master Kuan Yin, you'll often see her portrayed in Japanese, Chinese drawings as sitting on a type of saucer. This is your personal Maharic shield. Now, how we get it going and access it is the same way. Spinning our Hierophant. So 3, 2, 1. Spin your Hierophant just below your feet. Let it spin, spin, spin. And now feel a shield rippling out below your feet. Maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 feet in diameter. And just like an electrical system, this shield can be thought of as a down stepper of this divine energy. So just take 2 breaths, feeling your personal shield. Maybe a little smile creases up your lips that they don't teach this to us when we're in grade 3. Imagine the possibilities if they did. Beautiful. So now take your Hierophant symbol and float it up from your personal shield, up through your legs, through your body, up to your pineal, out through your crown chakra, and placing it about 3 feet above your head. So now you have a line from the Maharic shield of the earth to your personal Maharic shield, from your personal Maharic shield to 3 feet above your head. Now for the fun part. Now is where we get to charge ourselves up with all of this beautiful crystalline energy. So when you're ready, like turning on a faucet, slowly allow the energy in the line to start flowing. It's coming up from the earth into your Maharic shield. And then it's beginning to just ooze, flow, ripple, flourish out from this line that you've brought from your body. Let it go out about 2 feet in every direction so you become encased in a shimmering light of 12th dimensional energy. This is your own personal tube. Just take 5 breaths here. I'm going to drop out and just allow these light codes, this energy to permeate and strengthen you. Beautiful. And when you're ready to close off this process, take that Hierophant symbol that's up above your head. And I want you to connect it into any star that feels in resonance for you. So send it off to Pleiades, Alcyone, wherever you wish to send it, to connect in acknowledgement to the higher dimensional star seeds that we are. And when you're ready, you can bring yourself back to the screen. If you want to drop any comments, what came through. I'd love to hear them. I know we're getting close to time here with Flo. So that is the Maharic Shield process condensed. If you're called to learning the full process, definitely hit me up on Instagram. I'd love to send you that because there are some nuances that can really amplify it. And once you become fully trained in it, like you'll start seeing, like you'll open your lights and you're going to see that tube, your eyes, you're going to see that tube around you, and you're going to feel the light coming out of you. It gets quite incredible. So I'm excited for all of you.
Hey, Spencer, thank you so much for that beautiful meditation. Remind us again how we can connect with you on Instagram.
Yeah, beautiful. It's at Ascend into Abundance on Instagram, TikTok, or my website is ascendintoabundance.com.
Awesome. I think Flo's going to drop the link there. That was like exceptionally beautiful and very, very powerful. You know, people were feeling a lot of the earth energies and the Maharic shield that like I forgot about it. So it was like, oh, what a great remembering. Thank you so
Definitely.
much.
You're so welcome. Yeah.
Great. We all look forward to learning more from you. And yes, it was just such a beautiful time. Thank you so much for sharing your gifts with us.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the rest of your Sunday and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. Blessings to everyone. Cheers.
Here. Bye.
Thanks, brother.
Oh, there he is.
And I was just still going through the activation. That's why I couldn't hop on.
Yeah. Wow, that was so beautiful.
Spencer is doing some amazing work.
Yeah, and he's in the Kootenays. How exciting!
He's
2 hours out from the Kootenays, right?
No, he's in the Kootenays, and yeah, he's a special being.
Amazing. Looking forward to that. Shall we move along?
Absolutely.
Ready? Let's do this. All right. So next up, we have Donnie Arcade. He's a music artist and animator and from Cleveland, Ohio. Donnie is truly one of a kind. His unpredictable rap style, infused with themes of the ancient world, the future, and consciousness, will send you down the rabbit hole of his extensive catalog. Donnie is a rapper, filmmaker, and producer. He has released 11 albums to date. His album, Return of Enki, charted on the Billboard charts for 4 weeks. He has collaborated with some of the top hip-hop artists in the music industry, including Havoc, Ras Kass, and many more, also appearing in Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Donnie Arcade has developed a truly unique sound with an appeal for all ages and groups, with a body of work that will leave you very impressed. Let's get him in here, Donnie. Coming in.
Yes, sir. Donnie Arcade in the building.
What's up? What's up? How y'all doing?
Welcome.
Hey, StarSeed, much love.
Much love, brother.
Man, it's awesome to have you here.
It's an honor and a pleasure. I truly appreciate it. Cool vibe. You know, I got some cool stuff for you too as well.
Awesome. Well,
Hey.
the floor is yours. Take it away.
Okay, absolutely. And actually, I'm on 2 different streams. So on this one, is where I have my video, you know, just to speak with you guys. But on the other one, I actually have the presentation. So you should see a Donnie Arcade too. You can add that one on as well.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Boom.
There we go.
And Donnie Arcade is just
Coming in hot with two.
Creative genius.
Yes, I like
Yes.
it.
He's pumping enlightened music to the world right now. High vibe, hip hop.
And how did you guys meet, Flo?
I've just been a big fan of his, and luckily he responded to me. I was just honored, Matt, for him to reach out.
Hey, the honor is mine. This is my family right here. This is where I belong. So, much love, much love. But yeah, let me get into the presentation right here.
Okay.
Johnny, is there supposed to be sound?
Yeah, there should be sound. Let me see something real quick.
Okay.
There we go. This is a message from the stars. StarSeed, make some noise. Hey, put them hands up. Keep them hands up. Hey, it's a message from the stars. Hello, hello. It's a message from the stars. It's a message from the stars. Hello, hello. Oh, that's a mind trip. Remind yourself. It's a message from the stars. Can I talk to the universe? Can we talk to the universe? Make some noise for this virtual event. The first ever like its kind. Can I talk to the universe? Can we talk to the universe? Can I talk to the universe? All right. This is a message from the stars. You speak in mind power. We no longer ask for anything. We command. We no longer live in power because we are power. StarSeed, keep them hands up. Keep them hands up. I want to see fire emojis in the comments. Share this. This moment. This moment is ours. It's a message from the stars. So, talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Off in the quantum realm. Off in the multiverse. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Off in the quantum realm. Off in the multiverse. So much time has passed. Show me the future. All of these paths. Try to what you want. Suppressing my ego. Color the ego. Everything bad is too fun. Could it be awesome? Could it be we make a difficult just for us? Respect the process, don't try to stop it. Moving too fast, what's the rush? Show me the way. I surrender the way. My conscience flow like the water. Guys with rivers and lakes. Then it goes to the fire. Everything in a place. With the pressure made diamonds. Crystallized like base. Everything's synchronized. All of these incidents. At the right place at the right time. It's not a coincidence. If it ain't there, then You know what's best for me, no matter how complex you say. When I see you, I see me. Hey, talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Off in the clock, off in the multiverse. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Off in the clock, off in the multiverse. Carpe diem. Talk to the universe, off in the DM. Clairvoyant. Sending me telegrams, hoping I reach out. All of these frequencies, one, every time I see them. My higher self is giving me help. I'm having flashbacks to the kingdom. Protect it, you see the girl. It's not a miracle. I must admit, I'm not religious, but I'm so spiritual. Awakening knowledge. I see it all kind of just like a prophet. I know they want to, but they can't stop it. Talk to the universe like I'm on a Motorola socket. Talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. Off in the quadrant. Off in the multiverse. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Talk to the universe. Talk to the universe. I'm doing that shadow work. I'm doing that shadow work. Yeah. Turn out the lights so we can see better what's wrong or what's right. Adrenaline spikes, you feeling the phobia for what goes wrong in the night. But the house got a creep phone. Looking through the peepholes, looking like creep show. Resident Evil. You open the gate, but you ain't got the cheat code. Fam ain't fam, no more. Friends ain't friends, no more. Oh, this is time where it goes. Shit, this world is so cold. Gotta go get me a triple fat ghost. Gotta go get me some crystals to use. All of these ghosts trying to get me to pop down. Silhouette. I'm doing that shadow work, man. Silhouette. I'm doing that shadow work. What was that? Fight with my demons, just hoping that that'll work. Look for the light that I'm hoping that I deserve. Silhouette. I'm doing that shadow work. Silhouette. I'm doing that shadow work. Fight with my demons, just hoping that that'll work. Look for the light that I'm hoping that I deserve. All of these creatures, all of these beings, cross me one time and I never unsee. Meditate because I know that I need to sit down with the gypsies and give me a reading. Open my eyes, now I'm seeing all I wasn't seeing. I'm in here with the fifth dimensional years. You don't want to walk them off. 976 deep, you just might have to go and call that. Those less like fear, you better stay out. I'm killing my ego to see how I play out. I'm on the cast, I'm just trying to make me a way out. Silhouette. I'm doing that shadow work. Silhouette. I'm doing that shadow work. What was that? Fight with my demons, just hoping that that'll work. Look for the light that I'm hoping that I deserve. Silhouette. I'm doing that shadow work. Silhouette. I'm doing that shadow work. What was that? Fight with my demons, just hoping that that'll work. Look for the light that I'm hoping that I deserve. Keep doing that shadow work. We doing that shadow work. Look for the light that I'm hoping that I deserve. so high they calling me horse. I'm flying so high they calling me horse. I'm flying so high they calling me horse. I'm flying so high they calling me horse. I'm on the mission. I'ma keep going, spreading my wings. I'ma keep soaring. I'm in the Stargate. I'm in the portal. Going so fast they can record it. If it ain't vibing, I just might ignore it. Hey, the hieroglyphics, they wonder who wrote it. If it's some wisdom, you know I'm a quote it. I was a student, yeah, I was devoted. I know you wouldn't want to be in the photo. Yeah, I've been training like I was with Morpheus, pointed to real one. Give me the pill. Keeping it willing and well. I got my third eye. Morpheus words out. Telekinesis, yeah, more people won't give me the first time. I got the spidey sense. Every second I fall on my first mind. Every time they lower the frequency, I'ma just fly high. Hey, I'm flying so high, they calling me horse. I'm on the mission, I'ma keep going, spread out my wings. I'ma keep soaring, coming in Stargate. I'm in the portal, going so fast, they can record it. If it ain't vibing, I just not annoying. Pay me what energy, you can afford it. Hey, I'm flying so high, they calling me horse. I'm flying so high, they calling me horse. I'm flying so high, they calling me horse. I'm on the mission, I'ma keep going. The king of the course, you can afford it. Flying cars, looking like Porsches. Don't want a bird cage, don't need a fortress. I just want to be free. Just show me the force, show me the source. I got the force. Now technology set up like you. I'm so on board. The mission is good. Do you know where you're going? If they beautiful words, I ain't rolling. I'm flying so high, they calling me horse. I'm on the mission. I'ma keep going, spreading my wings. I'ma keep trying. I'm in the Stargate. I'm in the portal, going so fast. They can record it. If it ain't bobbing, I just might know it. Maybe with energy, you can afford it. I'm flying so high, they calling me horse. I'm flying so high, they calling me horse. I'm flying so high, they calling me horse. They calling me. Hey. I'm flying so high, they calling me horse. I'm flying so high, they calling me horse. Flying so high, they calling me horse. Hey, peace and love. All the low vibes, just fly high. You know some levels of things. The center that floating away. It's more like a science to me. It's more like a magic thing. You know some levels of things. Ascending and floating away. It's more like a science to me. It's more like a magic thing. Hey. Looking at the clock, waking up at certain times, can you tell me what it means? Looking through the gates and see the symbols, man, I swear it's like you're talking to me. Posted up, meditating, if it talks to my spirit, then it's moving. Even if everything is all bad, I can still see an opportunity. In this game, kind of like Monopoly. My happiness, they want to take it out of me. I don't care if they try to doubt me. I'm a sound stars like astrology. Put my thoughts out in the universe, let the seeds grow like a botany. All this magic in the numerology, make the whole cosmos analogy. You know some levels of things. Sending and floating away. It's more like a science to me. It's more like a magic thing. 11-11. 11-11. I got the message. The universe is trying to text me. 11-11. 11-11. I got the message. The universe is trying to text me. Give me the power to heal the world. Give me the power to change the world. Give me the power to change the game. We ain't struggling no more on what the beach is, on what the streets is. Open up your third eye. Telekinesis. If they can defeat you, run and compete then. My power is the only thing to get until everybody wakes up. Check the watch, the same symbols looking at me, man. I swear they're trying to say something. Let it got me like a GPS. I let the show the way for me. You know it's some levels of things. Ascending and floating away. It's more like a science to me. trap hit go to the arcade. Or should I say the other way around? Go to the arcade and the trap PM. You know they call me the Buddha. I don't know nobody cool. Never let emotions rule. Always think before I do. The mind is a powerful thing. No, I don't need a computer. Everybody wanna be. Let me show you how to do it. You know they call me the Buddha. Let me show you how to do it. See me pull up to the spot. The couple words like a booty. Coon the lady awake. I run a lane like big people. I'm still a student collecting the knowledge. I travel to places and take it to me. I saw a glitch in the simulation. I realized that I was having the bitch. Now I'm the process of it. How can I sit here and fake it? Made up my mind of the baby. Yeah, no cap on my take. Clear my mind, meditate. We spiritually retreat and make. You know they come to the door. I don't know nobody cool. Never let them know she's cool. Focus deep before divine is a powerful thing. Now I don't need a computer. Everybody wanna be a piece. Let me show you how to do it. Put the results of the thoughts. Everything we see be magic and spells. I got these powers protecting myself. I'm so empathic, can't help but to feel. I'm out the box and I'm saying what's real. No one is coming to save me out here. But everything is in alignment. Yeah, the greatest of gifts is enlightenment. Yeah, I want to see you win. Yeah, I've been showing the love is bringing nothing back from the play. They're blaming the ones that fight. They're blaming the ones that speak. What is the purpose when all of this purpose? So how can we change the streets? How can we sit here and watch the space? How can my mind be at ease? I woke up the kingdom, I changed my freedom, I stay right up into the street. Now I'm no longer attached. There's full of illusion, that's right. Gotta know what leads you forward. Gotta know what holds you back. You know they come to the I don't know nobody cool. Never let emotions rule. Focus deep before divine is a powerful thing. Now I don't need a computer. Everybody wanna be the piece. Let me show you how to do it.
Yes, sir.
Yo.
And you're a talented human being.
Hey, appreciate that, man. It looks like it was glitching up, man. You know, so I'm outside the galaxy, man. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, you know what? It's all good. If you send me the video, I'll plug it in to the replay so it'll be nice and smooth.
Absolutely. I got the whole 18-minute clip ready for you, man.
Hey, cool, man. So how did I know you're a musician, but how did you get into the whole animation and creativity?
Well, actually, I got into that by looking to get it from someone, you know what I'm saying? So actually I reached out to a few animators, and once they told me the price of it, they hit me with the, $5,000 to $10,000. I went to YouTube school after that. So, learned how to do it myself. Yeah. But I always been into it though. I always admire Marvel and the comics, and especially the old school G.I. Joe and Transformers, you know what I'm saying? So it really just, it's another form of storytelling, it's an extension. So us as musicians and rappers, we're always looking to storytell. We're always looking to find a good director or whoever can, actually bring the song to life. So yeah.
Amazing. And are you an independent artist? Because it seems like you're doing all this creativity on your own. You got a team. How's that process look for you?
I do it all. I do everything. I make the beats, I record it.
Wow.
I do the artwork for the album covers, everything, man. Mix and master. Yeah.
Wow.
I respect that. I respect that.
Hey,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I understand that.
Yeah, family. Let's support Donnie. We just posted his Instagram page in the chat, his website. Let's check him out on all the major platforms, and really grateful to have you here.
Hey, likewise, and really, really appreciate the opportunity, and much love to all your listeners. I'm a true fan now, so hopefully I'll be back next year. So thank you so much.
Hey, Donnie, real quick, what was that
Yeah.
program that you were using to make the video?
Well, I put everything together in Unreal Engine, but the whole process, you may use 7, the 10 different programs. You have one program for clothing, one program for water.
Wow.
Yeah. You do your modeling, if you get into like SketchUp and kind of things, you want to do architecture and things like that. So yeah, you can do a lot of that. But Photoshop, Premiere Pro, you're gonna use all of them doing animation.
And last question did you use any AI technology to create that?
No, not at all. Yeah, not at all for that.
Awesome.
Yeah, now for some of the album covers, I have used my last album cover, Arc Side of the Moon. That was AI generated.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Love. Talk to
Hey,
you soon.
much love. Hey, much love to the StarSeed, and thank you so much for having me.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Blessing us.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so inspired by that. That takes a lot of dedication,
Right?
to do the recording, the beat creation, the mixing and mastering, to create the animations, to promote it.
Dude, you get it. Like you put out an album, I put out videos, like podcasts and stuff. Like this is next level. And like he's creating all of that. It's a lot of work to do by yourself. Yeah. But you know what? I was listening to Z yesterday, and she said, you have to be willing to put in the time, the effort, the blood, sweat, and tears right now for creating the new earth and what is required. And it's a labor of love. I'm sure Donnie loves doing it. You know what I mean? Like,
sure he does.
Stays up late, no problem, working on it. So yeah, more power.
I agree. And especially when you're like bringing in these high dimensional frequency through your creativity, there's some sort of process to anchor that down into its reality. I've created 2 Oracle decks and a board game, and every time to get all the channeled information, that comes very quick for me. But everything else, like the artwork, the editing, the putting the graphics together, the connecting with the manufacturers, all that stuff, there's a burn.
Big time. And my hiccup is the posting part. So I can spend hours editing and shooting and producing, and then I got to post the thing too, and then I got to write the caption and then the hashtags and like all of this stuff. But you know what? You do it once and then you systemize it, and then the dream is it gets easier and easier and easier, or you get help, and you divide and conquer.
And that's the beautiful thing. It's time for us, all these creative beings out there, all these beings out there in general, just for us to come together, work together. Everyone has like a passion, a certain talent. When it clicks, boom. But
that's
really
mostly why I want a lot of money. I really want a lot of money so I can pay other people and like provide opportunities. Do you know what I mean? Like I remember when I just would love somebody to give me a chance or an opportunity, and I really want to compensate people for their time, effort, and energy. And I also realize that there's exchanges that can be made nowadays, not only energy, but with time and other resources. So I've done that with the Wholehearted Media too. So that's exciting.
Yes, it's an exciting time. I'm just putting in Phoenix. Did you want to pull up? We're a little behind, but did you want to pull a card?
You know what? We'll do it after. We'll do it after. We made it, guys. We made it to our last speaker.
Yes, and saving the best for last. It's just a being who I have a deep respect for, from just feeling her frequency. I know I view her as like a star elder, and I thought it was very fitting for Phoenix to close the conference today, be the final speaker. And here's a little bio about her. So Phoenix Rising is a certified clinical hypnotherapist. She's a cutting-edge mystic, educator, and speaker on topics like frequency, ancient civilizations, compassion, self-realization, and voice activation, with her mission to awaken the heart of humanity. As a shamanic practitioner, ET contactee, working with the Lyran Council, what up to Lyrans, she facilitates past life regression, hypnotherapy, and soul retrieval, guided meditations, and a breathwork facilitator. Phoenix helps her clients live beyond fear so they too can discover their true soul purpose and powerful, authentic voice. Her own life's healing journey from early childhood abandonment, foster adoption, and death trauma led her to seek the deeper teachings in ancient mystery schools. Her self-directed discovery path successfully developed her channeling, healing, and intuitive gifts under the mentorship of Atlantean Egyptian masters and indigenous wisdom keepers and crystal skulls, as seen on the History Channel Unexplained. Phoenix also brings with her a rich sound healing and musical background as a recording artist, known for her top 10 Billboard hit Between Us. Wow, I did not know that. After 25 years of deep dive studies, research, and teaching, Phoenix combines all her multidimensional gifts, skills, and talents that will empower you to activate your true voice and embody your soul, your life's purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, Phoenix Rising. Hello here.
Did we get on? Did we get here?
Yeah.
You got here.
He's did it.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. What an intro. First of all, you guys, what a great conference. I've been just on since early and I've been in and out, but I've been trying to catch everybody. And it's been so electrifying and awakening, activating. Like everybody's full of so much energy. And it's so wonderful to be a part of. Thank you so much for having me. And the both of you, so divine. I mean, I'm just really meeting you. So thank you for the work that you're doing and bringing, documenting spirituality. I got that in
Got
such a
it.
big way. Yes. Yes, because that's, you know, that's what we have to do. What I had heard, and just briefly what you had been through that got you to wanting to do that was so perfect because it's so needed.
Wow.
So thank you.
Thank you for
Getting
seeing
the
me.
real stories out. Yes.
Yes, girl. Thank you. That really means so much to me. Thank you. Unexpected.
Oh, oh, please. That's the work. That's what we're doing. And the music, I know we didn't know we did. I didn't know you did music up there. I'm like, look, your hip hop. I was like, what's going on? So it's so fun to be connected. And
well, I'm so looking forward to seeing what you're going to share with us today. What
yes,
gifts-
you know, absolutely. You know, I wonder if, and you may not be able to do this, but I wanted to see if we could start this session. Many times when I'm going into work and I have a group, what I do is unmute everybody's mic and have everybody just for 1 minute. And if you can do that, just say what they're grateful for. And it would be like this, and using the I am grateful for love. I am grateful for this conference. I'm grateful for the hosts. I'm grateful to be, you know, that kind of thing for 1 minute only, and then shut off the mics. And then we just sit in that energy just to begin, if that's something.
I like that idea. Flo,
I
what do you
love it too. We're just in webinar format, so I would have to individually add every analyst.
Oh, wait, look, there's a prompt that says ask all to unmute.
Okay, you want to click on that?
Let's see what happens.
But everyone's mics might come on at the same time.
Let's see what happens.
And if you would be the clock, I don't have my watch in front of me, just 60 seconds, just
I
1
love
minute.
it.
And then if you go, I won't see it, just say, and we're complete.
So what,
and then we turn them back.
Only for panelists.
It's only for panelists.
Could they share in the chat?
Got it.
Would you be open to them sharing in the chat what they're grateful for?
What? Yes, 100%. If we can do it sometime, what the moment, and at some other point, the live, it's the audible on this that is the activation when everybody is hearing what it is. But let's try it this way, because why not? You know, here we are. We'll take 1 moment and everybody
we will just do it. So you give me the signal with my timer.
Okay, they've slowly started. They've started to search to respond. Would you like me to read them to you?
I would love to.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, real quick, guys. I was just looking at something. There's an option that says allow to talk. So,
Try that.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that. So I'm gonna pick somebody. Alina, tell us one thing you're grateful for. It says I can allow her to talk. Are you there? All right.
All right.
Okay. Oh, I can read them at least. We could take turns. Okay. Grateful.
I'm here.
Ready?
Grateful.
No, she's here.
Yes.
Are you there? Okay, tell us one thing you're grateful for.
Sorry, I just woke up from a nap. I am
You're grateful for
grateful
sleep?
Right.
for yes, the ability to rest peacefully and safely in my home.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
We did it. We got one.
We got
should we do the
one.
next one? Is this going to be complicated or should we keep going?
Let's do one more. This one more
Okay,
because it's
do one more.
that.
That's good to have integration.
Let's do. There's someone called I am. Let's see what I am is
Okay.
grateful for.
Also got an idea. If you do want to share, you could put your hand up and we could unmute you.
I am grateful for this conference and your time and energies. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I am. Appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So
I
cool.
am.
Look at
Yeah.
this.
Yeah. At some point, and who knows in the future, it's when you hear, it's like that voice of the collective. And when we get audible with it and everybody's saying it at the same time, it literally causes like a, and it's such a fun exercise, but another time. So I will get into
Get into it.
this. Yes, I will. Just taking a deep breath, just everybody, just to come into a ground, into a beautiful place. Just really feeling the atmosphere of the room around you, wherever you are. And not making it complicated, not a big deal. Many times when we sink into these meditative spaces, sometimes we can just get so lost in the idea of the practice as opposed to just taking a breath and allowing it to be. And that's all. That's really all we have to do. It's much more simple than we think. And just coming into presence, being grateful for all the speakers who have come on, all of the different galactic families that everyone is hailing from, and truly with the remembrance that we are from many, but we are really from one, because we are all seated the same from the different galaxies, from all different times and space, but we are one. And the illusion of separation, I feel, is exactly what is the healing of right now in this lifetime, is the illusion of separation, that he or she is over there and they're separate from us. And many of us already know who are in this space and who are teachers, and even us, even me. I remind myself when I'm out in the street and I see that homeless person, and I go, wow, that's an aspect of me expressing myself in another time, space, dimension. And I send love and I send gratitude for that experience there. And I breathe in the love of who I am, and I breathe in the love of who I am over there. And I believe absolutely that the more and more that we can do that, whoever is driving by you, in the car, who's, missed the light or has cut you off, or whoever is in the store who is not cognizant, who is doing whatever it is that might bother you, that every moment that we have, we take that breath, we get centered, and make it simple and just go, yeah, you know what? That's all good. It's just an aspect of myself. The very interesting thing that happens is you begin to see them change. And that is what the healing is, the separation, that notion, that we're not separate, is because when you change your vibration, what does it do? It changes theirs. And something fascinating happens. It's very on the subtle. And then many times the subtle turns into very noticeable and people just change. I feel that the notion, I think we're coming into this, many of us, and let me know how you feel and questions and answers. I love the participation that you guys have been doing, is this idea that we can cut cords. I know as a practitioner, and I've been working with people for a number of years, I used to do cord cuttings. Like, yeah, I'm going to just cut it. Yeah, we're going to do some cord cuttings. And then I learned it's like, there's no cord cutting. If anybody still to this day is saying I'm cutting cords, again, take a breath and remember, we can't cut ourselves off from ourselves. We can't cut ourselves off from ourselves. Separation is an illusion. What we can do is change our frequency, change our thoughts, our emotions. And then what that does is it feeds into others a different frequency. And that's when they change. That's when we all change. So the individuation of what we think we are, yes, we are individuals expressing ourselves, our egos in our bodies. I'm in this body, you guys are in yours. We have all picked our avatars. And at the same time, we are connected by this incredible web. And the quantum field, it used to be something that we imagined, that we would hear, in the books, and we'd hear ancestors and elders speak on this, right? It turns out scientifically that they were absolutely right. We see the teachings of Bruce Lipton, Greg Braden, and these spiritual scientists who are coming in to go, hey, you know what, guys, we can check that in the microscope, and we've checked it on all the levels. And you know what? Those ancients that people thought were crazy is absolutely 100% true. So I know when we can live through the idea that we're not separate and there is no cord cuttings, there's only shifting your vibration, and then that changes everything. So I find that to be probably one of our most important teachings. The separation is an illusion. And when we act and live through that from that space daily, remind yourself the moment you get up, you breathe, say, I'm connected to the world. When you go to sleep at night, I'm connected to the anima mundi, the spirit of the world. I'm connected. Everything begins to change. This is what has been forgotten. And it's what allows, people in other countries, when we see, we get used to the trauma of what people are going to and feel that we're unconnected or we can't relate. And I see that actually, that timeline, the old paradigm of that is beginning to shift and beginning to change. And I know this is a big part of our ascension, 100%. Yeah. I want to speak to the heart. We as humanity have been disconnected, and the heart has been taken offline. And what does this mean? It means that all the layers, not just in this lifetime, and one of the things that I facilitate is past life regression, soul retrieval, life in between life, all of these things. And I have to say, I actually have wanted to rename past life regression, because as we really come into the knowing, everything is happening at the same time. There's not really a past life, it's the perception. And in our human mind, we have a better idea when we look at a timeline that we need to go back to something. It makes sense to us. But as we're coming into our awakening, into knowing that we have these multi-dimensional aspects of ourselves that are living out at the same time, we go, wow, is that past life? No, it's happening at the same time. So the layers of the many different lifetimes. And let's just go back into some galactic history here. There was something, and hard to name all these times. I'm going to say 300,000 years ago plus, just to give whatever our mind could grasp on that. There was the Orion Wars, and these wars were fought on the galactic level between the darks and the light beings, and the darks won. And we have been living in that paradigm for a very, very long time, and it pulled us offline. It shrunk our pineal gland, like when we had, and a number of your people who were speaking, we spoke about Atlantis and about Lemuria. When in the time of Atlantis, when we had our fall through misuse of technology and spirituality, and there's a bigger story that goes into as exactly how we fell, but when we did, and I was there, and I know for the most part, all of us were there. This is why we're here now, because we are repairing the cycle. Our pineal gland shrunk to that size of a little dried up raisin, and we lost our way. We lost our connection to source consciousness, what I call the AB conversation, the pineal gland, the first eye. We'll call it the first eye because that's the first connection. It's the first thing that forms when we are forming in the womb as that spine, that third, that consciousness, which is our remembrance, how we stay connected when we leave source consciousness. And so when that was closed down purposefully so that we would not remember the power of who we are, we lost our way. And in it, we lost our heart. So remember that when the heart, which is a receiver and a transmitter, as we know, it has the resonance of something greater than we could ever know. We could try to write about it. We could try to talk about it, but you really can't talk about something that is so generated by a force beyond what we know in this body, that is from the original source, the intent, the will, the first ray, I'm going to call it, before the distortions came, the purest transmission of love. This is our heart. And so all of these galactic wars where the battles have ensued, and they are still going on, as we know right now. But this time we win. And in that other dimension, we have already won. We are just playing out what I call debris. You know, it's kind of like when you cut the head off a dragon, it's going to take a long time to come down. You know, blood is spewing all over the place. There's things we're getting dirty, we're drowning and stuff, we're breathing it in, we're taking it on. We are many times have a lot of fear. It is this lifetime to drop that fear, but we have already won. That is why we are here. It is why we have come. It is why we hail from every galaxy, and why our galactic brothers and sisters are with us. Because when we win, they win, they win, we win. It's not just a human situation. It is galactic in nature, as we know. So when we were cut off from our heart and that plug pulled out, it closed down our whole system. Because it is interesting to note when we think about it, if the heart is in the center, this is this massive, incredible generator that is hard to even put words behind what the heart does. It runs the whole system. It's the connecting force between the upper chakras and the lower chakras. So your throat chakra, your first eye, third eye, your power center, your sacral, your ground. Nothing is online. Nothing's online if the heart is off. The heart comes first because it is the first. It is the will of creator, of source consciousness. It is the I am presence. And as we are here today, recollecting ourselves, which is the directed thought, the masculine, the directed thought, the sun source, the intelligence that comes from the sun. And the feminine aspect is the heart, which is not conscious, it's not thinking, it's not analyzing, it's not 2 + 2 is 4. It doesn't give a about that. Doesn't. It can't. All it knows is that it is the creator of everything. And it brings everything in line. So the exercise for us in humanity right now, as we awaken the heart, this is why I am here. I know for me, in my mission to awaken the heart of humanity is to awaken everything. And then everything comes up online. You know, we as human beings, it's like now it's literally, we can animate, but we can animate now in full consciousness, in the 12D, in the crystalline, as we talked about it before. This is the notion, thank God, that we finally can crystallize at a high level this information, all of the light codes coming in from the sun, the light languages that are being spoken are not 2 + 2 is 4. They come from the heart. I call the heart the Stargate. For me, it is the Stargate because it's responsible for everything. But we've just forgotten. But when we move back into that, we're going to be walking, alas, in the magic. And as all of our ancestors have come before us, they have given us these gentle nudges. I'm sure many of you who are in meditation, in the work that you're doing, you get these nudges. The nudges come into the heart because that's where everything is from. It's the most magic of all. So in the remembrance that it's all, and we have to open the stargate. It's the key where we and we get in. In my 3D existence here, I came into this work, so to speak. I don't want to say into this work, although it always feels like work when you're in this dimension, right? Because you're working your ass off to get out of trauma and pain and all the things that are thrown at you. But the key is always to remember, at this level, every one of us here who is on the call, we signed up for it, right? And we did. And it sounds like one of those rhetorics, oh, you signed up for it. My clients are, you signed up for this, you know this? And I'm saying to myself, you know, I signed up for this. I'm like, really? But we did, because this is what I call the culmination exercise. This is the graduation of all the lifetimes. It's right here. And again, we have graduated and we have won, and we've gone on to create the new temples in the sacred lands. It's already happening. It's already, because you've thought it, right? Your directed thoughts here, your heart's connected to it, and those temples will get done. All of that will happen. It's already happening. For me, my remembrance came. I had very big remembrances actually when I was in the womb. I actually remembered being given up by my natural mother. I remember my foster mother very well, and I was only with my foster mother for a year, and then I was adopted into a family. And my brother and I were adopted. And when my brother was 9 and I was 8, we were crossing the school to get the school bus, and he was killed instantly. It's one of those, you know, life-altering moments. And in that life-altering moment, you know, everything changes. You're not safe. Nothing is right. And my brother came to visit me that night after his accident in spirit form, not realizing that he had passed. And you know, a lot of this for you who work in this realm. Many times when you die instantly, especially when you're a child, you don't know that you've left. You don't know that it's happened, you know? And he didn't know that. I, of course, was, you know, in such a state. The situation where we went into was very rough. It was very difficult. The country that we lived in, the countryside that we lived in, it's here in the United States, but it was like a very small country town. And the reason I say this is because he came back to me. He got into bed with me and was apologizing for leaving me. And he didn't understand what had happened. And basically at that point, neither did I. It was just all a blur. But what happened was Yeshua showed up. And this is the part to speak on. Now, that country town, we were teased in school, like bullied for many things. Besides racial things, we were bullied because we were Jewish. I was adopted, came from a Jewish mother to be raised in a Jewish home. And we moved way out into the country where there were no Jewish people, but all the people in the school thought that the Jews had killed Jesus. And that's what we heard. You killed Jesus, you killed Jesus, all the time. You know, we didn't celebrate Christmas and Easter and all these things. We couldn't eat pork, you know, was the thing. Those are the Jews. They were dirty. They killed Jesus. So the idea that Yeshua showed up, I was very confused because I was like, well, didn't we kill you? You know, as a kid, it's like, we killed you. Like, why are you here? And I'm thinking to myself, all the things, and crying, and my brother is scared. And the most beautiful wash of this golden, and I describe it now as golden light. Back then I wouldn't have, I don't know, but as I have reviewed it over the years, the crystalline nature of what I experienced that night was so profound. And it lifted my fear. It helped a bit with the sadness, but it lifted my fear for my brother that he didn't know and I didn't know what we were doing. And I may have been there for an hour or so, but it was just like, and Yeshua took my brother into that realm. And from that day on, I was forever changed because I got to see beyond the veil. And that was my awakening. And the channeling, the spirit, from the spirit realm, all of the things, you know, all of the things became quickly awake. And I was a very different kind of person. I didn't speak very much. I couldn't tell people really about what was going on. I tried a little bit here and there, but it didn't really even matter at that point. I was awake to all of the things. And the anointing followed me through my life, which was so beautiful. And it led me on a great path to want to help other people, because I started to notice, even in school, that when people went through tragedies, they came to me and they always had questions, and I always seemed to have the answers. It was like as if, you know, and didn't have to study. And for all of you out there, you know now, like, studying's over. Like, we love the books and our Audible's great. But all the information is inside us. We just have to learn how to access that. And that's what it gave me, like the full on keys, the key codes into everything. So I was entertained with many questions and issues, and people had problems, all kinds of things. And they always came to me and I always knew the answers. And I want to say, I take that out, the ego. It always was telling me the answers. You know, it wasn't I was always like, how do I know that? Like, you know, how do I know these things? In so much of what I do now is connected deeply into that experience, because it taught me at a young age how to open the doorway. It burst open my heart, is that wash of love that I got in that moment. It opened wide my third eye. My throat was coming up online. It was hard, but it was in the works. But the main thing is the heart was open to all the possibilities of the universe, and I never forgot it. So in what is happening today, I believe that that's the most simple of the key is, how do we take the heart walls off? How do we blow it off? How do we see miracles? You know, how do we, and much of this, I as I sat through the conferences, how do you trust? And hopefully people will ask questions when I stop talking. Just stop me. As to how do you know that you're channeling in? How are you not, you know, fearful, or you know it's the right thing coming through? And every time it came up today, every time I heard myself saying, you know that it's the right thing or the right message coming in from the correct being, because there's all kinds of beings, fourth realm right now, that are definitely in co-opt realm, sending messages to people when their heart is not open. Because when the heart's not open and you're not in a frequency, you will attract, you law of attraction, you will attract what you are. So the most important thing is to make sure your heart's open and it's right there. The walls are off. And so these are the great teachings. Yes. How are you guys doing?
We're good. Taking it all in. Okay, I have a question for you. Okay, wait, let me just see. No, that's an old one. Okay, so like knowing is in the heart, right?
Yes.
Like you know that knowing. So it feels paradoxical sometimes because you're supposed to trust that knowing in your heart, but then you're also supposed to trust the unknown. So what do you do? What are you supposed to do? Like, like you're supposed to trust the unknown and you're supposed to trust what's happening in your heart. Are they the same knowing or what's going on there?
Well, the unknown, because let's just look at it this way. Do you even know where you came from?
Source.
Right. And we know because we're going, okay, source. But do you have an remembrance of you standing in line, the soul line, I like to call it, like waiting for the body, going, I'm me. I'm coming down this time, right? Like, I'm coming down. I got you. I'm doing this thing, right?
Yeah.
Most of us, that unknown is why we're actually here. Like you and I are on a conversation on a computer. What? Here? What? Talking to what? I mean, it doesn't get more unknown than that. It just doesn't. The idea that we're
physical
doing this, right? Physical, doing stuff. I say that, if you've ever been in a medicine journey, you said you had done ayahuasca, and I have to look at your post. I will get caught up on that, right? On your medicine journey and all of the incredible comments that you got on that. You realize that you went into the journey, you had all these incredible stuff. You trusted the unknown, right? You went there, the heart opened, you went on this great journey. But then when the journey was over, and right now, I'm sitting right now, pretending I went through the journey, right? And I'm here. It's over. Whew. And then you made it through. Didn't think you would. You breathe your eyes open. And where are you?
It's like a new reality. It's like the now reality.
You're inside another journey.
Another journey. Yes, it's true.
It hasn't stopped.
Never stops.
It never stops. And then sometimes when you think about it, it makes you a little bit like, because you're like, oh my God, it's never stopping. The journey is it's never stopping. So this is the unknown. So when you say, how can you trust the unknown? You're already doing it.
You're already doing it. You're right. And once you get super connected with your mission or purpose, whatever you want to call it, I think that's what leads you or draws you forward. I'm constantly calling myself forward. I noticed, she's up on the mountain there and she's like, come on, Raj, you got this. Let's keep one foot in front of the other. Let's go.
You're doing a really good directed journey because you know that when the things keep showing up, like what kept showing up for you, this is how, I know a lot of people say, well, how do I know what my purpose is? And I know it was spoken about before, and it's so true. You had said, well, there was something that was not being reported on that really needed to, wait a minute, I need to go there. It's showing up. So every time things show up and you go toward them, and you have the compassion to go toward, and you have the desire, the drive.
Willingness,
perfect. That is, then okay, it's my mission. I'm living out my mission.
Ooh, that is so good to let me just try to capture that real quick. So it's your mission when you have a strong willingness, even though it's scary, even though it's hard, even though you're like, I don't know. Yeah, even though it's unknown, you are still willing to go there. So follow that thing. If you're like, what's my mission? What's my purpose? Wow.
What's the mission? What's the purpose? And also, When it scares you, that's when you know you go.
Yeah.
When it's comfortable, it's cool. You just kind of sit back, you kind of like watch things. But when it gets uncomfortable, like you said, you're worried about putting up that post, or you were worried like, should I really put that up?
Yeah.
Yes. What was that? That willingness, the unknown, go for it, and then look what happens. Then's the magic.
Right.
So you know you're living in your purpose. So it's this
Yes.
constantly a medicine journey. It never stops. Wherever
Really is.
you never have to ever do the plant. You can. There's another layer,
Yeah.
but you don't have to. You are in the biggest medicine journey of all time. It's when you came from Creator. You came
True.
into the womb. You actually built yourself a body. What? Are you kidding me? All this stuff. What? And then you birthed yourself through this time capsule. What? How we jump into what? The uterus is like a time capsule. It's the way we jump from dimension to dimension. We are smart as what? It's so mind blowing. And then we're out here and doing stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't get any better.
The universe is so much more like wacky, amazing, like no idea than we even can fathom and imagine. You know what I mean? Like it's so cool. Hey guys, do we have any kind of last questions here for Phoenix? This beautiful soul here. Built yourself a body. What a great thought. I love that. Every time I'll feel sad or bad about my body, if I gain some weight or whatever, I built my body for me.
Yes.
It's so empowering.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
And I can change it if I want to, or,
And
why not?
The body, I know one of the things, if we built the body, when you guys had first asked me to do the conference, and the subject really was about the grounding and being here, right here. What we're talking about is the most grounding is building the body. This is how we ground into this dimension. It's how we express ourselves, how our spirit and our soul come into union with our lives is through our body. And so this notion too, I know you hear it all the time, I'm not my body, I'm not my body, I'm not my body. And I have to say, I get it. I understand it. We all get it. But we are our body. We are our body. We are, because without the body, we don't have the journey of the soul. We can't do it.
Exactly.
So the taking care of, this is the most sacred and divine thing that we have, and to take care of it at the highest level. When we're not, to me, I feel like it's a crime against humanity. It's nothing small. Like
Thank
it
you.
is big,
Thank you.
right?
We got a couple questions coming in real quick. How old were you when you had that reborn process, when you saw Yeshua? Was that 9 years old, you said?
I was 8. My brother was 9. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Do you have a guidance system for when or how to hold on and let go, stay true to the mission and release timelines and expectations? Do you have a system for when and how to hold on or let go? Or do you just always let go, right? Are you constantly surrendering?
Well, I would say yes and no. And the reason I say yes and no, maybe that doesn't answer it well, but it's always you know what it is? It's incident by incident. So because this is a moving target, life itself, it's always moving. There's not, anytime you go, okay, this is a system, the next time you step into the river, everything's changed. The water's changed, your body has changed, your thoughts have changed, everything is different. So every time it's like a moving target. So the method is always to come into the ground, which is through the breath. Every time you take the breath, and the breath, of course, is the channeling of spirit. It's what brings the intelligence into your body. And at that point, you can make the shift to something. I think hopefully I'm answering this. When you let go or when you hold on, you're going to know when you need to let go, because you're going to know when you need to let go, because your intuition tells you.
Intuition.
It's that's what it is, or to hold on. Now, to carry that a little further, when you keep running up against the same issue, i.e., you keep having the same relationships. They keep
Yeah.
coming up. You keep going into bad relationship. Why I attracted another one, like what? And then that is the same thing. That
Yeah.
means it's time definitely to make a change. And again, do you let go? And I can't say this, but only you can say it. And one of my big things is empowering people to know themselves, not to get like, what did my therapist say? What did my channeler say? I'm just going to say this. You have to be the channeler. This is what we're doing here. This is our ascension. You have to know. And when something keeps coming up, it's something for you to look at. And then you decide, is it time for you to let it go? Like, did you have enough of it? Did you die enough times? Did your heart break
Right?
enough times, right? Or, maybe I'll give it one more round. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, let's do that again.
That
Only
really,
you can know.
that reminds me of like the addict, in the sense of like, the person that just keeps going and like is almost like harming themselves just to wake themselves up over and over again. And like, when is enough until you're like, let me change? This leads me to my next question from Alina, who says that she has yet to find that willingness that we were talking about, going towards anything that comes onto her path. She says, I know I am here to serve many people, but feel stuck on knowing my mission and purpose on this timeline. She wants to know how she can tell the difference between I don't want to do this out of fear, and I don't want to do this because it's not the right path for me.
Say that very last part. Say that again. The difference.
How can I tell the difference between I don't want to do this out of fear and I don't want to do this because it's not the right path for me?
I would say usually you move into fear, because if it's something that's scaring you, it's something that needs to be looked at. Usually fear is born out of, because fear is opposite of love. They're very closely related, and yet they're on opposite ends of the spectrum, but then, they play together, the alchemy. I find that the alchemy of fear into love is curiosity. So when you stay curious about like the person who's asking this question, I'm sorry, what is her name?
Alina,
speaking to you, Alina, that if you keep staying curious, like you're doing, keep staying curious, asking yourself the question, eventually the fear about what that is will turn into the love, and the love is what directs you into the purpose. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me. And Alina, what do you think? Does that make sense to you? Also, I would say maybe up your courage too, and see what happens there.
I like that.
Let's see. Someone says fear and love. So profound. Thanks for asking that question, Alina. Yes, thank you. And yeah, she said thank you. She's all good. Flo, was that you that just popped in? Saw you. Where'd you go?
Yes, I was changing my background.
Oh, there you go.
So, Phoenix, I know you've mentioned your bio, your connection to Lyra, and I feel it's so strong. And my spirit just like forced me to come here and ask you about your connection to Lyra, and if there's anything you want to share on that. I'll just keep going.
I do. First of all, we need to talk about your backgrounds. What are these great backgrounds you got going on? I love them. They're so good. They're great. The dolphins. I'm like, what? Okay. Right, exactly. So I always dreamt of the lion. It's interesting too with the Yeshua piece that Yeshua is pictured as the lion, right? That followed me through the years, but it didn't follow me in the way that I got smacked in the face with Lyra literally 4 years ago. I was working with Mitchell Hedges' crystal skull. And if you know about the ancient skulls, there's the 13 ancient skulls. I had, and very quickly, there's actually an episode on the History Channel right before COVID. I was on Unexplained, interviewed by William Shatner virtually. about the healing. I had a brain hemorrhage in 2004, and I had a healing with this crystal that was charged, the frequency, with that crystal skull that had been found in Lubantun long ago. It's a Mayan relic, and a Mayan elder had it. I was on the phone. He knew I had had this brain hemorrhage, and he sent me, he said, put this crystal, it's charged with the skull. It had done many healings on many people. He said, put this crystal in water overnight, drink it in the morning, and just watch what happens. Now, I'm one of those people, I'm like, I have the brain hemorrhage. I'll be leaving the hospital because you will not be cutting into my skull. Thank you. And I got this. So I left. The doctor said, unless you drain this, it was a rather large bleed in the back of my brain here on this side. Unless you drain this blood, it's going to press on the brain and you're going to have to get it drilled and whatever. Okay. I was like, I'm killed. I'm good. Not happening. I'm drinking the water, and it took a couple of days, but I had like this buzzing in my head, like this thing. It was like literally, and I heard a sound. I promise, it was like this resonance, something like an ohm, but it felt like in my brain, but not in my heart. You know, like the home is like, but it was here. And I called a girlfriend of mine. I said, am I imagining this? Drink this water. And she got the same thing. She goes, you're not imagining it. I'm feeling it too. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. I drank it, kept drinking it. It was about a month later. I go back to the hospital. The blood is drained. The injury they could see was almost gone. And they were like, how did you? And I'm like, I'm good. Don't even worry about it. I'm just going to keep moving on. And so I kept. And I had kind of, you know, when a big incidents happen, but you're so happy that you have lived to tell the day that you kind of just keep moving really quickly. So I kept moving over the years, and I started having these dreams about the skull and about sitting in a council with the skull, very ancient council, and they were all women. And I started having these dreams kind of systematically, and they felt very like lucid dreaming, you know, because you really remember them as like very tangible, different kinds of dreams about sitting in this council with the skull. And so fast forward, I went to see a very incredible skull, a woman who deals with crystals in Austin, Texas. And she built this grid for me. She started telling me all about the Lyrans, about the Palladians, about the skull, and they literally walked in to this session and started communing with me, and we started speaking. It's when my light language activated. I thought I was crazy, but I was like, because I've heard light language before, and I'm like, I mean, I'm as spiritual as they get. But sometimes with the light language, just honest, just being honest. For me, I'm like, maybe not. And now here I am in the full-blown light language speaking, and they're telling me that the reason the skull came to me, why I had the brain hemorrhage, was a pure remembrance to go, hey, get back to work, get in the skulls. Remember, you sat in an ancient council before, in the root race, before humans had bodies. This was, I think Spencer was talking about the Lumerian, and it was really incredible because in those Lumerian, that not wanting to take the fear of taking the full human body on.
Yeah.
One of the things about the Lumerians is they were in several root races before the human body was here. And so when the Lumerians did embody, and then we moved on, and then there was Atlantis, and there was an intersection between Lemuria and Atlantis. That body part was that the human body was a big deal. And I had sat in a council, and then I had full remembrance of it. That was one of the councils that was Lumerian, that decided whether we were even going to have bodies or not. And so the skull was a representation of what the human body was to look like, as opposed to many times people think that, you know, when you see these skulls, it's an ode, you know, to the human the head, the skull. It's an ode. But these skulls in this council and what we sat in creation in an ancient council in deciding what humans would look like. The skull was the archetype that followed the human body. And so all of these amazing things happened. I contacted and found the keeper of the skull. We started working together and doing amazing tours. We started the first one in LA. And when the skull left the skull, I had the honor of having the skull in my house, like unbelievable activations and beyond what you could know. And so grateful because meeting with the skull that healed my brain, and I'm sitting in the same resonance. And you can, the readings, the Akash, the crystalline, like crystal, the crystalline memories. And I call crystals, what I say is crystals are the physical embodiment of the Akashic record. So just listen to that for a minute. Crystals are the Akashic embodiment, the embodiment of the Akashic records, because that's what it is. You can read the code, and the skulls literally tell you everything when you can open the keys. So the skull had been in my house. I know this is a long story, but it is kind of interesting. And the skull left my house. She was there for about 2 weeks. And the day after she left, I had my very first visitation from the Lyran Council, real time. Didn't really know what was happening at the time, but I had a just before you and the body just starts lifting out, but you're very wide awake. And then I started feeling a very different way. I knew it was the skull. I knew it was the activation. And before I knew it, there was a whole collective that met me like halfway. And this notion too, that there's these things happening outside you, it happens inside and outside at the same time. So you have to meet it halfway. So you have to clear and do the work and do many things before you can actually, at least for me, I did. I thought I was ready years ago, but apparently I wasn't, because I wasn't ready to trust to going out for them to meet me. And then when they met me, it was incredible. I'll never forget it. There was a woman first who was there who had this hand. I couldn't quite see her face. And she said, she was just coming down to touch my third eye. And she said, "Is it okay?" And I just said to her, and I'm literally crying, because I'm like, this is the moment, like I'm here, my star family who I've missed so much. I'm actually going to touch them. I asked her, I said, "Could I just touch your finger?" And she was very thrown off. She was like, "Yeah, kind of nobody's asked me that, but kind of like I've taken other people this, but nobody's asked me." And I was like, and I touched her finger, and it was the most soft, incredible, otherworldly you could ever imagine. And then all of a sudden here, and throws me back, a la a movie, a whole thing. And they show me all of humanity. They show me the wars. They show me the Orion Wars. They show me what everyone's going through. And then at the end, and I don't know how long I was gone for actually an hour. I checked it on the phone when I got back, and it was like, and it was all the like lion head, human body, tiger head, human body, leopard head, human body, jaguar head, human, till the last one was a white lion and a human body. And he said to me, "You're now at school. You're back in school. Go do your work," basically. And I in bed. And I had 3 other visitations, and they were incredible. So one of the things that I was given beyond keys was to activate third eye for people, as if you're DMT for real, going on that journey, and where you could be in plant medicine. And many people say, I did plant medicine last week, and I just did this thing with you. And I went on I saw things, the colors, the this, the that, purpose, all the things, So that's my connection. So I'm basically in study with them and in the council. And so I'm channeling, and the light languages come through, and all of the things. So I help people to activate and I wanted to mention something highly important, in which the Lyrans, and I'm just going to bring this in right now. in this. And sometimes such an important message. It is time right now for humanity to channel its own messages. The time when channels, and we are asking to have messages given to us by other sources, is over. It's been over. We keep using it as a crutch to step into the full shaman, the guru of who you are. This is the trust. This is what we are helping humanity to plug into, is the heart. The heart was given as a gift to keep you connected to original source, to keep you connected to your galactic families, those who have seeded you. We are all within you. You are not separate from us. We are the galactic beings. You are the galactic beings, remembering yourselves. We know you know this. But the channeling piece that you are continually giving your power up to others to do, that time is over. It's part of your ascension. It's how you get to the 12D aspect of who you are. The mechanism that is activating within your heart spaces, the mathematics, the codes, the equations that you will be plugging into that are new or beyond what you have ever seen, beyond what you know, but exactly what you do know. As you begin with we is what will lead you back home. There is a new geometry that is already here. It is beyond the geometries that you know. It is beyond the human light-bodied geometries that have been taught to all of us. It is beyond the symbols that have been given to you, even on ancient buildings. Those too were given to keep you locked out of your stargate. There is brand new information coming up. It is already here. The way to access is for you to channel it in yourselves, each and every one of you.
And so it is.
And so it is. Thank you. Yeah.
Wow.
Giving thanks to Great Spirit, this divine universe, for bringing these code carriers here today, and this divine soul, Phoenix Rising, really bridging the next gateway for our planetary consciousness right now. And we will heed these words and energy and integrate it into our human collective field in this moment. I'm just feeling this is a good time to close our sacred conference and in the ceremonial space.
Mm.
And just inviting that sacred breath into our body and being. And I guess I'll just pass the talking stick around, but Phoenix, would you like to say some closing words for the gathering? I'll pass to Raji after and we'll close off.
Yes. The sacred words are just, I love you. All of you. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing so beautifully and so authentically. And I'm just honored to be on this conference with everybody. Wow, we still have 50 of us. Like, I'm just so impressed and elated that we all stayed all day. And I feel like so much work got done today. And I felt like real community. I felt real tribe. And that makes me feel so excited for what is to come. And I've never felt more whatever the opposite of alone is. I feel the opposite of that because I felt really alone my entire life. And so in this moment after today, I'm just like, wow, I feel encouraged and that I can do anything that I want because I have this whole beautiful team behind me. And I want everyone, hear me now. You have the support, the love, the care, the everything that you need to put your dreams into action. And you got us here, you have Star Codes here, you got Phoenix here, you got Wholehearted Media, you got House of Raji here. Like, let's do this all together. We got this. We got this. And yeah, I guess look out for the replay. And I've taken notes all day. I'm happy to share some of my high level notes. Always the journalist. So happy to share. And please leave your comments in the chat here. And as we just close out. So Flo, what do you got? Any final words from you?
Yeah, just feeling really tapped into this Akashic liquid field, this quantum Akash, and really seeing what we have done as a collective today, not just for our planet, of course, but I see what we've done from a universal level in collaboration. But what's really coming down is the Orion wars that have impacted the field greatly, been like a scar in the field of consciousness. I feel a great healing taking place in the Orion corridor. And it's the source of the wound that opened up so much frequency to all our collective experiences. And I feel a universal oneness in the Orion's belt right now. So we can all, as a collective universe, come into the oneness, come into the all one. Raji, you said, I feel the opposite of alone. And I love breaking down words. When you break it down, you can never be alone, because even when you break it down, we're all one.
Oh, yes, thank you. Of course.
So
oneness.
honoring Raji, Phoenix, all these amazing
Ve Allah
activators, Ve Allah, and just every single being today, honoring each and every one of you for showing up, frequencizing, sharing yourself, for all of us being vulnerable and getting to this point in the journey. The best is yet to come. Yes. Without a doubt. We are doing it. We are doing it. We are doing it. I'm giving gratitude to the Dragon family. I feel like I'm like an Oscar acceptance speech right now.
The music
it's like a StarSeed. I just want to thank the Palladians and Lyrians and all the old souls. But and thanking Mother Earth and this beautiful ancient planet we get to live on. And just, I feel it's imperative we close this out just sending all this love and in harmony with our beautiful planet, Gaia,
Yeah. And much love to the replay peeps too. We see you. We feel you too.
Yeah, what up to the replay peeps in the quantum field?
Yes.
Be with you right now.
Hopefully the next time that you guys see Flo and I, or the next communication, we got the land. Keep putting the vibes out there that, you know, the 88 acres, BC, Canada. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make the StarSeed Sanctuary.
Big love to Bridget. She's in the house. Love you.
Stayed all day. Love her.
Love you all, family. We just gonna continue with the vibe. Phoenix, beyond words for you, beyond words. When I first felt your energy, I had no words, and I'm speechless from your transmission today. So thank you.
Super beautiful.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much, you guys. You guys are amazing.
everyone's
Thank you
free
so
to go.
much.
Everyone's free to go whenever you need. We're just gonna wait.
Thank you
we'll
so
catch
much,
you
you
in the
guys.
StarSeed section.
We'll see you soon.
Yes, I'm feeling it. I
Yes.
feel like I'm gonna see you in person really soon. I don't know
Very
where.
soon. It's gonna happen.
I
Okay, I
feel
got
it.
you. I got you.
Yes.
So, Phoenix, I don't know the exact details, but we're connected with Portal to Ascension, and they're doing a Crystal Skulls event in, I believe, October, where there's a reunion of all the skulls for the first time.
All
ever.
the skulls?
They're all coming together.
They're all
Finally.
coming together? All
Yeah,
of
that was.
them?
It's been
From what I
prophesized.
hear.
It's been prophesized, but I didn't know that all of them had been unearthed yet. I know about 6 of them, but I didn't know all. Okay, so okay,
I think the
well,
ones that
then
have been
that's
discovered are.
okay, because there's some. Yeah. Well, I definitely will convene on. Well, we're going to convene on lots of things, but for sure on that, 100%, because we got skulls,
Yeah.
or that skull anyway. That's wow.
Wow.
Amazing.
Alrighty. Well, on behalf of Star Codes, House of Raji, Wholehearted Media, Phoenix, and all the StarSeed collective on planet Earth, peace and love, baby. Until next time,
There's
keep
one more.
dancing.
Somebody wants to know Phoenix's info. Did we drop it in the chat?
We're gonna send on the replay, and
Thank
we got her. We plugged in her Instagram, so we're gonna be blasting you all out in 2 to 3 days. The replay with everybody's link.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Stay posted, and on Instagram you can add her, the official Phoenix Rising. So much love.
I ended up pulling a card, by the way, and this is who we got. You guys know him? Maha Cohen Rakosi, teacher. I think we're all teachers on this call right now. The 32 of us left here, we're all teachers. Okay, so go teach, go do your thing.
Go teach.
All right.
Do your thing.
Love you guys.